understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it.
Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. We're heading into day 2 of the Nissan Classic. I'm Leaf, and alongside me we got Gibbs, James Bond, and Turtle. We got a lot to talk about here, and I gotta say off the bat that Gibbs, this was a little cruel making James come on today. I feel like he's still in mourning.
Right? I know. I planned this perfectly. This is great. James, I'm sorry. My condolences for you. But, man, this is it. This is the last regional for NA. A lot of teams are done after this. It's been 8 months of work, and there'll be a lot of teams that still have 2 months more of work, you know, London Major and the World Championship for teams like NRG. But, man, it's been a ride, and a lot of these teams are fighting to the very end. We have 2 teams here today that are technically out of London Major, but they can play spoiler, and that's going to be so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I just want to get some thoughts because, like, Turtle, James, this is down to the wire. Like, we've had a whole year of Rocket League now, and we still have scenarios going on. Like, there's still things on the line.
The race is still being run. You know, honestly, my horse out of the race for the spring major, for the London major, but still very much alive for the World Championship, which is really kind of what Gibbs was saying. With seasons coming to an end, you know, we're kind of approaching the culmination, everything that all these teams, all these players have been playing for. And, you know, while we've had lands again, it's been so long since we've had a World Championship land. And that really is going to be the biggest Rocket League event in history and the most pressure that we've ever seen. And so that's why I'm not as salty about NRG being out. Of course it hurts, but it's coming at the right time. It's coming up. They're going to get hungry.
Quality loss.
Bring it to the World Championship. That's all that matters.
This man, he just can't stop talking about NRG and how they're just going to regain.
To be fair, we set him up.
They brought it up, Turtle.
No.
What are you talking about?
It's all positivity.
They brought it up.
James, I want to see you just absolutely roast them. Just go evil mode. I want you to become a super villain.
Evil James.
I don't
turn on NRG.
I just need to tell the truth, man.
Oh,
I believe in that team.
man.
That team just need. Well, okay, the one thing I will say.
Oh, here
the thing
comes.
that
Here comes.
really
Here comes.
made me angry. I will.
Yep.
Okay, Turtle. I will go off on NRG right now. I don't understand why they did not boot camp in person. Every team that wanted to be there, in my opinion, should have been boot camping in person for the London Major. Land comms make the difference. We've seen that before. What was that? G2 in season 9? They showed the power of being in person with comms. And to me, those thin margins that NRG lost on, they should have 3-0'd FaZe. If you watch that series, it should have been a 3-0.
James,
I'm going
to let you finish
okay, all right,
in the next segment because before we move on here, I want to
blame Turtle.
I'm sorry.
He made me do it.
I will blame Turtle. Sure. I like
I'm
scapegoats. As long as it's not me, I'm happy. Let's talk about so it's the Nissan Classic this weekend, so it's all weekend long. You got to know this. The Nissan Zed in the shop right now. Look at this beaut. Look at this beaut. I also love the hype chamber.
And for Americans, Nissan Z. Leaf. But look,
I'm sorry
it's
that
beautiful.
I'm with the rest of the world.
They got blue. They got yellow as well. That's what I want. So, hook me up, Nissan. We'll talk.
And
I already have a Pathfinder, so come on.
Oh, come on. Stop pandering. You're not getting a free car.
Who knows?
Growing up, I always wanted a 350Z. I thought that was the sweetest looking car, and this is like the next level. Also, it looks really good in competitive Rocket League if you watch the crew battles. I need that paint job IRL.
Yeah, fair. And it's sleek. It's sleek. Remember, that's in the shop right now. Go pick it up. But it's time to get back to the rant. It's time to talk about what happened yesterday. It was a dramatic day for so many teams, too. But of course, I think the biggest story going into the day was, of course, NRG. And that first real huge matchup for us in the upper bracket was FaZe versus NRG. This was just an exciting match in general, Gibbs.
Absolutely. And I've been on the FaZe train. I've been waiting for this moment where they get one of these big wins against one of the top teams. Well, I guess not a top team anymore, but used to be a top team in North America. And FaZe showed up. They lost to NRG 5 times in a row. And finally, they take them down. And their day one performances through winter and spring, they only lost once through all those regionals. So FaZe Clan knows how to show up on day one, unlike NRG with a lot of slow starts, James.
Well, and I want to clarify too, FaZe didn't get the win. They got given the win. I can talk more about it if you want, but I'm just going to say that. And then also, this was such a disappointing series for me. I'm happy for Complexity, right? Raise Bull, you're crazy, cool. The South American playstyle, fearless solo plays, the 0-second goals, that shot at 0 seconds in game 3, that was the turning point of the series. Complexity, from that point on, they had it. They had it. NRG, they were slumping, but that 0-second shot from Raise Bull, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, and I felt that something bad was going to happen.
Dude, you could feel a change in the force after it happened. Literally, it was a weird shift, and everybody started thinking in that Complexity series, oh no, is this actually going to happen? There's no way, right? And then you keep inching closer and closer, and I could see the frown on James Bott's face continue to get worse and worse and worse.
A reverse sweep the first time since season 4 for NRG. That doesn't happen to that team. This is the lowest they have ever been, but they are going to the World Championship. They're not going to the major, but they do have a spot in the World Championship, so they can redeem themselves in 2 months' time.
And I've one last thing to say, Gibbs. On that FaZe series, the reason NRG gave that away is because they were winning until the final seconds in both of those game 1 and game 3 that they gave up. They let those last second goals in. In the game 3, they were ahead by 2 with 30 seconds left, and they failed on kickoff again. When are pros, and specifically NRG, I'm going to call them out, when are you going to spend some time developing a kickoff meta? That kickoff has burned them more times than I can count this split, and it may have been the difference between them going to London or not. So that just needs to change. FaZe, they got given that game. Also, I'm sorry to Sipical, and I'm sorry to AJ. I said in that series on Mission Control that First Killer was doing everything, and then they popped off. So a formal apology issued. Sipical, please forgive me. That was a great redirect that you had. So that's all. That's all I got.
Okay. All right.
You got everything off his chest.
Here's the thing.
I don't feel better. No, that's the problem.
This is the best pre-show.
I feel better when NRG knows how to do a kickoff and knows how to close out a win. I can't feel better, Turtle. It's just ship is stale.
I'm sorry.
Wow. I just love passion, whether it's angry passion or happy passion. So I'll always spend some time for that. But let's look at the bracket here. Let's see where we ended up, because again, there were more stories happening across this. A lot of teams' seasons, in all honesty, ended here in that lower bracket. I mean, so many teams entered with the hopes of still going to majors, the hopes of still going to worlds. And then you look at the lower bracket, again, so many teams, you had Sonics, you had Rogue, you had NRG, so many of these teams, journeys, Turtle, just coming to an end. The season for them is over. And
that is it's a very painful statement, to be honest with you. And a lot of these teams, they were still fighting to get to Worlds, to have a chance to at least make it as far in this tournament as they possibly could. And they're going to have to be watching from the sidelines, similar to NRG for the upcoming major.
Can you just
NRG actually made it to the,
bro. You don't need to add that in.
I'm sorry. I had to just throw it in there.
No, you didn't. That's the problem.
Real quick.
You could have just
look at G2. We're not talking about NRG more. Look at G2. They won the first 2 regionals, and in their round 1s, they won those in game 5. Now they're going 3-0, 3-0. G2 is looking better and better. They might actually get a 3-peat First time ever for a major region or a big region. So that's insane. They're looking so incredibly good.
Well, James mentioned some sick plays before, so you know what time it is. It's time to get to the best plays here, chat. I'm going to get you guys involved. We're going to put out some plays. They're going to have a number attached to them. When the plays are done, you can spam before. We're just not counting. Start spamming which one you think was the best out of these plays. We'll get the analyst thoughts too. We'll tally it up and see what chat collectively thought. But now it is time to get to our 7 plays that took it to 11. Starting us off, there had to be a complexity play. Raise Bull is always in there. This was insane. A tight redirect. It was 0 seconds, game 5 winner to keep them alive. This was
every day. It's a redirect by him.
That wasn't his only 0-second goal. That's the mind-blowing part.
And then AJ, my son, look at this. The pinch off of Garrett G's car against NRG. AJ making it look good. A little wave dash on the floor as well. And Justin, there's no stopping that.
And this was the play where I had to issue my formal apology to First Killer's doing all the work. Look at this shot. Perfect. There were 2 defenders from NRG back. It didn't make a difference.
You think mechanics are nice, though. When you can just demo people. You don't need to hit crazy redirects. 3-man demo. Everybody taking out the pitch. And the worst thing that could have ever happened is if you missed this one, but Fifi, he got it.
He got it.
Yeah, that would not have been fun. But let's keep the number 3 going. 3-man passing play. FaZe connecting so much. Again, Gibbs said he's finally happy to see this team connecting, getting what they need to get done. Placement was key too.
And what's better than 3 demos? Well, not 2 demos, but it's still a nice play. Atomic coming out with 2 demos here. Turns into a nice pass.
Well, I mean, you have to get the pass from JNAP too. So, there's a little bit more layers there.
There's some, but not
And just to finish it off, why not a little butt musty flick?
There you go. Is that the technical term? Is that the
butt musty?
Yeah, I heard Spaceman calls that the dumpy flick.
The dumpy flick
is what I don't know if I like that term. I think that's but
I like it.
He coined it
because it wasn't like a full out musty. You know what I'm saying? He used like the end of his car, and it was a nice little dump flick.
All right. Well, chat, start spamming away. I see you're doing that already. We're going to start counting. Just a reminder, play number 1 was that Raise Bull redirect for the 0-second game 5 winner. We had number 2 at the AJ flip reset, pinch fake kind of thing. Typical with that banger of a redirect at number 3. Triple demo at 4. 3-man passing play from FaZe at 5. The double demo at 6. And that beast mode butt musty dumper thing at 7. So he starts spamming away. I'm curious to see what the analysts think here, what their favorite plays are. Yeah, okay, Gibbs is going right in at 3. You like that banger? Okay, that's fair. How about you, James?
I'm gonna go with Raise Bull, number 1. Number 1 for me.
Yeah, I'm also I have to go with that. I think, to me, 0-second goals hold a special spot in my heart. Even though Raise Bull, I didn't know which 0-second goal it was going to be because he also scored that one
it's all the time.
In game 3 against NRG. So I got to go with Raise Bull.
Yeah, I think I'll have to back it up. That's typical. That was a great shot, but I have to go with number 1. But
the context of it.
Apparently, Gibbs knows what chat's wants. 3 is coming in at this. The typical banger.
Gibbs was
Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Typical showing up. And it just seemed like, a lot of these top plays, I just want to mention, against NRG's defense. Just want to point that out, James. But
that's
typical.
So you get mad at me, dude. You really earn your analyst paycheck. Very good insight.
Great shot. Great shot. Maybe poor defense, but great shot.
I think chat was just happy to hear James have to issue an apology. That's why they picked number 3. But I always love all these plays, all sick. We're going to get some more sick plays going forward. But we have to find out where that puts us now, because we're coming to an end. The points race is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Let's talk about those spring points first here, Gibbs, and what's on the line.
London Major, very, very important. You get a lot more points there. You also get to play in front of a crowd and win lots of money. Top 5 from North America will go. And right now, the race is almost over. The top 5 look pretty set, but Complexity is the only team alive outside the top 5, but they have to make it to the grand finals to have any chance at all. But version 1 and G2, they have clinched already. Envy, Space Station, and FaZe, they can clinch today. And if Complexity loses today, all 3 will clinch at the same exact time. So not a lot going on there. But when we look at the whole year of points, it's a lot more to talk about as well. World Championship spots are up in the air, basically. So we have 3 wildcard spots for NA and a virtual lock of at least 3 for the main event. They can get a 4th. So that's where we're looking at Complexity yet again. They're on the bubble. They don't want to hope that NA has a good London Major. They want to pass Team Envy and be a virtual lock for the World Championship. But we will see G2, Energy, and FaZe have already clinched. Space Station and Version 1 basically have as well, but they would need things to go terribly wrong for them. So that's what we're looking at the World Championship. And then Oxygen, technically they are alive. They are in 8th. They need NA to basically sweep the entire London Major. So they would get 5 spots in the main event, and then Oxygen would squeak in at that point for the World Championship bid. But it's very, very unlikely.
Honestly, with all that numbers and math and stuff, I want to bring things down a little bit. Let's dumb it down. We got too intelligent with numbers here. Let's put on some tinfoil hats.
Okay.
Let's get some conspiracy going here. Let's see who comes up with the best conspiracy thing. You know what, chat? I'm gonna get you involved too. I'm gonna let you guys judge us. We'll have yay or nay showing up on the screen here. All you have to do is spam hashtag yay or hashtag nay in the chat to see if you agree, if you think these conspiracy theories are good. We're gonna start off with James. James looks like he's ready. Like he's got something good on the line here for us.
Yeah, first off, I resent the fact that you said what I'm saying is not going to be smart. Okay. This is
okay.
going to be, this is Giga Brain. Okay.
Okay.
So everybody knows that Turbo Pulsa is the undisputed greatest Rocket League player of all time. He's the GOAT.
Okay.
He's the 4-time. He's the GOAT.
I'm with you.
They never really benched him. This whole play with Illusion. I mean, when you're Turbo Pulsa and you've done it all, not only once, not only twice, 3, 4 times, what else do you have to motivate you? You know, you got to have something, light a fire. They knew this about Turbo, okay?
Really?
So they bench him in favor of Illusion just so that he gets reignited.
Oh, okay.
And Turbo is going to be the secret weapon for Envy to go and let Turbo become the 5-time.
Okay, so we think that the Turbo benching was intentional. They always knew Turbo was coming back to the main roster.
But this was the whole plan all along.
Was Illusion in on this?
No.
Oh,
but I think he was, because I
was-
think everyone knew this coming in. They're like, oh, Turbo's going to the bench. That means Envy's going to win Worlds because they're going to bring Turbo back. I think that's not really a conspiracy theory. I think that's just a well-known fact.
Oh my God!
happened
Yeah,
there,
so,
all right?
so that this is so. What you're saying is it's not a well-known conspiracy. You think it is because
Yeah,
you
it's a
think
fact.
you're such a good analyst. But
It's a-
I sniffed it out.
Okay.
I sniffed it out.
Fair.
Okay.
He's bringing it to the table. No one
Let's
else
see
has the
those
guts to
votes.
say it. So that's true. Okay, chat. How do you feel about this one? Do you think that's the truth?
Okay.
I'm a little okay. People
I'm
are on
getting a lot
board.
of yays in chat.
Okay.
All right.
People are on board here. All right. Who's next? Who wants
Okay.
Turtle next?
Oh, that was my turn.
I know. Well, I'm just going by what.
Let Gibbs go. Gibbs, you go.
Following the rules here.
No, Turtle, go. Turtle.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry. Mine's not as exciting. I've kind of. Mine's a little bit boring.
Okay.
Unless you're a FaZe Clan fan, okay? My theory is that FaZe Clan, they have been they've been putting up numbers, all right? In the first regional, the second regional. However, they haven't won one. They haven't even made it to the grand finals, all right? I am theorizing that FaZe Clan, they don't make it to the grand finals again. They don't win any regionals here, but it's all a bait. It's a trap to absolutely destroy in London. Absolutely destroy. They're going to get to London and just smack everybody. It's not just going to be First Killer doing everything. Typical AJ, they're going to start popping off. James White, you're going to have to send them another
I just
apology.
put Nay in chat.
No.
I put Nay in chat.
You think they're losing on purpose?
The theory
I
is that
think they're
they're
losing on
sandbagging? You think
Yes.
FaZe is sandbagging?
Because they want to throw a little trap in. It's a bait, James. It's a bait. They don't want to make it to the grand finals. They don't want to go all the way. They want to just inch by
You
inch.
need to
They're
think
rested.
about the fallout of what you're suggesting. You're suggesting
you
that they are
mean?
throwing. You're saying
I'm
that
not
they are
suggesting
sandbagging.
that they're
No, yes,
necessarily
you are.
throwing.
That's your
They
theory.
just
Is that
happen
they're throwing
to
on
use
purpose?
an old GameCube controller at the last series of the day.
Sounds like
You know
you're
what I'm
He's
saying?
using a wave bird.
Yeah,
There you
come
go.
on.
There you go. Okay.
Please.
I like
Chat,
that theory.
chat,
Please.
are you on board with this one? You think
It's
FaZe is sandbag?
genius.
Oh,
No, yeah.
Turtle.
Yeah, this is a big, yeah. Honestly, Turtle, don't come back. That
Maybe
was the
you know what?
worst theory.
Maybe Turtle's doing some meta stuff here. He's sandbagging his conspiracy theory to make us look good, right?
Yeah,
All right.
that's believable. That's
All right.
more believable.
Okay,
He's out.
Gibbs, you better
He's
have something
out.
good for us here.
All right,
Go.
all right.
I'm
So
back.
here's mine. We're going to talk about the infamous London commercial, the unfinished business for NRG. What happened at the end of the commercial, though? Garrett G bumped into Fireburner. What actually happened? Garrett G broke his hand then, and he's been playing one-handed ever since then. We've never seen on camera both his hands. Never have. So I think he's been playing one-handed. That's why NRG didn't do well here, like at the major, and then throughout all of these regionals. Garrett G's been playing one-handed for the last 4 tournaments.
It sounds
And now
like
it's going to rest up, and he will be ready for the World Championship. But it's all because of the London commercial where he bumped into Fireburner.
It sounds like
He
you're
broke
feeding
his
some
hand.
Kopi into James here.
I'm
No,
just saying.
honestly, I just think
Just saying.
it's another asinine theory. It's like spend some time to develop a rational theory. Garrett
just saying.
played better than anyone on NRG. This event,
Have you
he
seen
played
both
better
his
than
hands? Have you seen both his hands in one shot?
I
No, you
haven't.
haven't.
I will
Imagine
admit, I
he
haven't
played with
seen
2
his
hands,
hands.
though.
So you're
Just saying.
how swole does Fireburner have to be to break his hand?
It's Fireburner. He
Whenever
wins
he
every
bumps into it.
50-50. He wins every 50-50. He broke his hand. Easy.
That's true. He does.
Bro, this
Okay.
better get worse numbers than me. I am gonna be so disappointed.
Honestly,
What I've
Turtle,
seen
I think your theory was hands
Bro,
down.
nice.
though.
What is
my-
it?
I was thinking
Thank you,
69%.
Twitch. Thank you. I know what Twitch likes. All right. Thank you, Twitch.
Oh my
This
goodness,
is the most
Jack.
copium I've ever seen in my entire life.
This is a lot of Kopi.
This is the excuse they wanted, Gibbs.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
I'm gonna
But I won.
save mine for another time.
So I
because,
won. So there you go.
Apparently Gibbs won. Apparently Gibbs is right. Garrett G has a broken hand, but he'll be better for Worlds, which I guess is good to hear for NRG fans, right? Let's start talking. Let's bring it back serious a little bit here because we got our matches coming up. Again, there's going to be some more elimination on the line here. Look at this. Let's look at the schedule just so you know what's coming your way. So if your favorite team is playing, make sure you should just stay here all day, but make sure you're here for your favorite team. We have 4 matches already on the docket lined up for you. Those TBDs are down the line because we don't know who's going to play there yet, but those will also be elimination matches. So you want to stay tuned all day long for some great Rocket League. The last North American regional. The Nissan Classic is here, and it's going to be exciting. Let's talk about that first matchup, though. Accru versus Envy. Now, Envy, still a lot on the line for them. This is very important that they get a couple wins here. Accru, though, has been starting to tear through some of the top dogs. They're starting to make people look over their shoulder and say, we got to watch out for these guys. Astro Oath and Fifi are super, super strong on the field and starting to look terrifying. But again, Envy, Gibbs, this is a lot on the line for them for this lower bracket run.
Absolutely. Like if Envy wins both their games throughout today, then they just clinch. They don't have to worry about anything else. So that is what they're hoping for. But Accru, this could be their final match of the whole year. So Accru wants to go in just having fun, having a good time. If they can't make London
That
Major,
could be dangerous.
they can't make World Championship. So if they go in just having fun, maybe go for 3 demos at a time, who knows?
Well, as we said, Envy's on their last push for London here. So let's take a look at what Mist has to say about it.
I think the team definitely needed something new after the winter split, and I think Alu is a really good player. I don't think he should be a coach at all. I think he's super talented and super impactful, so I definitely convinced him to play for us.
The numbers advantage.
get him.
A miss
He
for
got him.
baseball. Illusion will clutch it for Envy in game 2.
For the previous regionals, the whole team actually flew into Dallas to play from there so we could play together. But for this one, unfortunately, we're going to be playing from home, but still same game plan, obviously, but from home this time.
The shot. Immediate
my.
answer. Top corner from Mist.
Making London Major is really important for Worlds. Those points are just too important to miss out on. All of us know the implications, and I think we're all really excited because we all like playing under pressure. It's what all this it's why we do this, So I think we're all really excited to play this weekend.
Lucian back to Dries. Dries with the shot. It's low, and it will find the right side. Envy gonna take the lead.
I mean, last time I had British food was like a long time ago, and I think it was just like fish and chips, but I'm a really picky eater, so I don't know. I don't really like it that much, but you never know.
Here's one drop down in front of Mist. Now the shot over Atomic. Dries gonna do it in 2 minutes of overtime, and Envy take game.
And again, Envy on their last life down in the lower bracket here. They have to make this push. The question is, chat, do you think they're going to do it? Let's get the Verizon fan vote going. Let's see what chat is saying. you know, you guys already warmed up with all the segments before, so I hope you're ready to vote here. Hashtag AKRW or hashtag Envy to vote for the team you think's moving on. One life, you lose, you're done here. Envy with a lot on the line, a crew wanting to have fun. I'm sure they're all wanting to have fun, but they got a little more freedom to just say, hey, like, last hurrah here. Analysts, I need to know your thoughts. Let's get our predictions up while we do this. You know, I'll start us off here. I feel like Envy has to do this, and I feel like there might, you know, there's credence to James' theory. You know, I think Turbo's coming in with a fire lit under him right now, and I think Envy is going to be able to shut down a crew. I love what I'm seeing from a crew, but I think Envy will be able to shut them down, Gibbs.
A season can end today, but it won't. A crew is going to make the run, the underdog story, and make it to the final day, top 4. I'm going to crew.
That should have been your conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Hey, I won that segment. All right.
Gibbs was just playing the numbers. He was playing the numbers. I was watching a crew play yesterday, and I was really impressed, particularly with Oath. Oath, very physical, perhaps the most physical team that I've seen play this split so far, and a very clutch shooter. But I have really liked what I've seen out of the Mist Drees combo on offense. I love the mechanics out of Drees, and I think that physical gameplay won't be as successful against Team Envy. I'm going with Team Envy.
All right, Envy. Okay, you gonna be with Gibbs on this one, Turtle? Or you gonna make some sense here?
Simply put, no.
Okay.
I am not coming over there on that side because a crew. It's the same thing as everybody's saying. You know, they look great. They seem like they're starting to figure things out, but they haven't gotten consistent wins against teams near Envy skill caliber and above. They've only been dealing with, you know, Pittsburgh Knights, Sonics, people a little bit in the more bubble scene here. I think that I need to see more of a convincing win from them earlier on to pick them against Team Envy, and for that reason, simply put, I'm going Envy.
Okay, I may chat. Well, are you gonna back Gibbs up again on this one, or is? No, I didn't think so.
It was hard because it's 4 letters to spell out, so they're not going to do it for a crew. That's the only reason why. It's fine.
Yeah,
I don't understand
is
how
that why?
that ever sides with you
What are you
when
saying
you
about
question
that?
their intelligence, man. Like,
I didn't. I just said
That's
it's more
just brutal.
work. You know, they're here
that's rude,
to
Gibbs.
enjoy
you think
the
they're
show.
lazy? Which one is that? Do you think
They're here to enjoy
stupid,
the
or do you
show.
think
They're on their
They're
lazy.
efficient with their time. Efficient.
Oh my
Okay,
god!
well-
I can't believe chat ever agrees with you.
This
They
matchup
love
is about ready. The Verizon Skybox is actually, guys. Before we go, I've had this big red button here this whole time. It's been flashing and taunting me. Should I press it?
Yes, absolutely.
Why not? Do
All
it.
right, let's see what it does.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
That's right. Tickets going on
I
sale,
got
dude.
two.
There, let's go. You didn't see that coming, did you?
Bye.
Did
Bye.
buy your tickets. Just, it's coming up. Forward Texas, 4 Worlds. This is absolutely huge. First time we get a Worlds back with an audience. Get in line because you know those things are gonna go fast. We got to talk to them about how this is gonna work, Gibbs, though, because this is an interesting world, something so unique. We've never seen this before.
We have a crowd for every single day of this tournament. Wild card and group stage, though, there's only 1,000 of you that will get to watch. You have to buy an arena ticket, and then you can buy per day if you want for wild card and group stage, or the pavilion pass, which will get you all of them, and you'll save a little bit of money as well. So that is what we are looking at right now. But you can buy per day, like if you're only going to be around for the last 2 days of group stage, plus the finals on the weekend, then you could buy that way. But you have to buy an arena ticket to purchase the other days. But again, only 1,000 of you will be there for the wild card or the group stage. It's going to be a ton of fun, very exclusive as well. But for the arena, don't fret, because if you buy an arena ticket for the World Championship main event, you will see every single team Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because the last day we're sending 8 teams into a bracket. 1 will be victorious. It's going to be an epic day for a line share of over $2 million. So you won't want to miss it.
This is great. I want to look at the layout here. Let's take a look at the seating, because To me, this is the greatest setup. Turtle, when you're in the center of an audience and all that energy is just pouring into you, it's something else.
It has always been my favorite setup for any event, not only as a player, but also as a spectator, and then now even working as a caster. Like it works in every single aspect, and I'm so excited that that's what we're recreating here now to go into the World Championship, because it's going to be the best time to be a Rocket League fan. It's quite literally the pinnacle of Rocket League, what we've all been working for towards this one specific event. It's gonna be amazing.
James, the last time there was an event that unfortunately we didn't get to do was in Texas, and that sold out really quickly. What's the record here? 5 minutes, 4 minutes? How fast is it going to sell out?
Well, I don't know. It's a lot bigger of an arena, so
true.
there's a lot more seats available, and really, this, like Turtle said, this is the pinnacle of Rocket League Esports. This will be the biggest event, the biggest moment in history that the game has ever seen. It is this is our latest World Championship, right? But in a way, it is the first of a new era. This is the first time we're having a World Championship for a year-long season. There has never been more pressure, never been more on the line, and this is going to be an event that you do not want to miss. So set your calendar, wake up early, have 4 laptops ready to go, like be pressing refresh, get a ticket. You're not going to want to miss it.
That's it. June 3rd, get in line. Make sure you do not miss the opportunity. This is going to be a huge celebration of Rocket League and just everyone getting together for one thing, all that passion in one place. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. But we still have some games to get to before we get to that situation. So let's continue on with our day. The Verizon Skybox is waiting with Shogun and Stumpy. Now Envy will clinch with 2 wins, but a crew has proven to be a thorn in the sides of a few teams now. The question is, can Turbo help? Find out right now.
As if I needed any more reasons to be excited, Stumpy. We just keep adding to it. Welcome, everybody, to the Saturday, and a big Saturday for an awful lot of teams. One of them here, obviously playing Team Envy, Stumpy. And as they were saying over on the desk, it's one thing to do it in the previous era, but Turbo looks to now do it in the next one and send his team through to London.
He's back. Like, Lucian, bless him, is feeling a bit sicky, so he's not going to be playing today, at least. We don't know about tomorrow, what's going to be happening if Envy do make it through. But Turbo is here. Theoretically, we could be seeing him go through to Worlds. And everybody, Leaf already rammed it down your throat as much as he could, but buy your tickets, get involved. You need to come to the biggest RLCS event we have ever had over at Dickey's Arena, but there are still teams that are trying to make it there. Envy just want to try and lock in their place. This is one step on their journey to getting there.
Yeah, currently only 40 points separating Envy and Complexity in the overall standings. That is between 6th and 7th. North America, though, after the incredibly good performance they had over in LA. By the way, Stumpy's still jealous that you were over at that one. You don't really want to be risking that. You also don't want to be stuck in a Rule 1 against your teammate. That tends to be counterintuitive. Yeah, for NA, that LA performance helped out an awful lot, but you still want to just be over in that top 6, get yourself into those wildcard spots.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, confirm yourself as early as you can, and then it brings some of that pressure off. Some teams thrive under it, but you don't want to rely on those late day pop-offs where you need to have the performance of your life. Oath going for a fantastic shot there, but saved away by Mist. The minute gone and no incident. Complexity and all of their fans will be having a very close eye on this series, and a cracking shot from the midfield sent long by Drees.
I want to take a look at this rotation one more time, actually, on the side of a crew, because, well, there's 3 players behind that ball. There was 0 players in front of the ball by the time it had got into the back of the net. A huge rotational mistake there from a crew, who the desk did mention are the team that are coming in without any real threat to their season, because their season is already done. This is the final tournament that they will play. And this is something that we were all kind of looking forward to. When this format was announced, there was always the realization that by the time we get to the end of the season, due to the nature of Rocket League, new teams might pop up, new players might pop up, and they're just going to be the landmines that will prevent some of these top teams from having the easy run that they might have expected.
I mean, yeah, you talk about the landmines, and Crew is absolutely explosive. Like, step on them, and you are going to go sky high because they have had a very, very big impact on this tournament so far. We are here in lower round 3 on the Saturday, and despite that, Crew are the season leaders in a couple of stats, which is quite impressive. Sure, there are less data points for them, but 85% of all of their goals, for example, this season have been assisted. That's nuts. They are the number 1 team at the moment across the season. They're number 3 in spring. They play together so incredibly well. They also have unreal save statistics, and they are aggressive. They want to not just be a team that will float around, maybe take a scalp here and there. They want to make sure that these big teams are scared of them. The major contenders aren't just going to be getting a free dub.
Well, right now, they're up against a 1-goal lead for Team Envy, and it was an Envy squad that, when they first brought Turbo in, kind of just got known for 1-0 as Fifi gets faked out by Mist, who tried to show that maybe he'll go up the backboard, couldn't find the demo, infield pass to Turbo. This is an Envy lineup that, if you look at it, should be one of the most difficult ones to break down once they have that 1-goal lead. The difficulty has always been for them is getting that 1-goal lead. It tends to go maybe downhill a little bit before then.
That's a very key word, Shogun, that you said, though. Should.
Yep.
Should, theoretically.
Look,
and we've said that about Envy so many times, that it should be hard to beat them. It should be hard to score against them. But they have made it easier at times for their opponents than I'm sure that they would have liked.
Well, this has been the split that they have managed to start putting some of those demons to rest. Now we're looking to try and at least keep that one going with the addition of Super Sub Turbo, probably the scariest version of Turbo out there, as I'm sure many of our longtime viewers might be fully aware of. Drees back into the midfield, there's a minute and 20 left on the board. They'll try and find a way past Oaf, who gets the infield actually and immediately shut down. Having none of it in the midfield, missed straight over to that one. There's now Astro. He does have Fifi in the midfield one more time if he wants to get to it. Instead of going for a lot of solo plays, a demo as well.
Massive.
First one in, bang, into the back of the net.
Continuing to add on to those assist statistics as well. Just another pass coming from Astro, 50ing it with Mist, and the demo to remove Turbo Pulsar from the field. Super Sub, no more. He's going to have to rebuild from the bench.
Very well played by a Crew, getting everybody involved. 3 players all doing their part on and off the ball, and they have got themselves back into this game with a minute left. Really quite key to do that as well, because when you see that minute left on that 1-goal lead, that's where suddenly the idea of just playing regular Rocket League kind of goes by the wayside a little bit more. You're more happy to settle. Envy will not have the choice to do it anymore. Instead, they've got to get back into this. Missed shot! Kept out by Oaf. That was such a hard save to make as well, because it's one thing coming at it from an angle and push it away from the net, but when you are just square to the ball, that becomes a lot more difficult.
Yeah, your momentum is almost guiding that ball back into the net, and you cushion it as it finds its way, but instead being able to send it to the side is fantastic. The final 20, both these teams dead even so far at 1-1, with Fifi going central, though. It's Drees trying to save it away, going to the ceiling. Oath going for that retro Devo backboard play. Wasn't able to pull it off this time, and we approach overtime to open up this best of 5 series. Are we going to get there, though, as Astro face off versus Drees? Fifi happy to pass, but way too far forward. Turbo to intercept.
Yeah, that was one that it felt like muscle memory came into trying to actually go for that play, because I'm absolutely certain that he must have seen Turbo and must have at least known that that one wasn't going to be on. Missed off the reset. Yeah, that's how you deal with missed on the reset. I don't disagree with that one in the slightest. Missed reset or missed backboard double tap. At the second one, actually, yeah, you have no chance of stopping, really. Very much has got a name for himself over the past few seasons, but I gotta say, a Crew have been creating more half chances themselves, as Drees back to Turbo, instantly blocked.
They haven't looked particularly clean, though, at least to open up this overtime. A couple double commits, tripping over each other's laces. Been somewhat messy, but Envy, on the other side of things, they haven't exactly tried to turn too many goals in. The 50 on the goal line. It was slowed down by Oath, but not nearly enough, with Drees barreling down on him.
I'm going to look at where Oath was, and yeah, just the first touch took it so far away from him. If you're going to do that, it has to be glued to the side of your car. It simply wasn't, and Drees will take the win. And for a Crew, the 2 goals that they conceded, they'll be pretty disappointed with. That first one especially.
Yeah, definitely avoidable. But Envy taking away that 2-1 win. And I actually really want to give a lot of credit to Envy for sure. There was always that question mark of, Illusion coming in. Was it always the plan to bring him from that coach role then into being a player? That's been the question on everyone's lips. But he is out sick for this weekend, and it is an absolutely vital weekend for Envy to still be performing. Their sub Turbo, obviously, the GOAT of Rocket League, he's still their sub. It shows the importance of having a good sub. So many teams historically, they've either not really cared or, they'll sign somebody who can't actually play anywhere near this level. We're seeing that Envy are still performing with their sub because he's one of the greatest players of all time. Sure, he's fallen off in recent times, but it is so important that you have somebody that you can trust, you can respect, and also who understands the team.
Imagine that. Like, we see so many teams that will just sign the coach up. No, I don't dislike the idea. Just make sure you've got somebody around. And then you just imagine elsewhere, they just go, oh, what's this? World champion? Oh, well, I don't mind if we do. We'll throw him in there.
World champion, world champion, world champion, world champion. All of the medals are here.
We get ourselves into game number 2 over on Aquadome. And it is a crew that maybe have some answers to find. Offensively, I do like what they're doing. They haven't overstretched, and the one time that they did go all in, it worked. Got the demos, got the passing plays, got the goal. Simple as that, really. But the goals they conceded just felt like they were tripping over themselves. This is also not being helped out. Trying to play off the backboard, just gave it away in the midfield.
A couple of awkward positions. Oath found himself in there as well. The ball kept flying over his head, but he didn't reposition to get into a more beneficial position for himself and for his team. He just kept reversing, going forwards, reversing again, and nothing really came of it. You can't keep doing that on the goal line because you'll get in the way, you'll confuse your teammates, unless your communication is incredibly on point. Even then, just position a bit better.
Yeah, every time we've spoken to Greg, and it's one of the main things. Oh, dearie me, Astro! Well, I was going to say, if you're reversing, you've made a positioning mistake. This one is just an outright mistake. And Dries has got another one.
What would Gregan say about missing it in the corner and then conceding?
I don't know. If that happened with Gregan around, he's just silent for the next, 10 minutes. just goes into his shell. But I'm not talking about that.
But also, you're in the wrong. You're like, sorry, Gregan. That was my fault. I know.
Well, tell you what, Envy do not need any apologies sent their way. Very happy with just the gifts that have been handed over to them by a crew. Again, I like a crew's gameplay overall. I think it's very solid. But you can't do that against a team like this.
You can't do that against any team that you're facing in the RLCS. You can't literally miss it in the corner. And lots of teams will do that, obviously accidentally. But it will always lead to a problem. It was an unforced error. Astro, we're going to get over it as well. Don't worry. It's only one. There's still 3 minutes left, over 3 minutes left to be getting a goal back. You proved you can do it previously. Fifi on target. The Turbo saving it away, saving it as just that lead. Maintained for Envy so far. A great shot top corner. Oath positioning so much better there. Reversed into the net. Has the opportunity to come out and meet the ball on the line.
I like that they didn't try to overplay it either. Just get yourself there, push it to the corner, work after the fact. Well, 2 minutes gone here. This has been the major problem for a crew, is that despite the goal that they got earlier on where they could commit all 3 players, is Oath has missed it again. And Dries could have put that top corner had he believed in the miss, which, fair enough at this level of play, you don't expect to see. But it's just been holding Team Envy in this position. You can see what Dries is doing here. He's got so much time. Take a look at where Mist is. He started at the back third. He's now back in position. He's now wiped off the field. Everybody's wiped off the field. This is the best chance a crew are going to have. And they put the ball wide. Follow up with Fifi. That one's wide. They've managed to hit both sides of the goal. None of it is in. And a crew can't deliver when it's important.
The double demo in that midfield was perfection. The pass was perfection. And the shot is absolutely slim-slammed wide. A screamer coming out for a crew. This should be 1-1. But that ingenuity, those opportunities, they can re-emerge. That is not the end of the game for a crew by any means. There is still opportunities. Just go for those demos more. It completely tore Envy apart. That looks like a great idea. But Turbo receiving that pass from the corner. No goal, but the save is vital again, and a good chance for dribble to Fifi.
Yeah, Turbo felt like he could have done more of that shot, but that seems to be a sentiment that felt across the entire field. You did mention that you will hope that a crew will get another chance like that. The problem is that's the first big one they've had across the entirety of this game. It has been so difficult for them to get everyone involved. This time around, it didn't end up with a goal for them. Astro just puts it straight forward. You can't do that. Where's Mist? Back over to Dries. It's so wasteful. Now try and take the challenge. I really feel like a crew maybe need to start relying here on a bit of individual prowess. Get those 50-50s because these loose balls are being gobbled up by Team Envy. They can just continuously get in the well. There you go, Oath. Off the wall, followed it up. 1-1.
Brilliant movement from Oath, where Fifi comes in for the challenge, touches it just past Trees on that sideboard, then Oath can double it in. Brilliant assist, and being able to move up so close to your teammate shows a huge amount of trust. And that just continues with the amount of assists that this team gets. Again, 85% of all of their goals have come from assists. It is unreal how much they rely on each other. Maybe sometimes too much, sure, but a lot of teams will play for years and not have that level of teamwork and that level of synergy.
They're up against the defense for now. Dries, I don't even make the infield pass seem too obvious, but still well played by a crew to read that one, put a player in the corner, make sure that the off-angle double tap wasn't available. Missed back into the midfield. Dries wants to take it. It would have been near impossible angle instead. Leads for Turbo. He's shooting much better than last time. Put it up high and force the save.
Yeah, great idea there from Astro. Just take that first save, and then he touches it slightly over towards his teammate. Not with too much power, just so he can lead it. And again, an overtime is on the horizon. Missed. Look at him lurking down the pitch. He did that previously. It nearly led to a goal. Fifi trying to intercept Dries here. He does so. Will be able to touch it to the floor as well. And that is just another overtime for a crew. Around 60% of their games this season so far have gone to an overtime. What a ridiculous stat. They just love it.
It's a team as well that we don't know if it's playing up or playing down, just depending on what round it actually is that they're in. For now, though, it's definitely playing up. They have, once again, got another overtime. They'll look to try and grab another overtime win. This is a good spot to be in as well. They've still on some boost. They've got good pressure. One bad side of it, you're taking on Mist and some 50-50s. That tends to not work out all that great. Now, Dries off the wall. He's got a bit of time to work with. Have the boost to work with, however. Some boost steals as well. So it's now up to a crew just to settle down here. Make sure that they don't panic. Make sure they don't try and rush this because they can get caught out if they do. And Dries just floats straight past the ball. Now it's a crew's opportunity. Off the wall, Fifi called off, takes the shot and missed. Happy to collect on the backboard.
I really like what Fifi attempted there. He was called off the shot and he immediately repositioned to go for the bump instead. Flying right above the goal line with his flip still available meant that nobody from the net could take that chance and fly up directly. It made it more awkward for the defense. Regardless, though, they did manage to get the goal from it. And a pass from Turbo, we'll see Dries shooting high above the goal. Oath this time, much more strong. Passes it across to Astro.
A dunk in the midfield from Fifi. It's up to Dries to take control yet again. Turbo midfield. Play, though, far too slow for that one to develop. Off the wall. And yeah, maybe a new way of taking on Mist on a 50-50 challenge is just to leave it alone entirely. Able to wrong foot the defender coming up towards him. Mist does have Turbo actually quite close. Instead, tried to go by himself. I've been clipped actually on his way up. A minute and 40. This is starting to look significantly better for a crew. They've had more territory than they had at any point during the regular game, and that is going to catch everybody out. Somehow, Dries didn't manage to go too far forward and Turbo on the breakaway.
I'm kind of gutted that didn't go in. Fifi managing to get that flip reset and then shooting it past two defenders, not quite past the third. But instead, 2 minutes in this overtime will be going. So far, a crew are at a 50% win rate in all of their overtimes, so neither love it nor hate it. The seconds just keep ticking past. They do seem to be much more present in this overtime than they were in the main body of the game, however.
Yeah, they're just much harder to read at the moment. A crew was just the hit and hope originally, just trying to get the ball out of their own third. And then, you know, hope that something went for them later on. But instead, much harder to read. They're disguising their plays. We talked about it earlier on when you said about the backboard play from Fifi. As there's the shot! What a banger by Oath!
Oh, cut the difference and send it in the net, mate. Oath from the corner, taking Turbo's bluff and sending it the net. He saw that the opportunity was coming in for Turbo to get a beastly clear. He doesn't fall for it. He fancies the shot himself, and he will be bringing a crew at level with Envy. And bear in mind, if they lose here, I believe we will not be seeing them attend the London Major.
So right now, it's still in their hands. Okay. They are in a good position, but it doesn't help at the end of the day. The only thing that we know is that if Envy get through today, they're secured. Everything else gets a little bit more Gibbs's problem to sort of explain to everybody else.
What is Gibbs's problem is Direct's problem. So, sorry, lads.
But yeah, getting confirmation as well from Direct that Envy can make the major with a loss. The only problem that I really feel like that sets for them is if they do lose here, Complexity are still in this tournament, and Complexity with another win in the next round, I think would either go equal or potentially maybe even leapfrog them with a victory. So whilst the NA still looking good with their overall points, they have the potential to maybe send 7 teams. But right now 6 is sort of you're comfortable. So top 6, you want to stay there. And currently Envy occupying one of those spots, but that could very well change very quickly, as it tends to over in Rocket League. But for a crew, full kudos over to them. I wasn't impressed in the regular base game of that, but they adapted, they changed, and they managed to put everything together that they needed to, Stumpy. So from a crew in this game, I'm going to look for a little bit more of the same. Just going to hope that they control the ball a little bit more. They are doing exactly that for now. Dries takes over, missed midfield, but Astro early challenge. Off the demo, it's going to be an opportunity for Envy to set up. Here's Mist off the backboard. Just ran out of boost at the time, but if Mist has the choice, he's taking that the whole way.
Yeah, I think Mist so far, we've not seen him be as influential as I'm sure he would want to be. I've been very impressed with Dries so far, where he's been taking a lot of shots. He's been taking on the role of the man who really wants to make sure that he is the spearhead of this team, with Turbo assisting. But Mist hasn't been, necessarily the star man that we've grown to expect from Envy. Meanwhile, it's all 3 on a crew that have been impressing me thus far. With a minute gone, it has been that pressure that we saw in the overtime from a crew, though, and maybe the turning and changing of the guard.
Oh, it's an opportunity here where they can just make the mark that they want to and really announce themselves for next season. Maybe even you get invites, it's not like the off-season's going to be empty. You can make yourself a team that has to be paid attention to by organizers, then yes, they will definitely pay attention to you as Oath. Can't take it all the way around. Beefy, though, back over. He's still there. That was an unchallenged play for the longest time. Astro shot, at least on target, but Dries can keep that on the rolling path of Turbo Pulsar. It's been so difficult. I love the way a crew kind of defend that, where it's just send someone. You're not trying to win. You're just there. We'll make it easier on the next player up, but as long as you're there, the play isn't on. And you're mentioning earlier on how Mist hasn't had the opportunity to be that star player. I feel like it's because of that, because he's getting past the first player and there's just too much work to do afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a crew have been doing. They've been shutting down Mist. They must know, right, that he is the player that will be the difference maker, theoretically, on Envy. He's the one that has made life hell for the top of North America for a very long time historically. Great chance for a doink there. Oath isn't able to get it in, though, but I still respect the ambition to go for it. And Mist, again, being shut down early by Astro. The ball starting to run away from Mist and pinched into the net. Dries flips the coin and finds the lead.
I just want to see the angles that we come in from here as Oath. Yeah, he's on the inside and Dries is fully aware of the angles to play with. As long as you jump and get middle of that one, it's always going to start heading dangerously towards the path of your net. And Dries comes out on top, gets it in off the post, 1-0. The crew have to try and chase up this game yet again, but it's a position that they have got used to. And it's a position where, up to this point, I would feel more comfortable saying that they can get this back than I did in the last game. Maybe not quite so comfortable being stuck in that position, though.
Mist just went for a flip reset, landed then on his backside and tried to go for like a pogo or something just to really flex on a crew, but instead he just lazily flops towards that net and nothing comes of it. Dries over the top of 2 players, isn't able to get the shot off and Turbo into the corner. Becomes one of those back and forth once a crew need to carry that goal. And again, pinching from an crew player towards the net. They cannot keep doing that. Fifi, low on boost. It will see yet another pinch. This time, not quite finding the blue net.
You did pick up on something very key there, Stumpy, which is that it has been a little bit ping pong at times. And whilst I think the crew started off this game with a much better idea of what to do, ping pong against a team like Envy, they hit the ball better than you, just outright. You don't win that, really. They are going to maintain.
They ping better than your pong.
Exactly. But this is a better position, actually. Astro waiting in the midfield. A little bit of an attempted play out of their own side. Both, however, can't keep that pressure going. Realize he was the last man. Fifi does have options. Turbo actually covered that. I think he was aware of the player behind him.
I was so impressed with all of that. Like, I was looking like, okay, Turbo, when do you leave? Like, when do you go? But he was like, no, he carries on, and for very good reason. He had like 60 boosts. He can happily burn that as he goes through and gets the bump. Turbo Polster, has he got a fire lit underneath him?
Well, we definitely know what the fired up version of Turbo Polster is. And it's very dangerous to see because, well, he has just always been that guy in Rocket League and maybe trying to reestablish that yet again with big chance, actually, the weekend where his team does need a good performance. Might very well deliver it. Gets the demo. Unfortunately for him, the rolling ball is not quick enough to just skip in front of the net. 30 seconds. A crew needs some ideas. This is a better one off the backboard. But Drees, he's in a team with Mist. He knows what a backboard read looks like.
I reckon Oath had that as well. I back Oath to have had that read, but instead Mist getting in the way and both of a crew getting in each other's way. Drees, though, missing that. Can a crew get another late game equalizer as they have done so far through this series? Astro really had the chance. Will this pass from Oath come over? Yes, it will. Yes, it'll be on target. And yes, we have our third overtime.
You just see all of Envy sitting, waiting, daring. And it was the bravest layoff pass from Fifi that got the goal for his teammate. That is so brave and so magnificent, Stumpy.
Just excellent. Just absolutely excellent work.
Again.
Like, just can they carry that on? Can Fifi get the pass in? It does get blocked away by Mist, and now it's going to be a 3v1 versus Astro.
Oh, he's gone.
He just scored that one with another miss. Astro, stop bumping your teammates, man. You've done that like 4 times. It's never been good.
Yeah, you kind of caused the problem for us. Now get out of the way while we try and clean it up. As goes midfield, Astro, good setup. Got players around. Mist, avoids getting bumped. 0-1-0 boost. Didn't want to fully commit. It meant that his recovery back would have been somewhat slow. The play to the back, Astro not only gets the ball, but he leaves boost for his teammates. What is it with these 0-second goals, man? It has been an epidemic of them throughout this entire split. It's happening more and more often. Maybe we really are going to London for a major. It just seems like everyone's kind of in the mood for it. As the infield pass, Mist is going to find the goal. You don't find a setup much better than that one.
Coming from that left wall, all Drees had to do was find the target man. Astro did not see him whatsoever from the blind spot. The fog descends and Mist will dominate. Envy getting that vital goal to send them ahead in this series in the 3rd overtime in a row. And
I'm over them, mate. I'm done.
You're done, bored of them?
Yeah, I'm done with overtime.
Couple of regulation finishes, yeah.
A cheeky 1-0. All right.
Love a 1-0.
Regulation 1-0. First goal in the opening 3 seconds off the kickoff.
Oh, that'd be lovely. That'd be a dream, mate. But
we just keep getting exciting Rocket League with 0 seconds goal and overtime so anyone can win.
Unbelievable. But they're all 2-1s, and now we are 2-1 in this series as well.
If only I had like a scoreline that I really wanted that included 2-1s instead of the 1-0 series.
That'd be nice. It's the imperfect binary. It's bad binary. That's all it is.
It is.
I want to give a lot of credit to Oath as well. I appreciate that Envy did just win that overtime, but Oath, I'm being told, has scored 87% of all goals that a crew have scored in this tournament so far. 87%. Only 3 goals that a crew have scored, Oath has not been involved in.
And you were saying earlier on that a lot of these goals are assisted. This is just feed Oath. Where is Oath? Do you reckon he's got like, every one of these cards has got like the name tags above? Do you think his is bigger? It's just his Oath. You know where he is.
He's a big bumbling Oath.
Oh. We'll see what if he can have a big impact over here in this game, and one that his team do need. reminder, we've been talking about how nice it is just to make your marker ahead of the off-season. Good money on this as well. You win this. This is the biggest paycheck you're going to get for quite some time because this is the final tournament of Accru season.
I mean, win this and you get yourself another $2,000.
Exactly. That's not bad.
That's what you do. That's amazing. That's so good. Like, yeah, this is such a great position. And like you say, although Accru season is over, they still have a lot to fight for. The off-season coming up, there'll be teams that are looking to change up their rosters. You know, there'll be orgs looking to sign. There'll be a bit of everything.
Yes, and there's always going to be that temptation there as well to prove yourself to your teammates, as well as maybe even prove yourself to potential other teammates. But none of these players will be thinking about that for now. It's all about what's ahead of them. It's all about trying to deal with the pressure that Team Envy have put them under. A little bit more of a glimpse to the early stages of Game 2 as Fifi bullies missed off the ball. Very physical play. And it has to be said, every single time that we've seen Accru get into a position where they can play physically, they do well with it.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the 7-11 top plays earlier. That was the 3-man demo from Accru on NRG. It was just bam, 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 NRG fully removed, and they got a goal from it. Like that is something that they do. But Envy themselves, they've been turning up the demos since winter. They have increased the amount that they've been putting forward as we've headed into spring. So the physical game is more than capable for both of these teams. We've not seen it so much so far in this series, but if either of them want to turn it on, and it really looks like Accru want to, then they're in a great position to do so.
And also, you see from the reset, trying to get themselves out of their own side of the field, it's not something you would have seen earlier on in the series. Accru have settled into just doing what they know that they can do. As Astro back into the midfield, have to try and follow it up. Turbo, just the roadblock waiting for him. We're halfway done here in this game. Still no goals either side. Oath takes his time, goes backboard. Want to leave that lingering threat for the defender. One of them's gone. Misses on that backboard. Managed to hit it actually into Turbo. But still, Oath is around. Off the backboard one more time. Nobody available to take an early shot. And yes, despite bumping one, there was still 2 more around.
Yeah, disappointing shot from Astro as well. Just couldn't get any power on that. Realistically, he should have taken the touch and maybe flicked it high because the boost was starting to dwindle on the side of Envy. And then Fifi could have come in for the shot. But instead, it's just going to continue in a slightly different pattern of attack for Accru. Envy still hunting for their game-leading goals. So far, they've scored first every single time. And yet, they are only ahead by 1 game so far. It's been a brilliant battle back and forth. And pass from Turbo Pulsar leaves it over, but instead, look, he just comes straight back into the play. Turbo has been wanting to put his mark on this series as well.
Yeah, the infield pass looked like it was muscle memory again, where you just feel like you're supposed to infield, but there's nobody actually around. That one, very dangerous. It shoots into the blind spot. And Astro does have a target downfield. Not with that, though. Not with 12 boost. You ain't making it to that. As Oath instead going to go backboard. Always covered. Team Envy. Happy just they've always got 2 players around, 1 in goal, 1 backboard. Nice and simple. But Fifi's taken on a lot of players. Now he's a good shot. Didn't get it.
Fifi's movement through that, though, to get that block into the pass was absolutely spectacular. And the block again from Fifi to Astro. Going to be taking that up that left wall. Can he get it past Dries? Does attempt to with the low 50 and Oath. The Oath breaker destroying that lead advantage that Envy was searching for.
Watch Fifi. He forced Dries to go early. Just brilliant. Get up there, pre-jump, go when you are uncomfortable. Otherwise, I'm going to wipe you off the map. And for the first time, Accru have got the first goal. And they'll look to try and hold on to this for the final minute. It hasn't been that simple. It might not be that simple. Turbo hits the crossbar. Malpinel on the top. Dries tasked with finishing it, but the players back into position for Accru.
Fifi getting that block off the pre-jump, the double commit as well. I can't advise it very often, but when you get that save, you can't be too upset. A great pass central from Myth, but Turbo Pulsar plagued by shooting eye. Dries having a shot saved away again by Fifi. Missed into the corner mounts. Astro down for the own goal shot, but doesn't get it. Dries shooting again, and
look at the
on
boost.
that goal line. Time and time again, you're right. That boost completely depleted, but Envy, they're not exactly boost rich right now.
No, that was the big push, and they've had to back down and reset. Not the best catch either from Turbo. He needs to take the block, and he's actually managed to create something from that. Pops the ball into the air. Missed, not able to run onto a shot from that position, though. You see a crew just trying to spread out, make sure the backboard is covered, make sure the infield is covered. They're still up against it here, 0 boost. Although a shooting angle from there, always asking an awful lot. Turbo is just lingering. He's waiting for his chance, but he's not going to get it. A crew clear, and a crew send us to game 5.
This is where that heart rate monitor really starts to top out, where you get into the, I am sure on Envy, we're looking at a solid 200 BPM. Like, this is gamer hours now. I am so impressed by a crew for taking this to 5, and I'm also very impressed by Envy for holding them back as much as they have been. But it seems like a new gear has been reached for a crew. They get that first goal. They get that first, that first win without the overtime. Envy, they are very, very up against it now. And Turbo Pulsar, a massive underperformer in that game, only 96 points to him with a single shot. They need him to step up.
Yeah, and there was a lot of times there where the shots were falling to him. He was the one waiting for it. And unfortunately, just couldn't put it into the back of the net. But for a crew, the positioning is on point. And now that they've ironed out those mistakes, they look so difficult to get past defensively, because we look back to those opening 2 games, the goals they were conceding were their fault. It was just complete misplays. And now that they've got rid of those, it's been very impressive and very hard to try and get any sort of goal scoring opportunity, because there's always a play right in front of them. For a crew, just keep this going, really. I would say try and play without pressure. Yeah, you're just over on Champions Field up against, players that you have been watching for the longest time and that you've seen can do it over on this map. So this should be good. I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can do. Champions Field brought to you by Nissan. For Team Envy, it is all about reestablishing just how good they are.
Champions Field is where so many stories are written, and it's where so many stories end as well, and where we will be concluding that World Championship that has now been announced. The tickets are going on sale on June on the 3rd. And look at how immediately that pressure builds on the side of a crew. It is turned away, but everything just feels different on this pitch.
Yeah, this is the one where it's got very real, and that nobody else has got second chances. Fifi didn't need a second chance.
Fifi's on fire. Look at Drees just waiting, seeing what can you do? Really, Fifi, what can you... Oh, it's that. Oh, it's something spectacular. Catching the flip reset, sending it to the opposite post, and the lead. An incredibly early goal for a crew here. And Envy, they are on the chase. They are not only chasing this game win, this series win, they are chasing this season to be in their hands.
Can we have a quick go at Fifi, by the way? We just bigged up Champions Field and what it means. Fifi comes in like it's a training program. Just find the off-angle flip reset, get it past Drees. Oh, no problem. He's now tasked with at least getting a block. Defense, though, that we do see tends to suffer on a field like this, where you can't afford to make those twitch decisions that might put your team in a bad spot. Just got to trust everybody. The infield. Oh, that looked dangerous. Turbo almost right over the top of Mist, who did recover the play. But again, I said this actually in the last game, it just feels like Turbo has the on or off switch when it comes to the infield passes. And doesn't fully know the lay of the field.
Yeah, that one was just behind him by like half a car length. Any less, and he could have just, Mist could have stopped, it would have bounced high, it would have been okay. But it being behind made it very, very tough for Mist to be able to take control of that ball again. But it's a minute and a half, and it's still that lead for a crew. Envy's offense is building, though. It is putting a lot of pressure on. But Dre's burning a lot of boost there to realistically go nowhere, and only Mist on Envy with anything in the tank.
Yeah, Mist also moved forward, so couldn't take it on the first attempt, had to go further back, and that does offer the midfield now over to a crew who look to try and just build those defensive lines. Fifi is on the far side. Oaf looks to try and take Drees on his challenge, and Fifi had a moment of hesitation. Put him off angle for continuing the play for his team, but this is where Fifi seems to do some good work. Actually ends up leaving it. 2 players from a crew all jumping up. Drees off the wall, and 25 boost. He couldn't take it first time. Try to get the pass over to Mist. And that one just far too telegraphed.
The boost really dwindling. When a crew get one chance to attack, they seem to just use every ounce of boost that they've got, and then it doesn't lead any chance to actually try and boost starve Envy. So whenever they are getting these chances, they then can't continue for 2. Turbo trying to go up for 2 of his own from that backboard, and Fifi taking it low, passing off, but Turbo Pulsar getting in the way of that ball. With Astro 50ing it, though, it falls to missed again. Really starting to get big and proud in this series. 20 for Dries here. Goes low, goes for the pinch. Both on that goal line. Manages to save it away. 2 minutes remain before a crew destroy Envy.
What a statement that would be for a crew.
Yeah.
Just like they were not figured into anybody's plans really for this weekend, but that's the joy of the open format, is you can make the weekend about you. All you got to do is get in there and win your games. Suddenly, the whole world is talking about what you've been up to. See a couple of bump attempts, a new look here from Envy. They've got very aggressive, understanding that a lot of players holding back right now for a crew seem to be very content with settling on this 1-goal lead. Miss. Can't get the ball pass. Oh, wow. The mechanics of a crew are on point. Fifi has actually got a shot here. If he had more boost, might have been able to just drive that one straight into the near post. Now the backboard. Dries is the last place he wants to be. It's not the best clear. He does have missing support. Turbo pops the ball upwards. Missed. Has he got the boost and the play? Oh, the backboard almost dropped down. And Dries just didn't want to fully jump in. It would have been a blind pre-jump. And there was just no way he was going to commit to that. But it's still more time off the clock.
It would have been scary, but instead, now it just falls to a crew yet again to challenge. But with Dries managing to work it past Astro, he goes to that bottom corner, and Turbo Pulsar will meet it in the bottom right. That is such a good pass across from Dries. He knows, send it goalward, Turbo Pulsar will smash it in.
And just no bite on the fake challenge. Astro tried to get an early move, but he just couldn't position himself well enough to make anybody else believe. Gave up the inside, and that was enough. Team Envy fight back. It's another 1-goal lead that just disappears in the final minute. Team a little bit too used to that one. The last game, the only one that we haven't seen that really play out in. Yes, there's the real lesson to you, a crew. Champions Field, never easy. As Fifi back into the mid. Instead, it's Turbo. Takes it. Might go the entire way. It's the set. Mist was coming in, and Dries took it off him.
Oh, Dries once saw his name up in lights, wanted to be the man to get that 2-1, but isn't it instead? Turbo Pulsar being bumped away from that ball, will flick it high. With Fifi coming in to challenge, he does not have any boost to his name, will get caught out by Dries. Nothing spawning in the corner. Oath to shoot! Oath to get the crossbar, and nearly continuing that fairy tale story for a crew.
It's one of those times that you look at a shot like that and say, the keeper should have it. But because of the situation,
and
you suddenly don't believe quite so much. And yeah, it does seem like it is going to be anybody. It's going to be Oath. They need to get the ball back over to him. Missed. That's such a good clear. Astro couldn't get to it in the midfield. That was 2 players actually gone. They're going to take a long time to get back. Turbo's first touch very heavy. Ooh. And Fifi will be so thankful for that. Gave him enough of a chance to get his players back, but my goodness, they left him in a bad spot. And it's when they haven't recovered from. Turbo Pulsar has sent his team into the next round.
The super sub continues to prevail. The man with the winning goal is the one who was brought in at the last second. Our 4-time world champion, our GOAT, rams it into the net, and Envy take it through into the next round, and they send a crew home. What a battle, Shogun, that ended up being, taking it to 5 with 4 overtimes in that series as well.
We got 5 more matches to go today. Let's
end it here. Thank you all for watching. That was amazing.
A crew, though, what a performance. And player names to be looking out for, not only next season, but potentially during the offseason. I cannot wait to see what these guys can do with the opportunities that will inevitably be coming their way. But for Team Envy, they've served, and now it is over to Complexity to try and return. They've got their match coming up very soon, but that means for at least now, Envy will extend their lead in 6th place in the overall standings. But it wasn't easy, Stumpy.
No, it was so hard. It meant that Envy, they were stretched right to their limit. And I don't expect it to be any easier for Complexity. When you find yourself on the precipice of that world championship, you need to put on your A game. Complexity, question marks abound. They are surrounded by them like a summoning circle of salt, and they need to break through it. Today could be their day.
Well, we'll find out very soon. Coming up after the break, it is Complexity taken to the field against Oxygen.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch. I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
Welcome back from the break. Thank you for waiting patiently. We've got our next matchup coming up, Oxygen and Complexity. I'm James Bott, joined by Turtle. And Turtle, this matchup, it's a bit of a spoiler matchup on both ends. Oxygen, they're not really in the London major conversation, but World Championship picture, some slight things on the line for them. But for Complexity, so much riding on this series.
Oh my goodness. Literally, this is everything for Complexity and also everything for Space Station, FaZe, and Envy. They are going to be watching this series very closely, because if Complexity lose this series or lose pretty much any series here today, then SSG, FaZe, and Envy qualify for London. So they are the evil villains right now for those three teams. Complexity, they have a lot riding on this series and, of course, the entire tournament, James.
Well, and we've seen Complexity make Cinderella runs in the past. If you think all the way back to fall, having to play in that tiebreaker series versus Space Station, where they were able to come out on top, and they went to Sweden and competed at the major. Since then, it hasn't been as much of a storybook ending for them, at least for the winter major, but now a chance to do it again in the spring split. Still a chance for them. They're going to have to go deep, but they're going to have to take it one step at a time. And so far, so good. We've seen RazeBull hit some incredible 0-second shots to keep Complexity in series and be able to help them turn it around. But everyone at home, make your voice heard. We have the Verizon Fan Vote. You can put your prediction out there on who you think's going to win it. One critical piece of information, Turtle, is that Toasty is graduating right now. He's trying to rush home from his graduation, and until he gets back, we will see a sub for Oxygen. Mill will be playing unless Toasty can get back in time.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that's going to work with this team. It might obviously put things hugely in favor of Complexity if you're going up against an Oxygen team that's not the starting roster. We'll see if he gets back in time. We're still technically waiting on him, but of course there is a time limit, so that's going to play into effect here. But otherwise, I'm feeling pretty confident in Complexity with everything that's riding on the line for them, with all the pressure here and how they were able, like you said before, James, to clutch it up. They had the ice in the past. I think they'll have the ice today.
And really, these are both teams that we've seen perform at very high levels. Oxygen with Gimmick revitalizing this team, helping them get some great results the last split, and now trying to get back up to that same level that they were able to achieve before. It's in the similar story for Complexity. And one thing about Complexity, Turtle, you mentioned, this is the full lineup. Well, we've seen them all have incredible solo play moments. They're high-flying, fearless, fast gameplay that really does mark a lot of the teams that come from the South American region, which is, Complexity playing in NA, but they were the top team in SAM before coming over here. And that play style really, they've made it succeed out here. We've seen some incredible aerial plays out of RazeBull, high shots, but also Shad, some great solo plays, flip resets, and bringing the mechanics and solo plays out to a level that can make a difference in a game where when teams are blocking off the backboard, or maybe they're blocking off the infield passes, if you've got that solo play potential, that opens up another avenue for attack.
Absolutely. I mean, Complexity, that's what they've been known for, is those mechanics and the solo plays. And I do believe that we have Toasty in here, so I want to paint the picture, everybody. Toasty graduated and then ran home to get online. He's made it in time to play for his team. That is dedication on another level. So we will be getting the full starting roster for Oxygen Esports, which is thrilling for me, because obviously it means we're going to get a closer matchup, and that means everything that's on the line is just going to potentially go to game 5, which is all I want for and all I can ask for, James.
Oh, no doubt. And I'm sure that'll bump up the Verizon Fan Vote a few percentage points, knowing that this is the Oxygen full lineup. But for Complexity, Turtle, you had mentioned all the other teams waiting on the results of this series. If Complexity loses, we know the 5 teams from North America that are heading to London. If Complexity wins, we'll have to wait a little bit longer. So all eyes on Complexity to see how they fare in this series. And Turtle, just looking at all the players out there on the pitch, knowing Toasty is going to be out there as well, who are some of the players that you're going to keep a very close eye on?
Absolutely. I mean, for me, it's always going to be, I'd say, LJ, to be honest with you. I think LJ has a lot of highlight plays that he can bring to the table, a lot of high-level mechanics that we wanted to mention before. On the side of Complexity, though, it's got to be Shad. I don't know why, but I've always been a fan of this man. I think he's got so much mechanical ability he can bring to the table. It's going to be a dogfight on the pitch, but I'm ready to get into it.
Here we go. Game 1, Complexity against Oxygen. The Cinderella story of Complexity still has some legs, but will it be enough to carry them to London? They've got a long road ahead of them, but they're going to take it one step at a time. In their way, Oxygen with LJ, Gimmick, and Toasty, who made it back from his graduation. Can Oxygen play spoiler to the hopes of Complexity? We'll find out.
And for all of you at home who are fans of Complexity and you're wondering what it's going to take for them to, of course, make London, they're going to require at least a top 2 finish. And even then, things are still going to have to continue to go their way. There's a lot of moving pieces in the background, but at least a top 2 finish to have a chance. So they've got to go the distance to the grand finals. Of course, if they win the whole event, that's ideal for them. But a top 2 finish, bare minimum. And we'll see if they have what it takes. Going to need to start things off strong, especially in game 1 against an Oxygen team that's been making some damage here in the lower levels of North American Rocket League. The bubble scene, they've always been so dominant. And now they're trying to break into the top 4, top 6 area, James.
And this has been a good run for him so far. But like you said, Turtle, a win isn't too bad. So, Oxygen certainly playing for it all, and you can't count them out. And already we see some good speed. Gimmick towards net, double tap, barely had enough boost to get back to it, gave it a nice belly flop to finish it off.
Oh my goodness, and it's all about that challenge earlier on in the midfield, and then Gimmick able to take it himself off the backboard, and with how quick and how strong of a win they had in the midfield, that was wide open for Gim.
Well done by Gimmick. Gimmick taking space, lots of space given by Complexity, and now hard bounce off the wall. Another strong shot. Toasty near post. A blistering shot, 85 miles an hour.
Oh my word. This man comes back from graduation and he's fired up, James. He was hitting the bench press a little bit, maybe at the graduation, maybe before coming here, and just smacked it into the back of the net.
85 miles an hour. That was a scorcher. And now a quick 2-goal lead. And you know, the other North American teams, they're rooting for Oxygen to end this run of Complexity.
And I mean, with how crazy a lot of these standings can be, we've seen the most ridiculous things happen here for people and for teams to qualify for events, for tournaments. You want to have the assurance, of course, with Complexity dropping this series if you're Space Station, FaZe, or Envy. You want to just guarantee the qualification for London. You don't want to leave it up to fate or leave any chance, because we have seen crazier things happen.
We have indeed. Even in games. And Raise Bowl has been a huge part of the crazy situations. Raise Bowl,
absolutely,
a 0-second goal scorer multi-time just in this event. And Complexity needs some magic right now. Find themselves trailing as we approach the halfway point of the game. AJD goes right for net. On that camera angle, you're wondering if AJG is going to pass it, but no, the net was open and he blasts it home.
Ooh, and we're looking at Toasty here, who was the third man back. He had to have a better position. He actually snuck out as that third man, grabbed the mid boost, which was one of the most riskiest decisions you could have made at that moment, and then couldn't get back in time, leaving it pretty much free and clear for AJG, who took advantage of it.
A nice block from Gim. Double tap. We'll go to the corner. Team bump by Complexity. LJ getting around the ball and will tuck it in. The team bump proved to be the difference between clearing it out or getting scored on.
Oh, AJG and Raiseville bumping heads there, trying to rotate back. It looked like Raiseville was the one who was going back onto the goal line and then smacked each other out of the way. The defense for Complexity, what is happening? This is such an important series, and starting out like this, it's not a good sign.
Not a good sign indeed. Anytime you get a team bump and immediately concede a goal, it's got to hurt. Now, LJ going for a freestyle caliber shot. Didn't pan out.
Maybe he wanted the dumpy flick, the new mechanic we've seen, James.
Is it dumpy or dumpty?
I thought it was dumpy. But
I'm not sure. We'll have to ask Spaceman. But regardless, it looked like he went for it. Wasn't able to convert, but now we have The counterattack. AJG lead blocker. Toasty dodges the bump and gets the tip. And LJ will clear it off to the side. Toasty down off the backboard. AJG trying to get it past the midfield, but Gimmick will pop it up. Toasty off the ceiling. Down to Gim. A weak shot. But it's good enough. And a 4-1 lead. Oxygen are taking it to Complexity in game one.
Look at that challenge from Toasty. That is a consistent win, which has been happening all game long. Challenge win after challenge win for Oxygen. It bounces right back down to the floor and an easy follow-up. It seems like Complexity, the speed that we're so used to seeing them have, it's not present in game one. They're losing these challenges. They're a little bit slow to get up, and as a result, they can't get anything started on offense.
And you wonder if nerves are a factor, Turtle. You saw the team bump in the corner, some mistakes you don't see too often. Sloppy defense from Complexity up to this point.
Flip reset.
Raise bull, flip reset, bump, and the dunk. Rebound out to Shad, but he'll lay off the ball. Slow play. Raise bull.
Oh, man.
That was a close call. A nice effort from Raise bull.
At first, I'm like, there's no way that this even falls in it. Then I saw that it was Raise bull, the man behind the ball. And with all the highlight plays we've seen from him, I thought we would get one here in game one. Flip reset, dunk opportunity, narrowly missed. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Here's a nice pass across the field to Shad, who could get it back into the midfield for Raise bull, but they don't connect. And offense is not on the same page, James.
Oh, but a flip reset ball. Raise bull did steal one corner boost. Can't get the other corner boost steal. That lets Toasty have something in the tank. Will get blocked on the clear, but a demo on the back line trying to clear out Complexity.
Another win.
And a wide open up, potentially Raise bull with the save. But only 30 seconds left, a 3-goal deficit. It seems like it might be too much for Complexity to come back from.
Definitely appreciate the hustle from Raise bull to get back and find the save, but this is too big of an obstacle to climb in game number one. Going to, of course, go in favor of Oxygen. And it was worth it for Toasty, of course, to come back from graduation, take this early lead. And we'll think back to the highlights and the goals that we've seen from them. I mean, I'm just looking back to that blazing fast shot from Toasty. What was it, 85 miles per hour, James, to put it
85.
in? 85. It's the speed that we're seeing from Oxygen, the 50 wins, and of course the power that they can get behind the ball, outshining everybody so far on Complexity.
And Gimmick having a great game as well. 100% goal participation, 2 goals, 2 assists. We saw the belly flop double tap from Gimmick.
Yep.
And we did see from Complexity some defensive missteps. They team bump that led to a goal. They didn't have the best challenges. Even there, you see Toasty blasting that one into the near post. This was the 1 goal Complexity got. It was from the overcommit on the mid boost. This was not the Complexity that we were expecting, I don't think, Turtle. We were expecting a Complexity to bring a lot of high-powered offense. We didn't really see them on offense that much. We saw the 1 flip reset going for the 50 play from Raise bull, but that was pretty much it.
And that's where Complexity, of course, shine is on their offense. This is a very top-heavy team where whenever Complexity can get the ball rolling and find themselves with a lot of possession, they look as deadly as ever and like one of the best in North America. But when they're denied in the midfield, which they have been in game number one, they struggle to get back on offense. They struggle to find organization in the defensive side. You saw the team up. You saw them both going for boost. The pass is not even connecting here in the midfield, and AJ is able to intercept it. Things need to get picked up. Otherwise, you might see Complexity dropping out early if they can't get things rolling.
We'll see if Gimmick continues to play such a key role in the offense for Oxygen. Usually LJ leading the charge, at least in terms of goal participation, but Gimmick this event has been leading the team. 28 out of the 38 goals Gimmick has had a hand in. That's 73.68%, almost getting another pass there. Gimmick, we'll see if he can keep that level of play up.
Gimmick always a shining player on any team. You think about how many rosters he's bounced around in North America, of course, now finally landing on the same team as LJ and Toasty. I would like to see some more mechanics, too, from LJ. We know that that's possible. He said he's leading the charge, which he frequently is. Maybe something out of AJG, looking to get a pass over to Raise bull. Won't find it, but still the offense lurking for another, or at least the first goal, rather, here in game two.
Another double commit from Complexity, but it still works. Raise bull was waiting his third man, and there's that fearlessness from Complexity.
Absolutely, and it's a risky play for Shad there. You can see he cut the rotation to get an early jump on the ball. They know that they need to be quicker, and with that cut from AJG, a lovely play ends up working out for them, and that one, of course, falls into the hands of Razebull with a nice shot.
There's a fake from Toasty going far
Oh!
post. Toasty swats it. He
Toasty.
faked AJG out of his britches here. See you
What?
later.
How are you going to do that to him? How are you going to backflip and absolutely demolish the defense of Complexity? He went up for the 50 challenge, and Toasty didn't even need to get a touch on the ball to win it.
And that was a filthy fake. Toasty. Massive play there for Oxygen.
It was so quick, it almost looked like a backflip, James. In the replay, if you take away the defender, I would say that he backflipped there, and it was an accident, but it worked out.
I mean, you know, I don't know. It seemed like it was so calculated with how perfectly it worked out. Gimmick, the block, Toasty, taking it to the wall, but Shad is able to end the play. Gim to LJ. LJ up field, getting another touch, opting for the 50, out of boost. Gimmick in the corner, Razebull trying to clear this out of Complexity's half. Goes straight down the gut. Shad jumps up as well. 2v1 situation. Gimmick going for a shot. It bounces high and no one there for the rebound. LJ was waiting for the pass, but Gimmick opted for the shot right away.
Oh, and I'm getting a bit concerned here for Complexity. They've been taking more and more risks, but of course it worked out with their first goal with that early risk to cut rotation, but they're getting too antsy. I think they are starting to jump for a lot of balls they shouldn't. Things not looking as ideal, and as I say that, a lovely double tap does fall towards the net, but it's saved by LJ to keep them all tied up.
Huge save from LJ. Now pinch out. We'll send it deep into Complexity's half. Toasty still running on small pads, but Gimmick has plenty of boost. Hits to the backboard. Razebull with the challenge. LJ going for the shot. Razebull with the dunk. AJG will skip it wide. A close call. Now flip reset from Toasty. Taking it to the ground, wanting to get the pass off the backboard. A center does come. Shad gets demoed. Gimmick shot. It's good. And Oxygen take the lead. All-out effort from Oxygen on this play. The wave dash, the demo, LJ doing work.
Everybody throwing themselves at the ball, risking it all to take the lead. And of course, it works out for Oxygen. You said it yourself, the wave dash, the bump, and of course, the shot to finish things off, the cherry on top. Oxygen taking the 1-goal lead. Under 2 minutes left. Complexity, they need to throw something on the offensive side if they want a chance. It's looked a lot better in game 2, but it's not perfect yet. But that shot from Shad is as perfect as it gets.
Oh, this was a gorgeous shot. Shad getting a huge chip, dodging the bump, getting up, and more importantly, getting that ball down underneath the crossbar. Had to be perfect.
Yep.
Huge shot by Shad, the player you said to look out for. Well, looks like you proved you're right, Turtle. That shot, big time goal. Now another chance. LJ will block it. You see LJ also being threatened by Razebull.
Oh, better 50-50 from Complexity, though, in the midfield. It's actually, it looks very promising here for Complexity in comparison to game 1. Winning more challenges. Shad actually being more patient, which I love to see. LJ still does get around him, but now AJG can crash the net and keep some offensive pressure moving forward. But as I say that, it's immediately turned over. Razebull looking to keep things alive and stay out of defense. He does get the save, and they're back on the other side.
Under a minute left to play. We're
clear.
tied up.
Razebull. Oh, no.
Airborne.
Oh, no.
That shot blocked by Gimmick, who was low on boost.
Oh. I love watching this Complexity team, especially with Razebull on the other side. You never know what's going to happen, James.
And even at 0 seconds, that's when you especially got to keep your eyes peeled. Gimmick, corner pass, looking for a bump. Oxygen heavily committed. Gimmick has no boost.
There.
Shad, double tap off the corner. Toasty out to LJ. LJ trying to control it. Buying time, gets demoed from behind. AJG taking him out of the play. Shad Double tap pass attempt, but Gimmick will break up that play. Gimmick out of boost. AJG on the dribble, the flick, and it's going top shelf. AJG by 2 Oxygen defenders will take the lead late for Complexity.
The awareness from AJG, the first touch, controls it, places it perfectly on the top of his car, and then gets a monster flick. That is how you get things done if you're Complexity. A lovely decision there. Maybe even another one to pile it on. In the lead, finally, Complexity. Game 2 looks like they're going to take it, and they do.
And that demo to finish the game off. Complexity, a late surge.
Yeah.
And AJG, this was a team effort from Complexity. Everyone scoring and really critical goals. Shad, that chip up high, being able to get up quick above the ball, put it down underneath the crossbar. That is not an easy shot. And then AJG, the flick had to be perfect. We saw the
first touch, James. I mean, I can't get over that first touch from AJG. That was immaculate stuff. I hope we get to see it again. Look at this. Look at this. Did you see it? It barely even bounced off of his car. It had so much momentum. What just happened?
It reminded me of, the Mighty Ducks when they're teaching the kids how to receive passes with eggs and so they don't break. That was like the softest catch that you could possibly have. AJG cradling that ball and then launching it into the back of the net to explode into a million pieces. And only 8 seconds left on the clock. That was a phenomenal shot by AJG in a huge moment with so much on the line for Complexity. This is their hope for the London Major and would be a huge boost of points in that World Championship race that they're in. This is the season for Complexity. They've got to bring this under their control, and that game was a huge step forward.
It's such a big series, so much on the line. But Oxygen, while they're not fighting for as much in this series, it doesn't matter to them. They're still going to bring their all in their A game as a weird 50-50 in defensive lapse in defense just, I guess, rolls in, James.
Oh, Toasty was trying to pass that out to the middle. And unfortunately for Toasty and Oxygen, the angle was covered. Shad blocks the pass and actually bounces right back off Toasty and goes into the net. Ouch.
It wasn't even a dunk. It was just a weird 50-50. And I don't think you could really blame Toasty too much for that.
Well, Shad had the angle covered. He read the play.
Oh.
Shad getting a bump. Low boost again for Gimmick. We've seen Gimmick every time we get to his cam. It seems like he's on empty.
Yeah, and that's been a big thing for Complexity is taking the boost, especially in the midfield, where they've been much more consistent. Game 1, honestly, it looked abysmal for Complexity in the midfield. They weren't able to get any wins. The speed that we've known them to have wasn't there. The team
bump as well.
The team bump, it was so clunky and disorganized, but they picked it up, fixed their mistakes in Game 2, and of course, they brought out some flashy mechanics with that first touch catch and then Shad with the backboard read.
And that clutch play that has characterized Complexity in the spring split. Gimmick. Pushing the ball upfield.
Here it is.
Trying to wave dash into that ball. It finds its way out to LJ, but not the best first touch. LJ perhaps could have done more with that ball.
Yeah, and the awareness wasn't there either. There was so much space for LJ to get a nice first touch similar to AJG in the previous game, but instead just absolutely bolted it off the backboard. Maybe some panicked mentalities coming out from Oxygen. They think that Complexity are a little bit closer than they are and end up panicking, giving this ball away right into the hands of Complexity.
Hit straight down the gut. Toasty off to his own corner. LJ will push the ball downfield. Gimmick also low boost. LJ on empty raise bull. Passing to Shad. Hard shot will get saved. Pass to the mid. Again, the attacking play from Complexity. Relentless shot after shot. Eventually, they find the gap.
I mean, this is unbelievable stuff. They keep sharpening the knife on offense. One shot doesn't work out. What do? They dish it back into the middle. If that doesn't work out, they can still maintain the pressure and put that ball back into another spot where one player can crash the net, put a heavy shot on the target, and hopefully force the defense to at least force a couple of mistakes. Complexity are so good at keeping possession in game 2 and 3, and it's working out wonderfully for them.
And this is the complexity that you expected in game one.
Yep.
Fortunately for them, they find that gameplay, and the demo was good, but nobody for Oxygen in position to take advantage of that demo. And now a trade, Gimmick and AJG taking each other out.
And it's going to be a difficult game for Oxygen, James, but you mentioned that Gimmick, he seems to almost always be on empty. And if you take a look in the upper right-hand corner, you can see Gimmick, LJ still barely with any boost. They're collecting pads. They can't get a full boost pad. They can't even buy one, it seems like, at this point. And a lot of it is because of the pressure that they have to deal with, complexity. If they keep throwing shots at you, you have to constantly waste more and more boost, James Bot, to find a challenger to cut off any angle.
And even there, Gimmick trying to get up high to deny the backboard attempt. And a strong shot. Toasty with a clip. That brings Oxygen within one.
Yeah, and we had Shad, last man back. It's such a difficult read for Shad, but an easy one for Toasty into the back net. And just like that, we're within one, James Bot. We talked about mechanics. We wanted to see Oxygen shine a little bit more, and it was one mistake on the backboard that got him a chance.
Toasty, that first touch, gorgeous. And to get that power on the follow-up. Now we see a fake from LJ. It looked like Gimmick also wasn't expecting that fake. LJ was able to get some space for Gimmick, but the comm's not there. Now lead blocker play. Toasty wanted to demo. We'll go for the back pass. It seems like Oxygen has some ideas, but they're just not on the same page.
Yeah, completely losing possession there. But wait, hold on. The counterattack, one transition down the other side, and things not working out. And you're exactly right, James. They have the ideas. They have the foundation, but they don't have the execution, at least on the level of complexity quite yet. But they look scarier and scarier every time they're on offense. We might see a tied-up game with only a minute left. Completely possible within the realm for Oxygen.
But still awkward ball. LJ trying to dribble it out. Slowed down by AJG. Toasty around Ray's Bull. On the dribble. Has LJ in the middle. The pass comes, but it's cut out by AJG.
And too predictable. You knew exactly where he was trying to go. Maybe a bump play would have worked out instead. LJ back down to Gimmick. This could lead to something. There was a miss off the backboard. Then the shot off the post followed up from Gimmick. It's finally working out. Oxygen able to tie things up.
What a battle, and it looks like it might have been pinched out. It was pinched out by Ray's Bull, but Gimmick camped out in front of net, bounced right back to him, and Oxygen tie it up. They've been holding on by the thinnest of margins, and now very much in the conversation in game 3.
Oh, and I can't wait to take another look at that after this game is over. I think Ray's Bull was mid-flip and could have potentially cleared it out, but was within, an inch or two from actually making contact on the ball, and that's the difference here. Maybe one for Toasty, not the best clear, but Gimmick doesn't have an angle to put it back in.
Infield pass close in front of net. Now Toasty, double tap off the side while he misses. Chance
There's
now,
space.
but LJ looked like he might have gotten a bump, and the back pass. And we've got overtime, a critical game in the series. This one only a best of 5. So this game mattering that much more.
Who's going to get sent to match point first, James Bot? It seems like Oxygen, they've got all the momentum, of course, leading into overtime. The beginning of this game, we saw complexity dominate on the offensive side, but they have been slowed down, mainly due to, I'd say, better possession and much more aware passing. We've seen several back passes from teammates from Oxygen rotating back. They'll keep possession, hit it back to their own side, and they don't want to let complexity get those quick counterattacks in.
Now we see LJ on the hunt. Toasty leaves it for Gimmick. There was a demo. Net vulnerable.
Backboard, LJ.
Shot high and rebound. No one there. LJ with a look on net. Couldn't finish the job.
God, he just couldn't get the angle he needed to get above the ball slightly more, and he would have found it. And I want another stab at it, of course. We'll see if they get that same chance. Complexity, I can't even remember the last time we saw a good opportunity from them. They've just been stuck in their own half, James.
Certainly, and the shots reflect that. Ray's Bull has not had a shot on net yet. We'll get the stop there. Only 5 shots for Complexity. Meanwhile, we've got 9 for Oxygen, or 10.
They just keep piling it on.
But will it translate into a goal? Ray's Bull. Oh, rebound. Shed slowing down. A key chance for Complexity, but they weren't able to convert.
but
Still pressure.
backward.
Raise Bull up and
Oh,
Raise Bull down into the net. An overtime winner for the clutch king himself. Raise Bull doing it
Wow.
once more.
How does Razebull get that read? That was one of the weirdest bounces off the backboard that I've seen. It hit that awkward spot where you don't know if it's going to crash more into the net or to the right side of the corner. And it hit a weird in between. And somehow, some way, Razebull managed to get the read. And he continues having the ice in these dire moments, James.
And it's another team ace for Complexity. 3 goals spread out amongst everybody. And Complexity, this has been a battle for them.
wild.
Oxygen has not made it easy. They've fought every step of the way, but
Look at
Complexity,
this bounce.
when it gets
What is
down to
that?
the wire, they step up. And you said it. It was a tough bounce. And Razebull had zero hesitation.
Yeah.
Gets up, strikes it clean, and ends the game. Razebull is the closer for Complexity.
Absolutely. And I think after taking a look at the replay, Razebull jumped so early and he corrected himself in the air. So for Complexity, it's so important that they're able to outpace Oxygen, because if they beat him in the air, it's a done deal at the end of the day. One challenge win is all it takes. And because Razebull jumped so early, he was, of course, able to get the best look on the net they had seen probably within the last 3 minutes after scoring that goal in OT. And now they stand on match point with everything on the line. They are stepping up to the challenge.
Shad hard off the corner. Toasty doesn't make contact. Shad, light flick. LJ getting his fingertips on it. Gim trying hard to get this ball out, but Complexity setting up a brick wall.
What? I think AJG just won like maybe 3-4 challenges in a row by himself on offense.
Who needs to rotate?
Yeah, just stay up.
Gim.
He's still going. The man doesn't stop, James. He just goes, gets boosted. It's like, all right, I'm back in the action.
And the ball is spending the first full minute
There
in
he
the
is
half
again.
of Oxygen.
He doesn't lose.
Oxygen can't clear it out.
Dude, he's so swole, and
It's
now
open.
it's wide open. What? AJG just won so many challenges in a row, and it seems like he's just doing it all by himself on offense.
It's just the new meta. No longer do we do rotations. You have the forward. You have the striker. AJG up in the grill of Oxygen. Oxygen spending that first full minute in their half, and now traded demos to 2v2 for a brief moment. Razebull slowing down the attack.
Oh, but that's a lovely back pass, and we were seeing that all in the previous game. Oxygen, I continue to applaud their possession and their ability to recognize when they need to go for back passes. It's helped them maintain more offensive pressure. But on defense, that's where they lack. A double commit too off the backboard, but Toasty is able to control it and still carry this one out. There's glimpses and moments of hope for Oxygen, but they can't keep it consistent, James.
And they're going to need that consistency. LJ
LJ.
dodging the bump. LJ getting denied by AJG, who on low boost gets the save. Gimmick getting bumped out. AJG camping out behind the ball.
Oh my.
Massive defensive stop, but LJ, creative play that gave a chance to Oxygen.
Dude, AJG has been in the gym. The man is swole as can be, winning every challenge I think I've seen in this game. It's incredible stuff, and you rarely see somebody be so consistent. This is like some fire burner level of 50-50s, James.
90-10s.
Yeah.
Almost at the halfway point. Single goal, all that separates Complexity and Oxygen. Complexity.
Off the backboard.
Nice read from Shad. That ball had some pace, but Shad still able to get the touch. Shad flopping around in the corner. LJ able to get the corner boost. A demo from Toasty as well. This could be a chance for Oxygen. Gimmick going to the backboard. Double tap ball. Won't connect. Shad punches it downfield. Now it's a foot race. And
the bounce.
that ball bounced perfectly up, ending the hopes for Shad.
Yeah, and Gimmick, he was the one who needed to hit it off the backboard, and because of that, we saw the counterattack. If that ball or that clear was put on target, it might have been a 2-goal lead for Complexity, who are still hunting for it. We've seen better and better signs from Oxygen. It seems like they continue to develop throughout the game. This one off the backboard. LJ almost able to follow it up. And they're still looking. That first goal, it's so crucial for Oxygen.
LJ not rotating out of boost, can't find any small pads, and Raise Bull has plenty. Slowed down by Toasty. A good win from a Gimmick, but AJG collects. Blocked out by LJ. LJ couldn't get that 50. Gimmick keeping the ball in the Complexity corner. Complexity trying to fight out. AJG into an air dribble, past one.
Another
now
win.
off the ceiling, free flipping to it, and gets the corner boost steal.
Yep, that's two 50-50 wins for AJG and a corner boost steal, doing so much work on offense. Here he is again, another win, huge on the other side, goes for the bump. Everybody on Oxygen, they're getting pressured to make a move, to go for an early clear because of the onslaught of power we're seeing out of Complexity.
But AJG wasn't able to get that corner boost. Now a chance for Oxygen. Shad, high ball, Raise Bull doesn't make contact. LJ trying to collect it. AJG with the 50 will end that opportunity. AJG has been incredible on these challenges and now gets a demo on Toasty. Last chance shaping up for Oxygen.
Another win.
Oxygen on the verge of being eliminated. AJG gets beat there, out in front of net. Now off to the sideline. LJ didn't get the demo. AJG to Shad, and now Shad popping it up.
Keep it up.
Last chance for Oxygen.
LJ.
And that pop will do it. The springtime story of Complexity has not come to an end yet. And to see how it ends, you'll have to keep watching this weekend. What a win from Complexity.
The hope stays alive for these three boys. They continue their life in the spring split, and they're, of course, looking to make it to London. The odds are against them, but Complexity do not care. They continue to find wins. They continue to make all of these 50-50 and challenge wins on the offensive side. Constant pressure, relentless stuff from Complexity against Oxygen, who barely had any time to think or even breathe, James.
That was smothering, especially from AJG. It felt like AJG was everywhere.
Yeah. Even on defense, we're looking at the replay, the Mobile One High Performance replay. You can see he wins the 50 on the corner. He's on the defensive side. The man is so eager and early to rotate back to the other side, and you could just let his two teammates, Shad and Raise Bull, just basically do nothing and wait for the opportunities that will come from all of those 50 wins.
And then also the earlier in the series, the chip play from Shad Regan off the back for the overtime winner from Raise Bull, who has been so icy. That was an incredible series from Complexity. And like you said, the odds are stacked against them, but they keep on fighting. And hey, there is still a glimmer of hope. Complexity continuing their Cinderella run. But Turtle, we've got to go to a break. And when we come back, G2 will be taking on FaZe. Stay with us.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
But if I'm But if I'm Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure out a way out of trap I can't see.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. We're on day 2 of the Nissan Classic. I'm Leaf. We have Gibbs, we have Shogun, and we have Stumpy to talk about those past matches we saw down in the elimination area of the bracket, and then we'll talk about the matches up where the good teams are, you know, where they haven't lost.
Wow.
Eventually, some of them will be down there too. But let's check what went on down there. We started off with Team Envy versus a crew. Stumpy, this was, I said a crew was a thorn in the side of a lot of teams now, and that proved again going to game 5.
Yeah, despite them being in the lower bracket and being the scum that Leaf thinks they are, they did a fantastic job. No, seriously, like me and Shogun, after that, we had a chat between ourselves. And we were like, a crew were fantastic. Like, despite the fact they lost here, you know, they went to 5 versus NRG. They went through Knights, they went through Sonics, and they only just lost to Envy, a team that, when you look at them on paper, really should just be a crew like 9 times out of 10.
But then we went to Champions Field, and Turbo's like, oh, I have to play in this series, so let's score 2 goals on Champions Field. Why not? The overtime ice from Turbo yet again, and Envy moves on to make their London major chances just that much better.
And then Shogun, we moved on to Complexity and Oxygen. Complexity, again, really fighting. They need that top 2 to keep their chances alive for major, and they do manage to pull on through.
Yeah, I was really conflicted actually whilst we were watching this one in the green room, purely because you really wanted to root for Toasty in this one. He came in, he got here, he was all dressed up in his graduation stuff. You're kind of like, oh, you know what? If you're going to put that much work in, I really want to pull for you here. But there's the other part of me that's just like, all right, a bit boring if Complexity are just out here. You know, everything's all decided, and that would just be a little bit dull. But given the state of the RLCS, it was never going to be that easy, was it? All right, we've got to keep this going, and Complexity have kept their major hopes alive.
Complexity look good doing it throughout. Like, Oxygen put up a scare, and Oxygen had a good year overall, but now they need a miracle of NA basically finishing 1 through 5 and hoping that they get 5 teams to the World Championship, or 5 extra teams. So Oxygen will just squeak in. So very likely their year's over, but they're going to be rooting hard for all the NA teams at London.
Again, Complexity's journey continues on through that lower bracket. They have only 1 life. You lose and you're done down there. That's why you want to be up at the top where G2 face Space Station version 1 are. But Gibbs, yeah, this journey for Complexity is not going to be an easy one. A lot of good teams still in here.
Yeah, have to make grand finals, but they also have to hope for other things to happen too. Like Envy, they can't finish top 4. FaZe and Space Station, they can't finish top 3. So those are all very likely to happen as well. So they have to do work, and they have to hope for some upsets or at least some wins as well from these other teams. Like we're seeing next up, G2 versus FaZe Clan. And obviously we talk about FaZe, and they have a hard time against teams like Energy and G2, but they just took down Energy. Now they go up against G2, who's trying to make history. They've already clinched number 1. Doesn't really matter for them. They wanted maybe clinch number 1 for Worlds, but they're probably going to get that anyway. But G2 is looking to win all 3 regionals, never before done in any of the major regions of NA in Europe. So they're looking to write history, while FaZe Clan on the other side is just hoping they finally make a grand finals.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. FaZe Clan versus G2 Esports is on its way. And again, as you said, G2 dominating the North American region right now, looking to complete that 3rd regional win at the Nissan Classic. But FaZe Clan has been on the up now. We know this is a team that's so solid. We know they have it in them. They just were always falling maybe a bit short of what we expected from them, but it looks like they might be on the right track. And again, a win here, very important, Stumpy, for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, they still haven't locked in that spot at the London Major. They managed to get through NRG. That was only one of the stepping stones. They now need to go up against G2. And then I believe, Gibbs, they need to still work it through to the the grand final, or they win here and
if they win here, then they clinch the London Major. So they'll clinch here with a top 3 finish.
It's so good that it's in their hands. Like, we talk about all these other things. We talk about Complexity. We talk about Envy. And we say, look, they need to do well, but also a couple other things need to happen. FaZe, you win and you're in. The only issue, small road bump, small issue, you do have to beat G2.
Beat G2. Well, chat, I'm curious if you think they're going to be able to do that and clinch their spot here. It's time for the Verizon Fan Vote. Hashtag G2 or hashtag FaZe. You know, I figured this will be a good battle for chat for the fan vote, but I don't know. I feel like there's an energy behind FaZe right now of like, this is a good story to be able to clinch that G2. they've already done it, you know? We'll find out. Analysts, we need your thoughts. We need to find out what you think is going to happen here. I'm going to start off with Gibbs. You know, I haven't made Gibbs go first in a while here. So Gibbs, you have to go first.
So this whole split began in Regional 1. I was wearing a red shirt. I'm wearing a little bit red today. I still have to go with FaZe. I think they're going to win one of these regionals, at least make a finals. And G2, not playing for a lot, but their defense is incredible. They're under 1 goal per game again. They're at 0.83 right now, number 1 defense. But FaZe is always a team that puts up offensive numbers, scoring 3 goals per game, leading everyone. So I think FaZe has a shot, and eventually they have to make a grand finals, right? So I'm going FaZe.
Okay, Shogun.
Listen, I'm going all out for what I just want to happen here, and I want pure chaos happening later on today's broadcast. So here's what chaos is in my mind, all right? G2 win this. FaZe, knock down, take on Team Envy. Big match over there, because Complexity are going to be sat there watching. They're just going, wow, FaZe, really hope you win this, but you're not playing that great, so maybe we can beat you later on in the tournament. So I'm going to go with that one. I think that one's the most
chaos energy
storyline.
Okay. All right. Okay, Stumpy.
I'm blown away that G2 have under 1 goal against them per game and FaZe have over 3 for them per game. That's absurd, firstly. G2 right now, despite what T-Bates might tell you, are on an 8-series win streak. They have lost since February. We need to just keep bringing that up. Give that PDF a skim, T-Bates, one more time. This may well be where that ends. I think, after watching FaZe yesterday, that they can do it. Put me down as FaZe. I'm wearing red. I'm wearing it for me and Gibbs today, I think. I mean,
this
G2, I'd love to see them in that final, but this would be huge. This would be massive.
They have a decal on the new car, the Nissan Z. Like, they have a decal on the car. They have to make this final. They have.
Okay. I think with my head, G2 will win, but I want FaZe to pull through. So I think Shogun's right. I think Shogun is right. So but I'm putting FaZe down. It's the red backgrounds, everything. We have to, I don't know, there's a weird prediction.
That was such a weird sitting on the fence. Like saying, oh, I think G2 are going to win, but actually Shogun's right, but actually I'm right, but actually Gibbs is right. Like, come on.
I learned
3 red backgrounds now, because like Stumpy's is just great.
Anyways, Chat, what do you have?
It got sunny in England, I'm sorry.
Oh, there we 70%. 70% for G2. So Shogun is right. He is the ultimate. Look, you get the seat. You're going to have to host now because you got it right.
Of course, Twitch chat. Come on.
Hosting the NA would probably be easier. I won't have to deal with as much Stumpy, Johnny, Greg, and then Cole.
Hey, well, you know what? You don't have to deal with them anymore because we're going by for us right now because we're going over to the Verizon Skybox. James and Corelli are going to be taking over because they're ready to cast the next matchup. FaZe Clan looked for their win to clinch the major while G2 just aims to make a statement to all of the other teams in North America by dominating again. We're going to find out who is right on the predictions right now.
G2 has looked unstoppable as of late, but FaZe Clan managed to snap their 5-game losing streak in RLCS against NRG. They've got a 4-series lose streak against G2. Corelli, do you think they can snap this as well?
Can lightning strike twice? I don't think it's impossible for FaZe. We heard the analysts, and I don't think they're incredibly wrong. I don't think a FaZe pick here is a bad one. But with the way G2's been playing, especially with the defense, I love that Gibbs pointed it out because that's exactly where I was going to go. G2's defense with an offense that has been up and down from FaZe, with an offense that we know can be one of the strongest in the world. They're going to have to bring that top tier performance from FaZe if they're going to take down G2 because the defense, let alone the offense, is just too good from G2 at the moment.
And if you think back to the highlight plays, we saw some crazy shots from FaZe. There was the 1-2-3 team passing play, the redirect from Sipical. It's going to have to be a team effort offensively from FaZe. But First Killer, we have seen him throw up some numbers, but the teamwork from G2 is what has set them apart.
And they have taken down FaZe quite a bit, as you said. FaZe are 1-4 against G2 this season. They have won 7 out of the 25 games that these two teams have played in total. And so the record is not in FaZe's favor, but as you said, they've taken down NRG. They've taken down one of their demons. Can they do it here against G2?
A first minute, come and gone, no goals. JNaps underneath the ball, but gets hit downfield. First Killer, a high lob, AJ up, atomic low boost, gets in front of it, and JNaps will clear it downfield. Tons of time for First Killer. First Killer, it's AJ to jump. Hard ball for Sipical. collecting. JNaps up to Atomic. Atomic hard off the ceiling. It's bouncing down. Chicago with the 50. You see First Killer again.
Uh-oh.
And he gets shut down. JNaps wasting no time on that challenge.
Challenge game certainly going in the favor of G2 right now, and you're kind of seeing them play around the midfield line. That one's off the post for JNaps, and he comes through with the shot. It took almost 2 minutes, but G2 score the first goal.
And you saw the confusion there. Typical and AJ running into each other, and the ball leaking out into the middle. A tough break defensively there for FaZe. Bit of a lapse, and that's enough for G2 to take the lead.
And so what I was about to say for G2 was with the way they've been playing on the midfield line, they're letting FaZe have these poor clears that just trickle out to JNaps. They've trickled out to Chicago, and then they've won those crucial challenges to keep the offense going. And it's created a very panicked scenario many times over for FaZe just to break out. You're seeing, again, a hard-won challenge, a hard hit from the midfield line that's allowing G2 to keep this offense going, and they're getting 1, 2, 3 touches with several different players, and you can see FaZe all having to react at the same time.
And that has haunted FaZe at times, that confusion on the back line. And it haunted them early here as the halfway point is just hit. JNaps going for a double. JNaps doubles it, but it's over to the FaZe corner. Typical launches onto the boost, and now center ball. AJ takes over. But possession given up. Atomic baits in one and then booms it downfield.
That's a great touch from Atomic. He knew he was going to lose possession there in the end, but just to get over that first man. Here comes FaZe back the other way. Maybe a second touch. First Killer. That one's going to go wide. AJ thought he might have had a challenge there, but instead, Atomic back the other way. Here he comes off the back wall. Doesn't get a second touch. JNaps taking out First Killer, and FaZe are able to get out.
And it looked like Typical was trying to get a touch there, but it just bounced past his car. Defense still a problem so far for FaZe, but still within one. JNaps. Great speed at the midfield. Typical. The tip forward. Atomic. Very confident letting that ball bounce off the backboard. Now a 1-2 play. 2 go from FaZe. First Killer back out to Typical, and Typical will boom it downfield, and JNaps with the back pass will give possession back to G2.
Yeah, exactly that. You're seeing too many times now FaZe just trying to get out. They throw possession back to G2. Even if it's all the way to the G2 goal line, it really doesn't help FaZe. It bought them time, but you know G2's coming straight back towards your net.
G2 has been having a majority of the possession this game. Lots of time in FaZe's half, and that double tap shut down Chicago. Leaving that ball, looking for a bumper or demo, didn't find either, and that gives AJ space for the air dribble. AJ stopped by Atomic, but Atomic out of boost. First Killer. The shot off the bar out, and now the shot again off the bar. FaZe walk away without a goal.
They need one here, and another chance. First Killer's going to have to back off. Almost 30 seconds left here in this game. Those were the best chances that FaZe have, maybe even the only chances that they've seriously had contending pressure on the G2 side. And for G2, that fourth man coming in huge. The net.
And the crossbar.
And the crossbar. The net extra small here for FaZe at the moment. There's a double commit from G2, but they come out nicely with it. JNaps to the back wall as AJ clears it away.
Strong challenge from Chicago. First Killer to the air, back to the ground. Rebound is Typical. Typical shot will be blocked. First Killer, first touch, was able to control it, lobs it towards net. Typical will be able to catch this. Nice challenge from JNaps. Still ball kept in play. Chicago with the challenge. First Killer can get back in time.
Oh, and great deny there from JNaps. And again, the challenge game coming through for G2 to end the game. You thought maybe FaZe was going to keep it up a little bit longer. G2 coming out on top. And for FaZe, I think a little bit of a disappointment there with the quality chances they had near the end of this game. It should have at least been tied up.
And there's a little bit of silver lining, though, in the fact that they were having those looks. They had multiple good chances that they could have put away. And I guess the not so silver lining is the finishing. FaZe not able to put that in. The one goal that we saw, JNaps bouncing that one off the post and in. FaZe matching up nicely against G2, although G2 did have a ton of the possession krill.
Yeah. And I think, the thing that I touched on earlier, it was the progression from FaZe. Like, they didn't do a good job of holding onto the ball from their own goal side all the way to the G2 side. If they were to boom it downfield and then gain possession of the final third, then you saw that offense going. You're seeing Typical put shots on. You saw First Killer put shots on. But that only came at the end of the game where I think FaZe started to figure out that they can't just boom the ball away. G2's too good. And the only thing you've bought is time. The progression downfield didn't really matter. G2 comes right back and beats the first man every single time.
And one of the ways that FaZe is so deadly is when that ball is kicked back to them and they can take possession, pop it up, and man, an early shot and an early goal. FaZe, they got shut out last game, only taking 7 seconds to score in game 2.
Wow. What a second touch there from First Killer. And this time, Typical gets all of it. That sweet spot corner on the car to the left side. Beautifully struck by Typical. He's not going to miss that one. 7 seconds in. FaZe finding 4. Oh, my.
And, it looked like Chicago might be able to get his car back under control, but so we take another look. It goes right back to Typical. Yeah,
he landed on the bounce and just went a little bit too far. Tough to react. He would just pass the ball, so he couldn't stop his momentum in time to get back to the ball, and unfortunately looks a little goofy there in the end. But he certainly could have gotten back and made the save.
And maybe if he was in a Merc or a Nomad, both lovely cars, and amazing hitboxes as well, might have been able to make that stop, but wasn't able to do it. Now 2 early goals for FaZe. J-Naps, nice speed.
That's the dream start here, I think, for FaZe. You were talking about a silver lining, and proving to yourself that you can put on the pressure. G2 is one thing. Typical coming alive is maybe another for FaZe Clan. That's the player that you want hot. And right now, 3-0 start in the first minute. FaZe running away with it.
Typical, never letting go of boost. And that is a quick hat trick, Corelli. 41 seconds. Typical has 3.
3 for 3. My goodness. And for Typical, we were just criticizing the shooting in the last game. Here he is in this game, putting that criticism to rest. 3 for 3, first minute in. And right now it's on G2. How do they adapt? Because when FaZe is hot, they're a tough team to beat. They're one of the best teams in the world for a reason. And right now, we're really going to see something from G2. How do they adapt to this type of pressure when you're down 3 goals this early in a game?
AJ with some space, went for the pass to First Killer. Now a lob downfield. And Corelli, you're right. This is such a response from FaZe against G2, showing some life. And I mean, you were rattling off the numbers before. This matchup has not been in favor of FaZe. But when they can find their offense, things tend to work out well for them. Another shot coming in from Typical. This time it's blocked by G2.
Still great pressure here from FaZe, and they're forcing G2 with the poor clears this time over to Typical. Unfortunately, didn't really pan out with First Killer coming across, but you can see FaZe definitely taking a more conservative approach on offense now. They're keeping the last man further back, not having to push so hard. They know that really they're their own worst enemy at this point in this game. And G2 do break the pressure from FaZe here, but not for long, as it's right back into possession for FaZe.
And really, looking at this series offensively from the perspective of G2, the only goal they got was off a double commit and a team bump. That one almost finding the upper 90. But G2 has been struggling to find their offense. They haven't really generated any scoring chances purely from infield passes that we've seen so often from G2.
Singular shot here in this game so far from G2. It was Atomic. Maybe one here brewing. It's J-Naps lobbing it over to Chicago, who also plays it off the ceiling. And now First Killer, full boost, wants the solo play himself. Flip reset 1, went for 2. AJ there on the follow-up. As FaZe, very smart to just back off. You don't have to press too hard here. AJ kind of recoups and goes back into the challenge to make it tough for G2 to break out.
And pretty telling that First Killer was able to have that much space with a full tank of boost and able to go for that double flip reset. And now more space for First Killer, delaying the flip reset, gets the bump and the corner boost steal. FaZe mounting an attack. Typical. He's got 3. Can he get 4? No. J-Naps knocks it aside.
Probably his toughest shot yet there from Typical, but he went up uncontested. Nobody from G2 was there. They were just kind of shadowing the play. But that's scary to leave a FaZe player with open space like that. They're lucky it was such a tough shot where Typical couldn't generate power. As G2 now, time ticking away, 1:20 left on the clock, and they're down by 3 still.
Oh, First Killer hitting that back into JNAPS, and now gets a nice bounce of light touch from AJ. Rebound is Typical. That's his fourth of the game.
4 for 7, 7 shots in this game. AJ, what's the angle there, but just off the back of the wall, and G2 just so spread out. You're seeing, I think, FaZe, I think they're teaching themselves right now how to play this offense against G2, because whatever it is working. 4-0 right now with Typical popping off is a dream scenario. How about AJ? No, it's off the crossbar. First Killer trying to slow it down. Chicago will clear it away.
So AJ's shots have been going a little high, but I mean, at this point, if you're trying to make a prediction, a line that would be interesting is who's going to score more goals this series, Typical or G2?
Right now, it's certainly Typical. G2
One
sitting
goal
on 2 shots.
And now another shot. That one will be saved by Atomic. Offensively, G2 has been shut down and shut out. Approaching the final 30 seconds.
Oh, no.
JNAB's having to panic touch that one.
He's lucky Typical didn't have boost to go after. Here's AJ. Did he give you a flip reset off that? I don't think so, as the defense eat it up and clear it out. And with less than 20 seconds to go, G2 stunned here in Game 2. FaZe. This is one of their strongest offensive showings that we've seen against a team like G2. And boy, the real question is, can they keep this up? This consistency is hard to hold. And against a team like G2, you know G2 is going to go back to the drawing board and think about this one for at least the next 50 seconds here as we wait for the next game.
And you wonder what kind of adjustments G2 is going to come out with. They were barely keeping their head above water, and Typical dismantled them. You saw the ceiling double tap pass from First Killer. That was a great pass, but multiple just solo plays from Typical, doing work all on his own, generating those goals. And when you have more players than First Killer, we know what he can do. We've seen what Typical could do in the past, and this is the level of gameplay that Typical can bring to a team. In Game 2, he was lights out for FaZe.
Yeah, 15 shots to 3 in favor of FaZe here, and for good reason. You said, what can G2 do? And I think it really is actually slowing down the game, bringing the ball down into their possession, and finding some control for themselves, even out from their defensive third, because again, they did the same thing that FaZe was doing in Game 1, where they would just blow the ball down the field and give possession away. I think G2 did that quite a bit. There were a lot of like stretching type of passes that came out that made it tough for people to hold possession. So I think G2 just need to calm down. I think FaZe kind of put him in the mixer there for a little bit. And Typical was there to clean up a lot of the shots. But it's a new game, and you know that G2 is not going down without a fight.
Certainly, we've seen G2 be down, but they're never out until that last whistle blows. AJ to the sidewall, a hard hit off the ground. Atomic trying to bump First Killer. Chicago will tip this high off the backboard. Chicago, another back pass. First Killer racing Atomic to it. He'll bail out. Typical predicting where Atomic was going to go with that ball. And now First Killer off the backboard. AJ, the shot saved from JNAPS, and now Chicago over to Atomic. Atomic, a quarter of a tank. He'll go right for net. Easy save for First Killer.
Close here so far for FaZe, trying to keep that magic going. Here's Typical. First touch. Another demo comes out from First Killer. Removing those G2 players. Another demo now from AJ, looking for another bump, but Atomic backs off. Smart play there from Atomic. He knew that he had to get a touch there. He couldn't afford the bump. With how physical FaZe is, you could see the gaps that they created. That's now First Killer once again. Wants to pass over to Typical.
Another demo.
Backboard. It's free for him. Atomic's got low boost. He tried the in and out save. Chicago on the backboard. Gonna save G2 and they get out.
JW, you even saw him having to dodge that demo attempt. So many demos coming out in favor of FaZe. G2 under immense pressure. That pinch wrapping around. Typical looking for another bump on the backboard. A corner boost steal. The center ball, nobody there. Chance now for G2 to get some breathing room.
And it really is an interesting type of pressure that G2's feeling right now. It's a physical one. You're seeing another demo now from First Killer. JNaps, though, flip reset, second touch. As AJ does get a piece of it. Great read from here. Typical tough save. He won't make it. Atomic direct into the net. And G2 take the lead.
Typical sitting in net with 91 boost, waiting for this shot, but he was surprised by how much power it had. I don't think he was expecting Atomic to just blast it on net like that. It looked like he was more ready to defend the backboard.
It looked like he was either playing a pass or the backboard. He kind of crept out straight with the net instead of covering that near post. That's what cost them positioning on the shot. So for FaZe now, or for G2 rather, this is a great rebuttal to the last game to at least put one away. That one went high. Chicago, the shooter here, he's going to drop it below First Killer, and G2 double up.
And this is another situation where G2 makes a nice read on the defense. Chicago seeing First Killer start to do the wraparound save, and the low shot perfectly placed. Chicago getting that bounce back goal again for G2, who got smoked. Or in game 3, they got smoked game 2. And now G2 finding that offense finally.
Looking to keep it going. And one big thing, as we were mentioning earlier, has been the physical play from FaZe. It hasn't paid off quite yet. The issue is the shots aren't coming when they get the demo, when they get the bumps out. But it is making G2 scramble on defense here as AJ, a little slow there on the flip reset. Chicago will come through. That's a great pass over to First Killer. Pass to JNaps, but this one too far. He wanted the angle, wasn't going to find it. Chicago with 0 boost gets the clear, and now Atomic all the way to the FaZe side.
Atomic wanting to skip that one closer to the net. Typical air dribble pass. First Killer trying to fake out JNaps, but JNaps playing both lines. Chicago, tip to the sidewall. JNaps with a strong 50. Now, numbers advantage. First Killer has to buy time. Light touch will control it on the backboard. Nicely played.
Whoa.
The fake from First Killer as well. And he'll punch it even further downfield. First Killer buying some critical time there for FaZe.
That one almost pinched off JNaps into the net if they got a little bit more power on it. This one lobbed over Chicago. He got bumped. Still with the touch here. G2 trying to pile on. They back off. FaZe trying to gain possession here. You can see it's tough for them to hold on to it. Typical fighting for it on the goal line. Atomic doesn't get the touch I think he wanted. JNaps, he didn't either. Now the pass to Typical, it's too high. Follow up from AJ and First Killer. He'll put it away. Everyone went from FaZe, but they put it home.
Throwing everything in the kitchen sink included. Typical saw Chicago in net, opted for the backboard pass, and a nice strike from First Killer. FaZe Clan back within striking distance. A minute 14 left on the clock. The game started out physical. FaZe was demoing G2 left and right. G2 able to get a handle of the game. And now FaZe right back into it, Corelli.
I'm really curious what AJ was looking for there. He didn't have a lot of boost when he jumped. I don't know if he was trying to get a shot or a bump. Not that it matters. First Killer put it away, and now First Killer trying to body block in front of Atomic, but he still makes the save. FaZe, though, threatening here. Another pass across the box. It gets by 1 on G2, but not JNaps. As G2 now, the comfortable 2-goal lead, does not feel so comfortable now with 44 seconds left.
And that was an interesting play on the goal line. First Killer was looking for a bump. Atomic knew if he was going to drive forward and turn, First Killer would have bumped him. So he throws it in reverse. Now a shot on target, tipped up high. JNaps from behind will be able to break that play up, but now Typical taking control. The air dribble, crossbar down. Somehow Atomic skips that out, and he'll clear it. Atomic, how on earth did you keep that ball out of the net?
He's a wizard. He has been on all the teams he's been on defensively somehow. He's just got a different read on the game as Chicago turns one away here with 4 seconds left. G2 holding on. Demos coming out left and right. Atomic gets 2. 0-second time. A third now for Atomic Demos. And he'll sweep them off.
That shouldn't be possible. That should not be possible. I honestly don't know from a physics perspective how you could get that touch. We have to see that again at some point.
I have no idea how he does it. And that's the crazy part is that's not the first time we've seen unreal supernatural saves from Atomic. Like, he does that all the time.
G2 is glad to have him on their team this time around. You remember the 21 game best
I was about to
set.
say, yeah. G2 has felt the pain of Atomic saves before. This
Oh
time,
my
though,
goodness, there it was.
goodness.
Atomic. I cannot believe my eyes when I see that. I only saw it for a brief moment. Gonna have to go back and check out that clip, certainly after this series is done and dusted. But G2, a great bounce back performance from them in game 3. Game 2 was all FaZe, and it's particularly all Sypical. Sypical was unbelievably good in game 2. Game 3, G2 withstanding the demo pressure and then getting the game back under control. An amazing save from Atomic as well. Atomic, again, having to make a defensive stop. G2 back in the lead in the series.
And, you know, I think people have been critical of Sypical in many series this season. I think this is shaping up to be one of his better ones so far. He has contributed in all of these games, and it's certainly put on the offense as a shooter here for FaZe. And right now they're going to need him once again as First Killer and AJ run into each other on the clear. And it does make it to Atomic. Atomic still holding on to this one, still fighting for it. He'll take away the boost from FaZe as Difficult wants to bring this one all the way across and over Chicago. The cut back, AJ's there, and that's going to be a tough one to put through. Atomic cut it off, and JNaps to collect.
JNaps off the ceiling, forcing the ball downfield. Beautiful tap by AJ. Now the 1-2. Sypical almost getting hit. You saw First Killer wanted to fling that right back into him. If Sypical makes contact, likely would have been a goal. A bright idea. The execution just missing out. Oh, off the ceiling pass. Chicago!
Oh, no.
Chicago too fast on that play. The ceiling pass left the lane open.
Yeah, it was a great touch there from Atomic. Yeah, you're right. I think Chicago just went a little too fast there. It was a great play. You know it was communicated, the ceiling pass. Unfortunately, just couldn't get around it. Would have been a great chance there for G2. Chicago now trying to fight for this one. JNaps as well. Now Atomic's going to go. Everyone involved here from G2 off the backboard. JNaps, he'll put it down. G2 on the board first once again.
And it looked like it was another team bump. Typical and AJ bump into each other when AJ's streaking back. AJ not able to get boost. Hopeless situation. That's the second time that we've seen a team bump lead to a goal for G2. FaZe gonna have to watch out for one another on the field, Corelli.
That's not the first time we've had to say that about FaZe 2. We've seen many times them just getting in front of each other, especially defensively. It seems like they figure it out offensively, but here comes JNaps. Can he put this one away? He won't. AJ racing back. Will make the save. FaZe looking for offense here. Sypical over to First Killer. Everyone went from G2 and no one came up with a touch.
G2, another close call. Now Atomic air dribble. First Killer touch to the corner. Chicago with the boost steal. And there you see a little bit of a mix-up, but JNaps still able to retain possession. AJ off to the side. Typical to First Killer. First Killer, first touch on the wall. Patience, now an air dribble. It goes wide, but that was some nice control from First Killer, keeping that ball close.
And First Killer also started that play with the demo on the man in the midfield on G2, and that's really what opened up the space for FaZe to move out, as that one comes clean off the backboard. First Killer not reading the touch. That one got a pinch into the net. First Killer can't get back. JNaps muscles it through the last man, and it finds its way home.
JNaps, first touch hitting the brakes, and then a strong dunk. What do you do about that? JNaps, second goal now for G2, and we've seen this from FaZe at times in series where they just look flat. They have such good offensive performances, and then they get shut out. And G2, they seem to have figured out what FaZe was bringing to the table, and now another unbelievable stop on the goal line from G2.
It's unreal. There is something happening with G2. Something special is protecting their net right now. And
it's
G2,
like angels in the outfield.
Yeah, I was about to make that reference. Something divine. Or maybe it's just Atomic. I don't know. Maybe it's two of the same.
Look into the stand, see if an egg is waving his arms.
Yeah, it might be the case. A minute and a half, G2 once again have a 2-goal lead. Very similar to the previous game. Sipical trying to change that. Gets a second flip. What in the world was that? How did that go in for Sipical?
We're going to have to take another look at this one. Sipical getting behind it. Flip reset. Flips. It looks like he got a bump.
He bumped him.
It looks like he bumped someone from G2, and then
Atomic.
It was Atomic, and then Atomic ended up bumping Chicago.
Yes. Atomic hit Chicago out of the way. And somehow that one finds its way in. And now FaZe threatening here again. Again, very similar to the previous game. It felt very comfortable for G2. They built up a 2-goal lead at FaZe with just around a minute left. Put one away.
And you know that Sipical was going for that bump, but the fact that the bump ended up causing a team bump, that was crazy.
Right. Just how you draw it up.
Yeah, exactly. Calculated. And now, on the other end, G2 marching downfield. This ball out in front of that for so long. Sipical, a nice read. That could have been another scoring chance for G2. Atomic not giving first killer the chance.
Oh, big clear from AJ, and Sipical's already up. Can he get a second touch? He does, but it's not on target. AJ wants to put it through. He will to tie it up.
And this was such a good double from Sipical. Sipical, you saw him rotating all around.
Wow.
Perfect touch to the backboard. Gets the pass out to the middle. And there was a bit of a ping pong on the save, but the power from AJ was a nice flip, getting behind that ball, and FaZe right back into it.
And you wonder if maybe Chicago was just trying to do too much, because JNaps had much more of a squared up hit on that one coming out from the goal line. It won't matter here in the 15 seconds left. What's done is done. That's a great touch from Atomic. First killer, though, read it all the way. 10 seconds left. G2 looking to threaten, but it could be FaZe. If they can hold on to it in the midfield, Atomic's got to go. He does. And maybe it's up to him. 0-second goal. Atomic doesn't connect. JNap's not going to go. As FaZe looking to drop this one down, it'll be JNaps in the end. Overtime.
A rare miss there from Atomic. Had a chance at a 0-second play. As you said, Curly, now overtime. Woo. Overtime almost ending shortly. Chicago towards net, but a brave save from first killer. And now AJ clearing it out. JNaps booms it. Atomic waiting. Atomic back down to JNaps. JNaps off the backboard. Where's Chicago? Chicago now jumping in. Light pass down to Atomic. Atomic with a fake, but AJ doesn't buy it.
Yeah, Chicago is being very patient there as the third man. He saw Sipical all the way up. Didn't want to take the challenge as the last man, of course. Over 30 seconds here in this overtime phase. They might have their first look. AJ winding up, and it's not strong enough here. Atomic with a monster clear, but he's got 0 boost to follow up. 2 there from FaZe on the sidewall, but they're going to hold on to it.
First killer gets the flip reset, dares someone from G2 to challenge. First killer weaving his way through the defense. Now AJ pinch pass down. JNaps able to get a piece of it. Nice defensive stand from JNaps.
Yeah, I was going to say that one is going to be really pretty from FaZe if they put that one away. But again, defensively, G2 somehow pull it out. And they're going to need it here in overtime. Another chance for them to go. Atomic wanted to, I think, dish that one off. And instead, just didn't get the touch. As now Sipical wants to dribble out. Chicago tries to find over AJ as first killer comes to clean up. Still no chances here from G2 as they lob it over the net. FaZe doing a good job of shutting things down. They're not going to win that challenge on JNaps. Now it gets dangerous as AJ does clear it away.
Lovely stop there from AJ. G2, a threatening attack. AJ with a challenge. JNaps, first touch, trying to get back to it. Kicks off to the side. Atomic, excellent speed, but first killer is able to boom it down to AJ. AJ off the backboard. It bounces down a miss from JNaps. Vulnerable net, but Sipical couldn't get a strong touch.
And Atomic just narrowly avoided a bump there. Had he gotten hit, that was an open net. Now Atomic, can he go back the other way? It's too high. Over 2 minutes of overtime, still deadlocked.
Chicago to Atomic, stealing past. JNaps up. First killer beats him to it. 2 go. AJ, double tap. Atomic challenged by first killer who beats him, and now gets a touch on the ball again. First killer is everywhere.
He's just so sticky on the ball. He just always gets multiple touches. Now he's got to get some defense. Here's Atomic. He gets in the way. First Killer somehow got back and makes the save.
That looked like a kung fu movie. Somehow dodging all the blows. First Killer keeping this game alive for FaZe. I don't know how he did it. AJ off the ceiling. Cleared out by First Killer. Another effort there in Chicago. Booms it up to Atomic. The pre-flip. The shot. AJ. The save. It was going in. But AJ able to keep that ball out.
Some crucial saves here from AJ. 5 saves total. Leading the charge for FaZe. He's turned away some crucial shots.
Now Atomic. And that ball kick out to AJ, who's low on boost. Flip reset doesn't land, but it's down to First Killer. AJ didn't get a big scoop, but it ended up being the perfect touch for First Killer to take the shot.
Oh my, First Killer was just sitting under him the entire time he was in the air, and the second it dropped down, he knew what to do. FaZe battling back. A long overtime here against a very strong defense, and a defense that have really showed off here in this series, but they've stuck it out. It took them 10 shots to break them down, but they come out on top.
That was a slugfest, and we saw a defensive stand from G2 before this game, and this one, FaZe defensively making stop after stop. AJ, like you said, 5 saves. First Killer in that hopeless 2v1 situation, managing to keep G2 at bay, and another late comeback. FaZe not scoring their first goal until late in this game, and then you see AJ, and this is something that is so deadly about FaZe, is that solo aerial play ball, especially from AJ. So good mechanically. Everyone on this team, double flip reset in an RLCS game, no problem.
Yeah, right.
And so you have to respect that. And you saw that respect from AJ when he gets that flip reset, ends up not getting much on the ball, but that even just getting flip reset, G2 knowing that AJ has it was enough to where when that ball dropped down, First Killer had all the space he needed.
And that's what we talk about with flip resets too, is how dangerous that singular move is, because it gives you so many options. Now, I haven't seen that option in like getting the flip reset and then using the flip but not hitting the ball to drop it down to your teammate. That's really nice. I don't know if they really meant to do that, but First Killer having the brains to sit under that play and kind of just put himself in a position to come out with a best case scenario. And that certainly was the best case scenario in that position.
It really was. First Killer seemed like he knew exactly what was going on. So intentional or not, it worked out perfectly for FaZe, and we are tied up in the series. 2 games apiece. Typical and First Killer thinking about who should take it. Bounces back out. A nice pass on the goal line. AJ staying in the play. He had the vision.
I really like this pass from First Killer. 0 boost, but a tough bounce to come out. But he knows he has support to his left side, and he has no boost to really get good power. So it's going to be a pass 100% of the time. And FaZe have done a great job, I think, throughout the season, building up their synergy on offense. They're being a lot more selfless. They're cutting down on the double commits, and I think they're giving themselves the option for plays like that.
And that was where a lot of criticism was coming through, is their ability to utilize one another. And they've been the team that's been doing it in this matchup. Wonderful passing play right there. And now typical solo play off the ceiling. That's shut down AJ. Light first touch, going for the 50. Well done by AJ. Atomic giving up possession. First Killer taking on Chicago. To an air dribble, and JNEPS touch back to the corner. Quick counterattack try here from G2. Oh, just high. Atomic had a nice double tap, and now a double commit from G2. Potential numbers advantage. Typical towards net, and Chicago was able to get back.
Went for gold there and almost got it. What a touch there from First Killer. Now he can drop this one down, or maybe he just scored himself. Why not? He's First Killer. Of course he can score from that angle.
First Killer, he gets the boost steal, gets the touch, stays behind the ball. Is there anything First Killer cannot do?
And you know what? That's why I'm Grand Champ too, James, because I would have passed it there. All right? I would have passed that one. First Killer against G2, he'll take it himself and score it.
World class.
And that's why he's here. That's why he's world class.
JNabs. Who needs to flip reset? Who needs to air dribble when you can just demo Corelli? That's the type of gameplay that you love to see.
Poor Typical. He's got all of G2 running at him there. I mean, what do you do, Typical? If you dodge the first one, then the guy with the ball just cuts it back the way you're not going. It's such a tough position. Not to mention JNabs was on the wing there just in case you went out wide. So you really can't blame Sip. Tough position to be in.
Another demo coming out from G2. We're starting to see some aggression. Is that an adjustment? Will we see more of that from G2? Another demo. This time Chicago taking out First Killer. There's a block down. AJ taking it airborne.
That's a boost.
Looks like he might have gotten tapped a bit. Lost the ball. First Killer, nice challenge. JNabs with only 40 boost. Can't get there in time. Typical drop down to AJ. FaZe are picking G2 apart.
There is some world-class work on the back wall right now being done by FaZe across the board. This time it's a beautiful pass from Typical with no boost, using just a single jump off the back wall to push it out towards his teammate. Brilliantly done, and a 3-1 lead now for FaZe. They have looked good this game.
I can barely land on my wheels. Even just on the sidewall on easy shots. And here you have Typical doing that on the backboard as FaZe continue to score goal after goal. JNabs wasn't expecting that late touch from AJ. G2 getting smoked in game 5.
And great work there from AJ. I think he was trying to score that one, of course, but the post really helped out. Came right back to his teammates. And a 4-1, like you said, from FaZe. Once again, just blowing them out and looking to be the better team at the moment. FaZe, once again, half a game left to play. Plenty of time for G2 to get back into it, but AJ's going to rip one on target. Of course, it's Atomic on the goal line to make the save.
And another FaZe team passing play. This one off the post. Rebound out. Typical. Typical bodies Atomic. Makes sure there's no shot ongoing.
Oh, surely I thought that was going in for G2, but a brilliant bump from Typical to prevent Atomic to go. And a painful one to not score there for G2. I mean, they had the perfect setup. It's exactly what G2 aims for on offense. And their third man there is so crucial in that play. Typical to bump him out of the way is so smart. And now, Atomic once again wants to threaten. Back post shot is just way too far as G2 tries to get their offense going. But here comes First Killer as Atomic makes the save.
Thought it was wide open, but Atomic, nice recovery to get back. Hard shot. Typical couldn't deal with it. A minute 36 left, Corelli. This is not impossible for G2.
No, sir. And that was a great shot. Typical, I guess, just really couldn't get around it. Didn't have a ton of boost there either, but still got the touch. Just couldn't turn it away from the net. That's what you get for hitting it with that type of power. That one still went in at 40 miles an hour. And now G2 trying to threaten late here.
First Killer taking space. Perhaps taking too much time. G2, a threatening attack. Now another close call. Typical and AJ glancing blows, but not a bad team bump. A big pinch off the side. JNabs keeping the ball in the FaZe half. Back to the FaZe corner. JNabs doesn't get much of a touch on the ball. First Killer will get a nice 50 streaking to the ball. And the save from Atomic. First Killer had a look, but Atomic able to get back just in the nick of time.
And a game like this is certainly a game where you're testing the discipline of FaZe. 45 seconds left. G2, they've been threatening, and FaZe have done a great job of responding, going downfield and not overcommitting. They don't have to throw everyone at it, but you certainly don't want to leave Typical to 2v1. That's an incredible touch from JNabs, and Typical makes the save.
I didn't expect JNabs to get such a good touch, but still it wasn't enough to get by FaZe. First Killer, what? First Killer reaching deep into the bag of tricks, and a team bump from G2 now. Atomic going for the 50, and that's going to pinch wide. And so FaZe, they passed the test, Corelli, holding up in this last assault that G2 was able to mount.
Almost in style if First Killer put that one away. That one is going to be incredible, and for G2, you're right. They're a team that will test you, and FaZe right now, like you said, discipline here in this game to close it out. And in a very close series so far, 10 shots between AJ and First Killer. That is an incredible offense between those two.
FaZe Clan, they snapped the 5 series RLCS lose streak that they had against NRG. 4 series in a row they've lost to G2. They snapped it against NRG earlier, and now a chance to snap the lose streak against G2. And we actually have our first Nissan tactical timeout. It's called by G2, Corell.
And I think this is a great idea from G2. You got to cool off FaZe a little bit. I just don't think the normal tricks are working for G2 at the moment. So, kind of having a little brainstorm sesh. I was talking with Sathu actually on First Touch, and we were talking about Atomic. His IQ in Rocket League is just so high. Like, he is such a great player to bounce. Honestly, everyone on G2 is. But when you listen, even as a fan, you can get to hear those G2 comms sometimes. And he's always keeping the boys focused. He's always pointing out the little things, even when things are going right. He's constantly trying to improve his team's play, even when they're winning. And Chicago's also the same way, a great guy to kind of chat and talk about the game, and very open to criticisms and not afraid to tell his teammates what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. And so this team really relies on that type of communication, especially in things like a tactical timeout, to elevate their game.
No doubt, a wise person will always welcome constructive criticism. And it's that type of mentality that it takes to get to this level, to have the amount of success that G2 has had. They've been seemingly unbeatable. They've been getting to the finals through the upper bracket all of the spring split. But here in the Nissan Classic, you wonder if they can do it again. FaZe has been looking deadly offensively. We've seen Sipical pop off, First Killer making plays, AJ the flip reset pass to First Killer. Is this finally the time for FaZe to become the top team in North America?
Well, here's the thing, James. When I said at the beginning of this series, I said FaZe in 25 games have only won 7 against G2 this season. They have now won 3, almost half of what they've done the entire season here. You can see them kind of sit up and get ready. They're going in to a crucial game here for FaZe. We said they've taken down one of their demons in NRG. They're on match point here against another one in G2.
Neo Tokyo. Can FaZe Clan win this here, or will we go to Champions Field? G2, with how good they've been, you'd bet on a game 7, but FaZe Clan, maybe they can elevate their game. Oh, another early chance for G2, but this time doesn't go their way. And now the counterattack is on. Pinch sends it off the ceiling. A demo from FaZe. We've seen FaZe aggressive at times. G2 answering back. An early demo from FaZe doesn't make much of a difference. Now Atomic wrapping around the ball, trying to be unpredictable. AJ blocked out, and Atomic opts to keep that ball in the corner instead of going for the boost steal.
And you can see it kind of threw off FaZe. Nobody challenged him because they all thought he was going to try and get the boost there. And now First Killer wants a second touch. Atomic, he's going to poke it free. Can he get back around to it? He's racing there. The angle's there, but Sipical took it away. And a bump here from Atomic to clear out AJ, but the offense not there for G2 quite yet.
You saw that chess match in that moment. The threaten of the fake, the threaten of the shot, but FaZe Clan defensively able to make it out of those sticky situations.
What a clear from Atomic. We've seen that since game 1. The work he's been able to do on the sidewall has been incredible. To beat the first man, to push it downfield. Here comes one to Chicago. He's not going to go. Typical kind of panicking there. J-Naps will follow up. Chicago and Atomic went all the way back here. So some space for Sipical as he's floating past it. And sort of flub there from FaZe on the counter.
Sipical filling that space, trying to keep G2 back, even though he didn't have the boost to make that play. Chicago, 50, another challenge. Shoots it off to the other side of the field. AJ, a center ball, but no one from FaZe were there.
Would have been a brilliant pass, too. It was going to be a tough shot, so I think the pass was the better play. Unfortunately, no one there. Now Chicago looking for the bump. It comes across the net. Both J-Naps and Atomic very patient on their approach there. So I don't want to give away any free challenges as this one's popped up by Chicago. Looking for options. Denied by Sipical.
We're already approaching the halfway point. This game going by in the blink of an eye, still scoreless. Typical got the corner boost, but not the best touch.
Uh-oh.
The shot is off target. Atomic doesn't hit it. That was a gift-wrapped ball.
Yeah, that's the one. And it could be the game changer here. That's the one that G2's got to put away. Maybe another chance as that one's going to be thrown to the FaZe side. And FaZe really haven't generated a lot of offense here. One shot to their name. It was from AJ. Other than that, it's been a lot of G2 just kind of in the trenches with FaZe on their own side. As Typical's got to turn this one away. And with 2 minutes left, still scoreless.
JNaps can't beat out First Killer. Atomic staying on the play. Gets a piece of it. Chicago backflipped, but it put him in position. First Killer tip up. JNaps the shot.
Too high.
It's high and wide.
Still, G2 keeping the pressure on. Chicago eventually losing that one. A couple of shots now, James. We've called it out. Just not on target, whether it's high, whether it's wide. And G2, the only team right now that's getting good looks, but maybe FaZe comes. AJ, can he get one through? He will. Chicago can't get the challenge, and FaZe in the lead.
And that was disastrous from G2. A double commit Chicago and JNaps. Chicago awkward on the backboard. It was Atomic and JNaps who doubled. And a hopeless situation. G2 goes from having an open look on net to now giving up that goal late. FaZe, they might be able to do it, Corelli.
Just a minute and a half away from qualifying for London. They've gone through some tough teams. G2 would be their toughest, of course. And again, discipline is tested here with just over a minute left. G2's been threatening. Oh my, a blunder defensively from FaZe. Nobody comes up with the touch. How does that go in?
First Killer, he picked up one pad and it looked like AJ jumping up for it, threw him off. AJ bailed out. First Killer bailed out, didn't have the boost. And that is gonna sting for FaZe.
And I guess they're just happy that they sit tied now with a minute to go. This one over to AJ. FaZe looking to get one back now after giving one away. Typical wants to pop it up. Atomic read him all the way. And still Atomic on the ball will be denied by First Killer.
Chicago full boost. First Killer off the ceiling, preventing the hit downfield, but Atomic lobs it right back. Broken up by AJ. JNaps out to the corner. First Killer trying to get a solo play. It goes out to Typical. JNaps denying the backboard. High pass. First Killer back off the ceiling. The shot. It's blocked by First Killer. First Killer blocked the shot that looked like it was going in.
And that was such a brilliant pass as well. They did everything right. Their own worst enemy here in this game, but maybe one more chance. Typical. Can he make the difference? JNaps to deny. Chicago's going to keep it up. JNaps going to throw it downfield. This one's going to find the back wall. First Killer gets a touch. Here comes JNaps. It's still floating. First Killer somehow clears it away. Is AJ going to keep it up? He will. First Killer looking to the G2 corner. JNaps got back, and First Killer finally going to put this one down.
Overtime in a game that you thought FaZe had in the bag. You thought that London was theirs. But G2 put their foot in the door. And JNaps now with low boost leading the charge, gets the corner boost steal in front of AJ and gets the demo. Atomic getting around the ball, wanted to get the mid boost. Chicago to Atomic, low boost shot. Whoa. It's high, rebound out. JNaps, corner, we're going to game 7.
He's got the ice. And everyone getting involved from G2. A perfectly placed shot over the shoulder. Typical couldn't get up to it. G2 stay alive. It's a game 7.
I thought this was over, Corelli. This game was an anomaly for FaZe. That play, AJ and First Killer both going for the same ball. First Killer low on boost. Made an awkward situation in a head scratcher of a concede, and then G2 winning in overtime. JNaps the shot. G2 struggling a bit with their shooting, being accurate, but JNaps, when it really mattered, was able to pull it off, and now we're going to game 7.
I really don't know what to make of this series so far, because I honestly think FaZe has had a fantastic series here. This game, though, was one of those games that I guess I'd sort of been hinting at, where, when are the mistakes going to come out from FaZe? When are they going to start? They kind of choked that game. All right, let's be honest. That one
You're not blotting anything, are you, Kirill?
No, I'm not, and I'm just being honest here. And they have one more chance here. I'm surprised actually they're not taking a timeout. I know I would definitely take a timeout and just kind of regroup after that game, because not only did they let in a weak goal, but they also blocked one of their own shots that would have also put them in the lead. So a painful series, I think, for FaZe, where I think it's generally been good from them, but this particular game, this one got out of their hands. We should not be here.
And that one particular play, and then also thinking back, there was that passing play as well that First Killer got in the way. So that was heartbreak. And Corelli, it's time. Game 7, presented by Nissan here on Champions Field. A chance for FaZe to secure their bid at London, or will they crumble in the home stretch?
And regardless, I think for FaZe, they have looked better than G2 in many of these games so far. I think that's a great thing for FaZe. They just got to do it one more time. They have everything to lose here at the moment. I mean, G2's already qualified. Of course, FaZe wants to qualify as soon as they possibly can. That's a great flick from Atomic. JNaps has a wide open net, and G2 in the lead first.
You said it, a wide open net. Atomic, that touch beating out the defender, not only making sure the defense doesn't get a piece of it on the challenge, but to set up the counter-attacking goal. That is a punch to the gut for FaZe Clan. G2, they've got the ice, but First Killer, he beat Chicago out. You saw Chicago streaking back. You thought he had a chance, but this is a masterful shot and a huge goal. FaZe Clan needed that.
How did Typical win that one so hard? He went through 2 players to win that challenge, and of course, his teammate and First Killer there to follow him up. Still only 30 seconds into this game, and good from FaZe here to respond. You certainly don't want this one to get away from you.
Chicago to the sidewall. First Killer staying in the play. Chicago hitting this across field. Atomic to JNaps. JNaps, great speed. First Killer trying to get it downfield, but Chicago in the way. Right back down to AJ. First Killer in the middle to Typical. Typical, hard hit. Going for the arc, but Atomic able to get that pass right down. You're seeing how quickly both teams can do a counterattack in a split second.
Pace of play very high here. Everyone giving it their all. Now First Killer taking on all of G2. Nobody fooled by the mind game this time. JNaps, dangerous ball, but AJ saw it all the way on the second touch. Now First Killer, does he want it himself? A flip reset. It's a pass to Typical, and this time it's deflected again. I think Atomic got a piece of it as well. And for FaZe, beautiful passes across the box and just can't convert.
And you can't really blame First Killer. The ball's getting hit into him.
Yeah.
Oh, poor First Killer. That does have to be tilting.
And I mean, he's setting these things up too. I mean,
they're great setups.
Fantastic.
Those passes were miraculous.
And it's got to be painful for him and for the team to have these types of looks and not to put him away.
Low boost for Typical. Typical just had to watch that ball sail by. Chicago catching it on the wall. JNaps with a demo. The challenge from Chicago. Rebound out to Atomic. Off the ceiling and down. Awkward ball, 2 go. Chicago hunting for the demo on AJ. Doesn't connect. But FaZe on their back foot. There's a demo on 1. Launched across the field. Chicago couldn't stay under control and has to go all the way back for boost.
Ooh. Still works out here for G2. I don't know if that's the touch that Chicago wanted, but very nicely done. And very smart from them to bring that one back. The First Killer working his magic in the midfield. AJ streaking up to the sky. So he takes it to the backboard, and that one will pitch off him back to the midfield line. First Killer has to respond as G2 looking for that go-ahead goal. Atomic off the back wall, and JNaps again, very conservative on the approach. Letting FaZe just throw it downfield.
Critical demo by JNaps on First Killer. Opens up the midfield for Atomic. Atomic flip reset dunk. Pinches out to the side. First killer. Soft touch. Down to the ground. Hard off the G2 corner. And JNAPS trying to keep this ball out of the midfield. 2 players miss for G2. Atomic waiting in net.
Whoa.
Chicago with a huge save.
Shocking power coming out from Sypical when he was in traffic. He had players around him, and yet still a quality shot coming out from him and a big save. Now Sypical again, threatening with a flip reset. AJ win as well. It's just first killer back. He's got to buy time and a wonderful challenge here as Sypical gets to the goal line and FaZe gets set.
Really, first killer blocking shots on both nets quite a bit this series. That was a tough defensive situation for first killer. Comes out on top yet again, this time defending his own net. Final minute, first killer doesn't make contact. AJ light tap to the middle.
Okay.
Typical low shot, and it's no good.
Just no boost. And now
AJ
shot from AJ.
Shot.
Oh my, another one off the ceiling. 2 go. Actually, everyone jumped at that one from G2. And yet still, FaZe can't break through. Sypical looking for one over the top. Atomic there, last man left. First killer trying to muscle it home. A follow-up shot will go through. 32 seconds left on the clock, and FaZe take the lead.
And Sypical, this was such a key play from him. First killer, the intelligence to go for the 50. You saw him using the bottom of his car, trying to finesse that ball pass, be able to get back under control. First killer with a redemption play. And now 30 seconds, all that separate FaZe Clan from their trip to London.
G2 might only have 1 or 2 more looks here. JNAP's chasing players on the goal line. Atomic gets it through 1. A beautiful touch. Chicago denied. JNAP's got to do something with it here, and Sypical dives at him. First killer with the clear out. And G2, it's their last chance. Chicago. They'll find Atomic. JNAPS will go now. Sypical can't get there. Chicago second touch isn't there. FaZe Clan take them down in 7.
A wild ride, but in the end, FaZe Clan, they secure their spot at the London Major, and G2 will be going down into the lower bracket, a place they have not been in quite some time.
Wow. You can see, that might have been a smile from AJ there. I don't know. I think he could be a little happy. Could be a little happy about this one. As, you saw the tweets he had yesterday.
He cursed them.
He cursed them. He certainly did.
It worked.
And it certainly worked out here. And, of course, very happy in his position here for FaZe. Just overall, a win over G2. Wow. What a day for FaZe. And they've secured their spot in London comfortably here. And for FaZe, I think, something to smile about if you're AJ.
No doubt. And Sypical having a great series. A couple games in particular where Sypical was that difference. But first killer playing phenomenally well throughout. Obviously, a couple of those hits, you can't really control where his teammates are shooting.
Yeah.
You do want to try to leave the net open as much as possible for your teammates. But first killer, great play, especially at the end with that 50, getting that go-ahead goal. And FaZe Clan secure their spot. We will be seeing them play at the London Major. So congrats to them. Corelli, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more RLCS.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch. I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
But if I'm
somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You just got done watching a crazy 7-game set between FaZe and G2, but we're going to move right on over to another ridiculous match with Space Station versus Version 1. Subi, Version 1 have already qualified for the major, but Space Station are still in the hunt. They just need this victory against Version 1 to get that spot.
Yeah, it's simple for them. Win and in. So if you're a Space Station Gaming fan, all eyes are on this series. They just have to take down Version 1. And if you look back at history, it has definitely favored Space Station Gaming, where Version 1 has struggled against them. But Jorby, I've got to be honest, I am so excited for this matchup. And I know we say that all the time, but this one right now feels like there's going to be fireworks all up and down the field. These are two of the top demo-heavy teams in the league. It's going to be something special.
I totally agree. And Version 1, I think for them, this has to feel great. You're playing with house money. You're sitting back. You're loose on the controllers. There's really not any stress here. You couldn't be in a better environment if you were Version 1 right now. But Space Station, they're used to this. For 3 straight splits, they have been, it has taken till a 3rd regional for them to try to get that spot in the major. Maybe not as tense as the fall, where they had to play a tiebreaker against Complexity, lost that one. And then LA, again, weren't able to get it until a little later on. And now this time, you just need one more. You don't even need to get to the grand finals to do it. This is the split that Space Station have really come into form, and no short thanks to Daniel.
Yeah, and you know, I'm curious to see what everyone out there is thinking. We're going to go to the Verizon Fan Vote and see what all of you out there have to say about this. So make sure you get the hashtags in chat, hashtag V1 or hashtag SSG on who you think you're going to take this one. And Jorby, I'm honestly gonna have all eyes on this. I think it's going to be pretty split down the middle. Both of these teams, when they're at their peak, both ones can take down any team in the world. And I feel like right now this weekend, we are seeing both teams at their peak. We're seeing Beast Mode going up against Arsenal for top goals per game this weekend. It's just going to be an offensive shootout. It's going to be fireworks, demos everywhere. It's going to be action packed. And if this is your first time tuning in to watch Rocket League, this is a series you're going to want to watch.
Yeah, Version 1. You mentioned the physical game, and that's something that has helped them be consistently successful, obviously with the Beast Mode edition. But Calm, he's usually the guy that's running around, taking you off the field. And that's what makes them so deadly on the transition. That's usually where they catch teams out. And we're about to get our players in to the lobby and ready to go. But I'm curious how chat has voted for this. Me personally, Subi, I don't want to pick, but you know Space Station have a massive fan base in this game. And, you know, you see that on the bottom. 77% right now in favor of Space Station.
Holy smokes. I thought it was going to be closer than that. But like you said, Space Station does probably have that bigger fan base. But a lot of people out there think V1 can get it done. I guess not a lot, but 23%. Maybe they're just getting up, getting some snacks and waiting for the game to begin, so they can't get their votes in there. But we appreciate everyone that did take part in that. And Jorby, game 1 almost underway here. You said you didn't want to answer who's going to take it, and I don't think it really matters. I think we both come out victorious just by getting to sit on the sidelines and watch this one.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a quality match. Space Station, 1 series away from punching their ticket to Landon. Version 1 stand in their way. Who takes it home? Let's get underway.
And all eyes on this kickoff, and you better make sure that you don't blink. This ball is going to be all over the field. There are going to be bright lights flashing from the explosions, and goals, I feel like, aren't going to be a premium here. So many shots going to come out from both sides of the field.
Version 1 and Space Station really get underway. Torment gonna start things off with a quick pass to Calm, and that one off the post. He almost got it on the rebound. It's taken away. Daniel can flip it out. A scary start there for Space Station.
Hey, we warned him, Jorby. We were telling him shots gonna be coming out from everywhere. And first 5 seconds of the match, a tough one coming out from V1, and they narrowly missed as Daniel, big swing and a miss on that ball. Is you got to expect a little bit of nerves on the line here for SSG. Bunk on the back line, and Daniel just walks it home.
Yeah, nice little bump here from Space Station. You also mentioned that they also get physical. Beast Mode gets demoed. Wasn't necessarily in the play. Calm, last man back, gets chipped out by Arsenal. That's what you're going to see in this series. A lot of bumps, a lot of physical play, but Space Station getting the advantage there.
And And you love to see that. Get that early lead and sit back and relax on defense. But we know Space Station not going to do that here. They're going to continue to look for those bumps and disrupt plays up and down the field. But version 1, great back pass there from Com. Going to have tons of space to work with for Torment, but Arsenal up early to meet that ball at midfield.
And while version 1 don't have anything to play for except for seeding in this match, there is another team that are the biggest version 1 fans right now, and that's Team Envy. They will clinch a major spot if version 1 win this match. And what a story that would be for Envy, where they started off, well, not so great, but Space Station have started off wonderfully here with a second goal.
Yeah, nice bump there from Daniel, and Reddles has plenty of space, gets the reset, it looked like, but didn't have to use it. And you see what it does to Com, makes him have to think about things, goes up high, respecting that flip reset. And Reddles gives Space Station Gaming a 2-goal lead.
Yep, that early physicality coming into play for Space Station. Reddles trying to clear out the neutral zone. Arsenal was there on a quick follow-up. Beast mode, gonna get downfield, cut off by Daniel, and version 1 got a reset. They didn't have any play there. Torment and Com the whole way back. But Com wins that touch against Reddles. It's put right back in. Space Station hanging on to that midfield for now.
And expect to see a ton of offense here in this series. So far this weekend, Space Station has the most shots per game by a substantial margin and the least shots against as well. So they have just been living in their opponent's half, and this game has been no different. Already doubling the amount of shots as version 1, but Traded Demo is going to give version 1 an opportunity here as this ball goes into the corner. Arsenal did full boost up, so looks like Space Station Gaming, oh no, double commit going to open things up, and Beast Mode strikes.
Excellent shot from Beast Mode. Like you said, the error in the corner, giving up the touch, comes straight out, and Reddles and Daniel get tied up. Reddles diving in. Daniel looked like he had the clear. Reddles just got to settle down there a little bit, but good shot from Beast Mode to punish.
Yeah, you got to communicate at all times, especially on that back line. When you think it's going to be an easy clear, that's when the worst things can happen, and you saw it there. Maybe Reddles thought Daniel didn't have enough boost. I'm not sure why that really happened, but you got to make sure you're playing perfect Rocket League, because as you see, version 1, definitely the type of team that can punish, especially if it's Beast Mode, at the reins.
How about Beast Mode? Ever since he joined version 1, he has been, one of the best players to watch in North America in general. How he's helped transform this team has been nothing short of incredible. It's going to take this one off the ceiling and push it back down. Version 1 trying to get control of the neutral zone again. Having some difficulty getting by those orange cars. Torment flips one over, but it's still version 1 having to wait for these touches. Com's going to get that one off of Daniel. Things have kind of slowed down now. Space Station keep the backboard clean. They get the transition, forces Beast Mode up.
And speaking of Beast Mode, Jorby, I think one of the most impressive things about him this season is him coming in and, like you said, completely changing how version 1 plays and completely changing their performances all throughout the split. But coming in and doing all of that, only having basically a season under him, he's playing like a veteran, and that mentality, the sky is the limit for this kid with the mechanics that he has available. And if he keeps that mindset, version 1 is only going to get better as time goes on.
Space Station still hunting for this goal as Arsenal lets it fly for Daniel. Com got in the way. Now Space Station, they had to pull off. Arsenal's not going to get that mid boost. A free pass to Torment from Com, and it's a little high, but taken away by Daniel. Another pass to Beast Mode, puts it close to the Space Station defense. It didn't work out. Now Daniel's got a breakaway. Com in the front, Torment in the back, and Com got the first touch. Torment comes down, lets Beast Mode take it away. And version 1 handling business on defense.
And Com went up for that one. Torment calls him off, and great demo there from Arsenal. Going to slow down the play from version 1, and Beast Mode uses a lot of boost to go up and doesn't challenge that ball at all, but a little miscommunication yet again from Space Station. Going to turn this ball over to version 1, and 45 seconds to go here, Jorby. Space Station still up by 1 goal and looking to extend the lead here, but Com gets back in time.
Oh, and still Space Station might find it here on the tip, and Arsenal waits, and he gets the tip for Space Station, increasing the lead by 2.
Just playing nuisance in the box, trying to get the defender off that back wall, and just beats out Beast Mode in the box. Great heads-up play from Arsenal, and everybody on the board for Space Station with that goal.
Physical play again by Arsenal, kicking Torment off that back wall, and we keep talking about that physical game. And while this doesn't include bumps, 3 out of the top 6 players in North America are on this pitch right now in demos per game. Calm is 3rd, Reynolds is 5th, and Arsenal is 6th. So yeah, we got some boys out here that like to blow cars up, and that is the kind of match we get. It makes things a little exciting when you see bumps and those demos come out. It happened to great effect here for Space Station in game number 1.
Absolutely, but it is also a double-edged sword for Space Station Gaming sometimes. Sometimes they get pushed a little too far forward. They go all in on a demo play, and it puts everybody in the offensive half, and a lot of teams have punished them before, but if they can keep up those comms and not double commit, which we've seen a little bit so far in game number 1, they are such a dangerous and deadly team as game number 1 goes in favor of Space Station Gaming. And the dream for Landon is officially alive.
And I made a mistake. It was 3rd, 5th, and 6th in the entire RLCS in demos per game. They're number 1, 2, and 3 in NA.
That's disgusting.
That is
insane.
Yeah, Calm number 1, Reynolds number 2, Arsenal number 3. I mean, that passes what you see, right? You always see Calm downfield, harassing the defense, but Reynolds and Arsenal do the exact same thing. And it wasn't that long ago that Arsenal was leading NA in demos almost all the time, but they came out so strong here in the first game. Version 1, while they were able to get control of the midfield, they really weren't able to do much with it. They get down to the orange half, they got maybe a shot off, but not a lot of it was truly threatening Space Station's defense.
Right, and I think what version 1 needs to do here is take off the gloves, play a little dirty, go tit for tat with Space Station Gaming. We know that Calm can pull out the demos himself, and obviously Beast Mode and Torment do that as well, but Calm definitely well known on this team for doing that, and I think they need to really fight fire with fire here against Space Station Gaming.
On to Aquadome. Space Station playing for their major lives. And for version 1, well, it's Team Envy and their fans hoping that they can pull out this victory against them. Beast Mode got the reset, but no contact after the flip. Arsenal barreling down Calm, cutting off his angle out, and he didn't even have any boost on it. Forced Calm out to the corner.
And I love that push from Reddles. Last man back, but saw how much space was afforded to him from version 1. So pushes in, and that's what's keeping this drive alive for Space Station Gaming. Awkward ball goes off upper 90. I think that went off of Beast Mode, but no harm, no foul as Calm looking to push this forward. And Arsenal, Calm going a little slow and got a little fender bender from behind.
Calm trying to protect this ball on the backboard. And he does find Beast Mode. Beast Mode on the carry. Not really anywhere to go right now. And that's kind of been the problem for version 1. Again, they get to the orange half, but then they find that the back wall and the backboard are closed for business. And the boost gets stolen from Torment, but he weaves his way around one attacker. Now crosses the midfield line. But there's another demo onto Beast Mode. The follow-up guy deleted. Oh, Calm, that ball skips right over him. Yeah, things just really aren't working out for version 1. They get one good touch, but then Space Station respond with a bump or a better 50, and it forces them to go back in the rotation, figure out, okay, how can we get around this team?
Oh boy.
They're really having to work for their food, and Calm finally finds something on his dinner plate.
And Daniel caught in no man's land here. Caught sideways, didn't really know how to go about this, and Calm sees it and says, hey, upper 90 is wide open in version 1. Get the lead here in game number 2.
Opens up the scoring. Version 1 not able to score, or took them a couple of minutes to get that first goal. They were unable to score more than one in game 1. Reynolds back on top of this ball.
Oh.
Another demo from Arsenal. That has been working to great effect so far. Still, Arsenal trying to get to number 1 in NA, I think. Oh, there's more.
Bye-bye.
We're not kidding. They like to blow each other up.
Hey, we weren't lying when we said there were going to be bright lights flashing across your screen, whether it be demos or goal explosions. It is just action-packed left and right. But I love the thought process behind Arsenal, Reddles, Daniel, all going for demos. And if you notice, primarily they've been eyeing Calm. They realize, okay, Calm is generally the first man going forward. And when he's starting to rotate out, he's going to look for us to demo. So if we take him off the pitch first, we'll be safe and sound. So great game plan thus far from Space Station, but they're still chasing one goal as we get into the second half.
Beast Mode also having to approach Daniel, but he wins a nice 50. 2-5 boost. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's Beast Mode. 2 goals for version 1.
Give him a little bit of space, and the double tap comes out, goes off of the side wall, and tucks that one in brilliantly. Version 1 striking when they need it most.
And coming from Beast Mode, who's currently 3rd in North America in goals per game, he's been slowly inching up that leaderboard as the spring has gone on. Arsenal sets that one across to Daniel, but Beast Mode wins the touch. Reddles all by himself. Just needs to buy a little bit of time. That was enough to get Arsenal the ball, but kept it close. 2 commit, and they just might catch them out, but Reddles comes up with the stop. That's a close one for
Great
Space
pass.
Station, and they keep it down, yeah.
Love that pass to get out of the zone there. As you saw it, version 1 had an opportunity, but somehow Space Station able to get back in time, and then utilizing the small ball play to get out of their zone is Torment denied by Daniel on that back half. Beast Mode can't find the left upper 90, and it's going to be a 1v1 situation. Torment rushing back, and the passing play denied by Calm. Great heads-up play to deny the shot.
The patience, too, not to get up there early, knew that pass was coming. Now Daniel coming across, got underneath Beast Mode, got the flip reset. Torment comes down off the backboard. That's the kind of threat Daniel poses whenever he's got control down the field. But another clear for version 1.
And they need to get to work soon. Just a little over 75 seconds here. And still chasing 2 goals. You'd love to have 60 seconds to work with as Torment, big swing and a miss. Beast Mode going to slow it down, and they could play this all game long. Final 60 seconds coming up. Still sitting in the orange half. Still unable to get any offense going. And look at version 1 just keeping this ball alive.
Kicks it up, forces Daniel to make the read, and he couldn't. At least he couldn't make the touch. He was in the right spot for Calm. And back down. More time wasted on the clock. Beast Mode deleted on the play, but it's Torment who's going to get the first touch out. And Space Station are forced to respond. Arsenal couldn't figure out exactly where that ball was going to go. Knew he had to plan himself somehow. Space Station are looking for a way out. They're trying to put the ball high, maybe force version 1 out on an awkward play, but nothing's really baited them into a bad spot yet.
Yeah, they need to go right here, right now, or the dream is going to turn into a nightmare, and this series is going to be all tied up. 15 seconds to go as Reddles just full steam ahead, and Space Station can't even find a shot on target right now, just battling in the corners. In version 1, doing a great job of turning around the play from game number 1. And after that onslaught of offense, not allowing a single goal here in game number 2 from Space Station Gaming.
And only allowing 3 shots on net, all of them coming from Daniel. Reddles and Arsenal couldn't get anything going. Arsenal got a couple of demos to his name, but nothing for the scoreboard, and things just weren't working out. I felt like Beast Mode in particular had a really good game. Yeah, he's at the top of the scoreboard, but had a couple of nice saves, good wins in midfield. Obviously, this play here from Calm helped get the scoring started for version 1, and that's a great double tap from Beast Mode. Only had 5 boosts when he came off the ball. It's that first touch that's ever so important, Subi. It worked out.
Absolutely. Got to keep that ball close to your chest, and you got to make sure you feather that boost, and Beast Mode does both of those things perfectly and extend the lead there for version 1, and more importantly, tie this series up. Yes, it is a best of 7, but regardless of what the set is set at, you don't want to go down 2 games, especially against a team as dangerous on offense as Space Station Gaming. And I love that we saw version 1 limit them, like you said, to only 3 shots, and the fact that they limited Reddles to 0. He's shooting lights out in this weekend for the Nissan Classic, and for him to not have a single one put up on the board, it just speaks volumes to not only their back half defense, but their midfield pressure that they were able to bring forward.
I mean, by far and away, it's Daniel on Space Station who leads the team in shots per game. He is the guy that is taking those opportunities on the net most often on Space Station. It's by a wide margin. Daniel 3rd in the league in shots per game. Arsenal.
And in this regional, he's actually 1st per game. He's sitting at just over 4.5, and then Reddles right behind him, just about 4.25. So, I mean, they, like we were talking about before this series started, Space Station putting the shots on, but version 1 downloaded them after game 1, and the bump comes out, Reddles scores, and they're back to their powerful offense.
This confusing little play here. Version 1, you see Torment get chipped. Cobb's trying to figure his way back in, but then Daniel gets a chip on him. It was just a bunch of little chips that put version 1 off of their path. and cleared one for the ball. Excellent work there by Space Station. Really just made the field so small for version 1. There's beast mode. Trying to push that ball back out. Daniel. Gonna get anything there. Space Station, we're all waiting back anyway. Arsenal gets a nice pass out to Reddles. 2 back each time. This ball has been cleared to the other side. This time Beast Mode's got control. Daniel's up to meet him, and Reddles taking up that follow-up guy again. Space Station continually trying to take out the second man on those follow-ups to stint that version 1 rotation. Make those challenges harder to get to. It was effective in game 1. They really couldn't get it going in game 2, but they got it started here, in game 3.
No, yeah, I agree, Jorby. Demo's so important to Space Station's entire offense. There's so dangerous when they can go down on these transition plays, especially in a man advantage. A 3-2 or a 2-1 is the pass disrupted by Arsenal. Calm was waiting for that pass from Beast Mode as Reddles big swing and a miss. Arsenal does get that mid boost, and carry through. The ball's just floating on the goal line, and Calm cleans it up.
Version 1 gonna have to hurry up. I'm trying to pick up some small pads. Beast Mode's gonna get that midfield. Torment. Got that one out. Arsenal off the bar, and Beast Mode can carry the ball back out, but Reddles will keep it going off the side wall. Buy some time. Daniel the whole way back, and Arsenal also crashing, but Beast Mode got a clear route. Couldn't quite get that ball going on the Musty.
Again, 2 times in a row, we've seen Reddles and Daniel go for the same ball. Then right after that, Arsenal went as well. So like we were talking about in game 1, got to communicate a little bit better here, especially only up 1 goal. Here comes version 1 looking to get to work, but Daniel slow plays that on the back wall, and Arsenal going to have plenty of time and space to work with this one, try and get it out of his own half.
Ends up deleting Calm on his way down. Torment got the reset, drops it straight down, and man, I love it whenever Torment gets mechanical. I know he's gotten a bunch of those now, but it's still fun because we still only ever talk about his defense, but man, I love it when he gets offensive. Here up high, Torment. Light shot to commit, but got out into space. Arsenal's there to follow it up. Space Station been sitting in the orange half for a little bit here. Torment going to keep the ball close. Wants Reddles to come up and meet him. He does. Drills through. Oh, and they're locked. And Reddles said, no, we're in the rule 1. You are not leaving, Torment. You sit right here. Go nowhere. It's a 2v2 now. We got Daniel and Arsenal on our team. I believe in them. Calm and Beast Mode. Also an effective duo. Here's Calm on the reset, taken away.
This is one of the best 2v2s you can see in all of North America right here. And I tip my hat over to Reddles and Torment right now, continuing to keep that Rule 1 active and alive as the field going to open up drastically now that we're in a 2v2. And version 1, although down by 1, respecting the unwritten rules of Rocket League.
Man, you got to love it, man. I love the pros in this game. You gotta respect it. Calm underneath on the reset. Here's Beast Mode. He might have a chance. God's up over 1. Beast Mode, no jump. Daniel got underneath him and trying to avoid breaking up that rule 1. Daniel respecting the gentleman's agreement. Calm. Gonna pitch this one high, but Arsenal's there, and it's all about whittling it down. Subi in the 2v2, it's those follow-ups that become even more important. But you also don't want to be too aggressive. You want to make sure you can follow anything that the other team can do up because you don't have any fail-safes.
Oh, I mean, your timing, your spacing, your positioning, everything changes from a 3v3 into a 2v2. The gameplay seemingly slows down, but don't let that lull you into a false sense of security as, they get bumped out and we're right back into a 3v3. Reddles marching down the field in final 30 seconds. Here we go.
Beast Mode tried to get there, but was cut off by Arsenal. Reddles coming straight back down, beats Calm to the ball. And Torment gets the clear out, but it's version 1 who have to respond, and they're unable to. Running out of time. Beast Mode kicks it up high. Got the win on the 50. Torment has to race it. There's no follow-ups from version 1 in the neutral zone. Calm now, he has Torment downfield, but Reddles has him beat.
He missed red!
He's missed! Oh, it's saved at the last second by Daniel. Arsenal got the clear out. Space Station hanging on to the lead. They got to put the ball on the ground. Calm finding Beast Mode. Pops this one up. Calm and Beast Mode double commit. Torment knows he has to keep it, but he can't. As Space Station take the lead in the series.
Torment got a little too high on that ball, almost on the equator of it, and it slams right back down to earth as version 1 lose game number 3. But I'll tell you what, We all win after seeing that Rule 1. I mean, what was that, a minute and a half that we got to see pro level 2v2? That's something special.
Well, we saw crew battles earlier this week on the main Rocket League stream. And man, wasn't that fun? The crew battles event. Shout out to that. That was great. We got a little bit of a piece of that in this game. Nobody could score on it, but Space Station, 1 goal was all that they needed. That early physical play. And again, Subi, I think it's the demos that don't get scored. What a great shot. Shout out to Crasher on the observing in the back. But Space Station, that was an excellent win from them. Reddles, full confidence in Arsenal and Daniel to hold down the line.
For both teams, right? I mean, for Torment, you're going, yeah, I've got Beast Mode and Calm. Okay, I think we're good. Good match. To just say, hey, we'll hold down our accelerator and just let these 2, or these 4 rather, go at it. But now going into game number 4, very important game here for version 1. You don't want to get put on match point. But again, they've already booked their tickets to Landon, so no harm, no foul. Yes, obviously you want to win, and more importantly, you get some more points for World Championship. But Space Station Gaming on a mission right now. We're going to keep hammering the point home. It is win and in for them.
And for Miss, Illusion, Drees, and Turbo Pulsar, they're the biggest version 1 fans right now. If they win, Envy clinch a major spot. Keep that in mind as we play on in this best of 7. Space Station been really good at nullifying the effect of version 1 in the midfield. That's that demo game, taking out that follow-up man. Do they continue to go to that? Will the look on the field allow them to? Or can version 1 find a way to trip the Space Station team back up like they did in game 2?
Reddles just flew across the goal line, basically just flashed and got 2 defenders, I believe it was Torment and Beast Mode, to jump in unison at the same time. I mean, all 3 players on Space Station just command respect when they're in the offensive half and they start going towards that goal line. The opponents almost forget about the ball and just worry about that demo.
Calm, trying to find Beast Mode, but look how close Reddles was sitting for it. The 50 works out for version 1. Calm will take the corner boost on his way out, and a demo. Now version 1 trying to clear a path. Beast Mode slips underneath, and Calm was in the way, but Beast Mode, I don't think he could have got his way around it. And he gets bumped out of the play. Arsenal drops down, he's only got 10. Picks up his own corner, protects it from Calm. Now Daniel across, flip reset, on the ground, got the recovery. Calm puts it down. Arsenal keeps that one close. Torment
they almost got
come up
one.
and somehow get out of that one.
Oh, Calm and Arsenal almost got caught locking horns there as well, as Arsenal just pushes that ball right back to Calm, who was just kind of sitting, waiting on that boost pad as Daniel meets him in midair, and Beast Mode going to slow things down, but not for long as Arsenal just continues with the aggression.
It's the defensive demos, and oh, what a save from Beast Mode on Arsenal. But every time, version 1, get on offense. If it's not the guy carrying the ball, it's the guy right behind the ball carrier. Space Station will not let version 1 get any kind of pressure set up in the orange half. And it is that demo game we keep talking about it. And I know you might be sick of hearing it by now, but they keep using it, and it's working effectively.
Hey, well, guess what? It's very loud when the demos happen, so you gotta keep your ears open. You gotta pay attention. And if we've gotta hear it, so do you. Space Station Gaming just continue to try and assert their dominance, but even with all of the demos that we've seen, 1/2 of Rocket League has been played, and only 1 shot has come out between both of these teams. It's been Space Station Gaming from Arsenal, and that's it. It's just been a battle of midfield.
And Calm has gotten a pair of demos on the back end, but version 1 hadn't had control of the ball. And while it may have slowed down Space Station a little bit, it hasn't been enough. To their credit, scoreline still tied at 0. Reddles finding the 50 against Calm. Now he's got to contend against Beast Mode. Beast Mode, 2 50s. You see him just levitate, using his boost to stay level with the ball and keep that ball locked into the corner. Now he's got to flip back. Arsenal, does it get on to Torment? You saw him try to get the bump. Daniel has to let it go. Another clear.
And a big clear downfield, and Beast Mode also got that boost pad over Reddles. That's going to put him a little bit out of position, as I say that uses what he had in the tank to push this ball forward. And Daniel, Goomba stomped by Reddles. I think he had a line on the goal there.
Another clear there by Torment. Comes downfield. He sees Torment or Beast Mode. Someone take the pick. There's the shot off the bar. Daniel takes it away. Beast Mode comes up quickly, but loses the 50. Calm got the catch. What? Squeezes it against Daniel, but Reynolds is right there to take away the 50. No one's able to win these consecutive 50s. It's completely killed any kind of push for either team, but here's Calm. Saved again. Daniel flying through the air. Ball drops. Goal!
Torment hammering it home as the ball just seemingly floating above the orange half, and that 50 really threw Reynolds for a loop as Torment dives in on the goal line, crashes the box, and version 1 up late here in game number 4.
50's not going their way on that one. Space Station, Daniel behind them on the kickoff. Here he comes, got the reset, but Calm has been there. And he does it again. He has a Space Station defense beat. Beast Mode misses the ball. It's off the bar. And it's out.
How did that not go in? No way. Space Station Gaming, keep hope alive.
Beast Mode, no touch. Torment squeezes it. Can Space Station do something with this ball? Reynolds. Trying to dive forward. Drop that ball down and keep it close. Arsenal. Got the 50. Reynolds is there, but he's got to stretch for this one. Calm gets kicked out of the play.
Good.
Daniel coming in. He's going to slow it down. Calm coming down to meet him. He's got the 50 and version 1 out on defense again.
They're going to have to lace them up, go the full length of the field. Arsenal using a lot of boost there. What a read from Torment to meet him in the air as final 10 seconds to go here. Jorby, Space Station right half of the field. Beast Mode pushes it away, and that one gonna hit the ground, and just like that, the series all tied up.
Version 1 got the win, and Space Station, the job gets a little more difficult. Envy fans wiping a sweat off their brow. This one will at least go 6 games, and Beast Mode again at the top of the scoreboard for version 1. Zeros in goals, but got the save off of 2 shots, doing a lot of work on the ground to keep version 1 in it. But I got to say, I think I was more impressed by Calm, where sans the demos or whatever, a lot of his touches were away from Space Station. There was even a touch near the end where he gets behind Daniel and puts it back towards Beast Mode in his own corner while they're in a pressure situation. And that little touch gave Beast Mode an out, gave them a clear. Version 1 are finding each other in space. Very good awareness on their own half of the field in game number 4.
Yeah, and you've got to commend version 1 in this series so far for really putting this Space Station Gaming team on ice. This has been one of the hottest teams in North America offensively coming in, and for them to shut them out twice so far in this series really speaks volumes upon how well they're performing.
The drums sound on Wasteland Night. The winner here takes series advantage. Calm. See Beast Mode harassing Reynolds and Daniel on the back wall, but Daniel had recovered, and he even gets 2 solid touches to get a quick clear for Space Station.
Looking to strike first here. It's paid off well as this series is really slowed down. We opened up hot in favor of Space Station, and then after that, just a goal here and there throughout. And sometimes that'll happen when you have 2 really dangerous teams on offense. It just turns into a defensive stalemate because they respect each other so much.
Space Station trying to get out of the corner. Reynolds.
What?
The ball here. No one was expecting it, but Beast Mode's going to get a touch out of it. Arsenal had the backboard defended. He's actually got a ton of space. No one there to contest in the neutral zone. The ball just hangs up. Daniel also going to wait. Like you're starting to see the mind games come out where one player gets in position to cover the clear, but then the other team will slow it up. They'll let the ball bounce, and they'd rather air dribble than just try to force the 50 in the midfield. Because the 50s, I mean, it's been tough. That one, nice grab by Reynolds. You see either team just trying to get that advantage, seeing if they can bait the other team in and Torment. Everyone gets chipped into each other. He finds his way into the save.
Yeah, man, you're right, Jorby. So much space on both sides of the field, and Calm comes in, streaking down the center of the field as Beast Mode, great 50 on the back line.
Beast Mode getting behind that ball, and you see him make his octane as long as possible behind the ball. Always trying to go for that 50, kill any kind of quick clear that Space Station can get, opening up the gap for Calm to put it in. That was an excellent carry and a good 50 by Beast Mode.
Just saw Arsenal there not only get that ball downfield, but avoid the demo from Torment. And Torment going to have to push forward on this one. Meets Reddles, and Reddles has had a few big whiffs so far in this game. Got to keep your eyes on him. I don't think it's anything really affecting him. I don't think it's nerves. I don't think anything like that. He's one of the most clutch players in recent times. Definitely some question marks in the past, but so far been playing great, but gotta be able to clean things up when it matters most.
Defense on the pass from version 1. Back downfield. Daniel not going to get back to that ball. Com just trying to keep this one away, but Arsenal's following it the whole way. Nothing developing here. Reddles will try, but Torment was on top of it. Beast Mode trying to collect that boost. Com waiting in the corner. Very willing to let Space Station come the whole way up. Now Reddles has to wait, and he gets deleted, but the ball gets put back into the corner. There's another demo. Beast Mode, last man back, puts it across, and Reddles on the spawn. Has Arsenal downfield. Wants Daniel or Reddles, somebody to come up. Reddles finding Daniel. Wasn't sure if he was going to take it himself.
Wow, what a pre-jump.
Yeah.
Can't believe Beast Mode was able to read Daniel coming off that side wall. Take that ball away. Great interception to start the offense. Beast Mode looking for a demo there. Not going to happen. It happens there, though. Arsenal taken away, but Daniel is playing so close to that ball that he's able to just kind of fill his shoes and push that ball right back into the blue half. But Jorby, it's so impressive from version 1 after the offense that we saw from game 1 in Space Station, where they had, 12 shots, and now just 3 here in game number 5. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, version 1 had limited them to 3 earlier on, too. They've done a great job stuffing Space Station offense. Even the game that they won was only 1 goal. Daniel up in front. He's got a reset. Space, but no power. More defense for version 1. They've done good enough to get it to the corners, but then when it comes to fighting in the thirds, it's been a little more difficult. Saw Beast Mode there struggling to get the clear, and then he gets deleted for his effort. Com's got no boost. He's not getting back to that 50. Farman's got 100 here. Reddles, he's over him. Reddles,
no way!
Puts it in!
Oh, little close shoulder shimmy and shake to tuck this one. Good night. Gets the flip reset and then keeps it close to his chest to go under the bar. Mechanics are alive. Show him, young man.
Great win from Reddles in that midfield line. Torment just couldn't get out to challenge him in time. That reset gave Reddles just the advantage he needed to get over Torment. But now Torment almost got it back. Arsenal there for the save. Light shot from Com. Turned out by Daniel. He gets chipped, but it ends up in his favor as Arsenal just hit it right back into his bumper. Still version 1. Get a quick clear out. Daniel says, I can do that too. Torment maybe gets that out, but Arsenal's there. And Reddles got a full touch. Just nothing really to do with it. Whole team's just waiting for that full clear. You'll see one player go up, maybe try to contest. That ball just rolls the entire way by the neutral zone, and if Arsenal nails that kind of shot, I am getting a tattoo of Arsenal like on my face. Arsenal got that touch up back to Daniel. 2 committed from version 1, but nobody in the area for Space Station to commit.
Oh, Reddles has a little bit of space, looking for a flick. Little bump on the back line. Got a piece of calm too, but couldn't follow through. Final 5 here as both teams all tied up.
Arsenal dropped it down. The end of regulation. 0-second drill for version 1. Com off the back wall. Torment's there, but denied. Overtime.
Woo! Space Station got away with one there as they left that back line a little too open, and Com just a little bit off of his mark as Reddles meets Beast Mode off of the ceiling, and Daniel looking for a big clear downfield. Reddles is open, but Com able to get the much important touch.
Absolutely. He dove back for that because nobody was going to save that redirect. Had that ball made contact with Reddles. Beast Mode. He'll be able to stay there on the 50. Daniel almost got chipped, but Torment kicks it back downfield. Reddles last man back, trying to protect the ball, and it does force Torment out. That was good enough. Torment maybe expecting Reddles to keep it closer to the hood, but instead the bounce out forced him off the ball and put Space Station right back here.
Arsenal was looking for a little bump on that back line. Beast Mode able to avoid it as Reddles just keeping the rotation going like a constant, steady whirlpool right now for Space Station Gaming is Com. Just trying to keep this ball away. Beast Mode comes in, and so far, version 1 doing a great job of boost management on that back half, especially when Space Station Gaming starts sustaining offense. They're not panicking whatsoever.
Version 1, beast mode, wanted the reset. Does keep the ball locked in the corner. Tries to prevent Arsenal from coming up. Instead, he bumps his own teammate. Now he has to plant himself in midfield. And Arsenal gets the 50 out over to the corner. This forces the Space Station rotation to move around. Version 1, another clear, but Daniel there to cut off in midfield. Arsenal pops over one. Arsenal.
That's
goal!
Arsenal just fakes that he has the challenge. The defender respects the dunk, doesn't want to get posterized, and all it took was a little pop, shove, and push, and Space Station Gaming put version 1 on match point.
1 away from going to London. Can Space Station get it done here? Version 1, I mean, this has been a tight defensive battle, and the mind games. I'm telling you, it's like, yes, the physical game, that's been fun. The little chips and bumps, though, the things you can't really see on this scoreboard right here. We don't have the bumps up here, but if you saw them, there'd be like 50 of them between both teams. Just no one really able to get a solid edge. It takes one solid transition or 50 like that from beast mode to really break down these rotations. Reynolds with a nice catch, flip reset, double tap. And that's the kind of effort it's taken, Subi, to get any types of goals in these games.
It really is. It's all about, like you said, it's all about the mind games. You got to constantly make your opponent think about what is coming next. What if I touch it this way? What if I touch it that way? And when you start making them do all that math in their head, you saw just what happened when Arsenal goes for that touch and Torment's thinking, okay, what's coming next? Nothing. That's it. Just a simple touch. He thought, okay, he's following this up. Does he have a reset? Does he have another touch? Does he have a follow-up? Nope. Just that simple little pop. And Torment overthought it, goes flying past the ball. And just like that, Space Station take the win and put themselves in a very pretty spot. And you know that the butterflies starting to come to the surface in their stomachs right now. The nerves starting to show. It's becoming a reality that Landon might be on the horizon.
Teams have clinched spots on this very field. Neo Tokyo before. Space Station starting to feel they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Daniel got the catch, got the flick, calms up for it. It's well defended, but Daniel wraps back around. Reynolds barreling forward. Got through Calm. Beast mode, a tough spot. He gets chipped off the play. Now Daniel, the bounce. Made it hard for him to get that pop, but he's got the boost to make it happen.
No way.
Daniel falling back down, but taken out by Torment.
And he got the bump on Torment, so it gives Arsenal a little bit of space, but pushed him back, and Reynolds going to follow up with a shot. Arsenal looking for a redirect. Doesn't happen, and Reynolds, you hate to see it, but keeps the game all tied up. Opportunity thrown by the wayside there for Space Station Gaming. They had the pressure built up. They were starting to whittle away the boost of version 1, but the version 1 had Lady Luck on their side.
Yeah, Torment, or he knew he had to avoid Torment on that shot, and decent redirect there by Beast Mode. Daniel, another catch, has got great control today. Reynolds stuffing Beast Mode's approach out. Calm quickly following it up. There's Arsenal to cut them off. Arsenal, tip across. Not enough to get by version 1 yet. Reynolds next up. He's going to try. Got the dribble underneath, but Torment slips the ball away from him, and Beast Mode gets in the way before a rebound comes knocking at version 1's net. And they've handled the business on defense, but they got to get in front of more of these balls. They do with Torment here, and Beast Mode's got it here. Now they've got control. Tough to keep following this ball up, though.
Well, it's interesting to see the change of the spacing from version 1, and obviously it's going to happen when you're put on match point. Hold the phone, as Reynolds denies that one. But, I mean, like we're talking about, Jorby, you're put on match point, and you start to spread out a little more. You don't want an easy goal for Space Station Gaming, but this is one of the last teams you want to give space to, and they are just so confident with those mid-air carries.
You know, and some teams, they're really comfortable with giving that sort of space, the confidence that you can kill the ball into the corners, but Arsenal just lets the ball drop. Calm has to protect this ball. Reynolds was waiting for it. He's not going to get a look at it. And wow, Calm doing a ton of work to get that ball out. What could have been a disastrous situation, it stalls Space Station's attack again.
Nice little slow play there from Torment, but a better clear from Reynolds, and here comes Beast Mode. Follow up, yes, but Daniel says no. And Space Station Gaming holding on for dear life here as the ball finally pushed back into the blue half. Arsenal gets some very much needed boost steal, but again, like we've been talking about, Jorby, version 1 doing so such a good job, in the back half with that boost management. I don't think I've looked up and seen any of them with zeros just doing a great job of picking up little pads.
Reynolds steals the ball from beast mode. It's going to buy time. Space Station member got demoed, and now I believe that was Arsenal as he drops it down, but Calm is going to take control. You saw Daniel and Reynolds kind of get tied up in midfield together. No one was there for the follow-up. Now they're back in their own corner. Calm also trying to harass the Space Station backline. Reynolds shuffles the ball back to Arsenal. Calm's on top of it and got the shot saved by Daniel. You're absolutely right, Stubby. Version 1 aren't giving as much space at all to Space Station right now. They are closing the vice grip as Torment pushes this one across. He's got the bump. Goal!
The veteran coming out on top. Torment slows the play down. You think he's going for an air dribble. Nope, he's setting his sights on you, taking you out of the net, and giving his team the lead.
Torment said, fine, Space Station. You want to play this game? You want to keep cross-checking me into the back wall? Fine, I'm dropping the gloves. See you later, Arsenal. Now Space Station got to find a way to respond. Just over a minute left. Reynolds up for the ball quickly. 2 touches in front, but I think that rebound might have been better for Space Station had it came off. As Arsenal takes that ball, 2 touches, taken out back in front. Daniel shot right into Calm. Beast mode and Torment all falling down back onto it. Corner back over for Calm. He's got the stuff for Arsenal. Beast mode barely gets out off the bar. And how did that not go in? Off the inside, Daniel's there. He's missed it. Here comes Reynolds. Shot denied by Torment. Arsenal racing back towards the midfield. Got the touch, but Calm was there. Reynolds pulled off for that one. Daniel sending this one back downfield, but there's Beast mode to kill the Space Station attack.
How in the world did version 1 come out of that unscathed? As Daniel misses the follow-up, Beast Mode got the save and the second touch, and that ball narrowly misses, but the follow-up from Torment, 2 goals. He's playing out of his mind.
It got so chaotic in the blue half, and then it's a simple win in midfield. It's a simple shot for Torment to put them up by 2. And very likely, this one's headed to Champions Field.
That had some flashes as the fake kickoff comes out here. Arsenal to Daniel. Daniel, look up on the back end, but Torment somehow able to stay with that play. And Jorby, that chaos on the back line and those diving saves, it felt very reminiscent of Space Station going up against the former cheesemen of Team Queso and getting denied at the last second. It's just unfortunate. It keeps happening to Space Station. They're going to get one. 2 seconds to go and hold the phones.
All right.
Space Station Gaming have a chance.
So they already went for the fake kickoff. So version 1 have to be expecting that here. They have 2 seconds is enough time if you can force version 1 to hit the touch powerfully, but I can't imagine they go for that. Maybe a cheat up here. How does Space Station approach it? Arsenal cheats up and they fake it. Brilliant for version 1. We're going to Champions Field.
Oh, the big brain plays coming out from version 1, realizing, okay, surely they're not going to fake, like you were saying, 2 times in a row. How about we do it? And that ball just rolls down the field, let time expire, and go into game number 7. So much on the line right now for Space Station Gaming.
And they had, they were still, Space Station have not deviated from the game plan. It is find chips where we can get them, push them off the ball, but it wasn't working. They were getting the chips, but they weren't actually hitting them hard enough. They were kind of getting the check, and it's like, oh yeah, we hit the wheel. But Torment even making that last save, he got chipped on the spoiler, but was like, that's cool, I got enough boost, and save. Try again. Just wasn't working. Sometimes Space Station just got it, and version 1 looked clueless. But now, version 1 of Force Game 7, Envy fans and Envy themselves are like this right now.
It's just insane that they had 13 shots and just 1 goal. I mean, that's less than 10%, but you have to commend the defense there from version 1, continuously turning away shot after shot after shot. And yeah, maybe they got lucky on one of them, but to continually position themselves like they did, you just got to applaud them.
And of course, we will get Game 7 underway here shortly.
We got to build tension,
excited.
right?
What do you think, Stubby? What do you think? Space Station or version 1? Who do you got? Give it to me.
My goodness.
Everyone in chat, you tell me who you got. I know y'all voted in Twitch chat earlier on, but tell me right now.
Let me look at my notes.
As we get in to Game 7 on Champions Field, presented by Nissan, Space Station, one more win to make the major.
I'm not picking Jorby. I'm
right, that's fair.
I'm not letting you peer pressure me into picking a team and then sounding like the dummy that I am. So
that's true. You're
not
not
happening.
them. You got to be careful.
Exactly. But hey, I'll tell you what. This series has delivered. We promised that it was going to be fireworks, and guess what? Champions Field just showed you the fireworks.
Literal fireworks. Daniel, there's the first one. Arsenal got the demo. Torment was there on the corner. He's going to get the clear. How about Torment in that last game, and now starting it off for version 1. Space Station, there's really no reason to panic right now. You've had your way in this series several times, and it's 0-0 right now. It's a brand new game. The same fact is true as it was last game. One more win puts you into London. Daniel, nice flip reset, but no boost.
I was gonna say, how big is his boost tank? Can he gather up 200? It just seems like it never ends for the kid when he's up in the air. Is Arsenal off the ceiling? Arsenal denied on the back line, but everyone goes for version 1, and Daniel puts it in for Space Station.
Space Station sending the whole house on this play. Arsenal sets it up. Torment and Calm double commit, but Daniel just gets in the way. Beast mode, he was in a really tough spot. Didn't expect his teammates to double commit on the play, so he's left frozen in front of the box. He has to just jump and hope that Daniel hits that ball into him.
Unfortunate situation, but little tiny mistakes are magnified in the biggest moments. And Space Station Gaming coming out on top there. Arsenal defensive demo on Torment, but version 1 actually going to come out the benefactor of that as Calm's able to rotate in, take his spot, and Torment holds down the back line.
And he's got that win in midfield as well. Calm turning right back around onto the ball. He's got the win. Torment's got the net. And just like that, version 1 respond.
That is a nasty pass here from Calm. Just going up and waterfalling it right back down. And it is wide open on the back line. It didn't take long. Just nearly 30 seconds for version 1 to tie us up in game 7.
Calm gonna start off the ceiling. Got the reset, but the ball got away from him. Space Station gonna try to get set up here. Calm takes out Daniel in midfield. Beast mode on the catch. Reddles always had it defended. Torment couldn't get a good handle on it, but it is gonna buy time for Beast mode to get reset. And that was plenty of time, but a good clear here from Space Station, allowing the ball to come right back in. Still neither team willing to relent on the physical play. Calm pushing that ball up, but we're locked right now in this battle for the neutral zone. Space Station slowly gaining that advantage. Calm trying to stop that right now.
And again, Space Station Gaming through one half of play already has 6 shots while limiting version 1 to 2, but version 1 making the most out of every opportunity. The bump on the back line. Daniel's not there, and there it is indeed. Calm puts it right below Arsenal.
And pulling out the plows. See you later, Reddles. Torment gets 2 bumps. Daniel tried to recover. It was actually a decent effort from Daniel to recover after the bump, but Torment out there looking for the double kill.
And almost time. I know we're still got a half to play, but Space Station Gaming got to get to work soon. We know how hard it can be to score on version 1, especially when they're playing so comfortable in their back half with the lead.
Beast mode really tripping up the Space Station rotation. See, they're trying to rotate where they expect Beast mode to put the ball, but then he pops it up instead of carrying it over to the wall where Space Station were expecting it to go. Here's a chance. Shot is on, and it's good. What? Daniel puts in his second.
And I love the slowdown here from Arsenal. Very important 50. And how does Daniel see that little window that's opened up? Beast mode's coming from up high, Calm's down low, and Torment was covering up close. My goodness, Daniel shooting out the lights.
He knew that he had at least somewhere to shoot. So Arsenal was scooping Calm out of the box. And that one hanging a little dangerously. Beast mode saw it, but couldn't really hop the route. Now Calm, oh, you saw him try to feather that one and get that nice little down touch. Just missed.
Well, Space Station Gaming didn't have to stress there as they saw, okay, we realize he's going for that solo play, but that's all it is a solo play. He's got a 1v3 us. Nobody's there for a follow-up, so let's just deny the initial touch, and that's exactly what he does. Reddles, just a little honesty poke downfield there, making Beast Mode go, use a little bit of boost, and uh-oh, this is dangerous as Beast Mode and Calm get a little tied up on the back half as Daniel gonna keep things alive here for Space Station.
Bumps Calm off the play. You see Torment and Beast Mode sitting on the back wall. No one wanting Daniel to get forward. Nice reset by Beast Mode. Not good enough. Reynolds has Arsenal. Arsenal's rotating out now. Daniel's the follow-up man. And Arsenal shuffles right back into position. Calm with no boost. Pops it up. Forces Arsenal on the defense. Good catch from Beast Mode, but nothing he can do with 10 boost. Calm next up. When they could get one gap here against Space Station. Torment flips forward to stabilize. Torment drops it. Tried to get the 50 for Calm, but Beast Mode's next up. Off the sidewall. Wanted the redirect, but had a little bit of boost to make it happen, and they get that ball over Calm, but this is still version 1 ball.
2 on the back wall. That is dangerous positioning there for Space Station. I don't like to see that. Now no one up there. This ball hanging. This ball is in the top of the box, and Reynolds and Arsenal both dive. Miscommunication happening on the back half for Space Station.
Torment tried to get to that ball, but he was out of boost. Calm calls off Beast Mode. Calm takes it himself. Arsenal's got the first save. Beast Mode across, and nobody from version 1 is there. Arsenal's got midfield to himself. Doesn't want to give it up to Calm.
Wow.
It's around him. Torment deleted. Around for Daniel. He's got to slow it down. Arsenal keeping Calm locked on the back wall, but Beast Mode comes up with the stop at the end of regulation, and we go to overtime in Game 7.
Golden goal on the line. Space Station win. We're going to see them across the pond as Torment big pinch. Arsenal gets in the way of shot, but it opens up for Beast Mode, and Daniel gets the save. But version 1 passing play alive, and there it is, taking down Space Station Gaming.
Go! Calm pops off in his chair. Torment hits a nasty pass, and no one was saving that shot. Calm puts lead in the ball, and version 1 takes Space Station down.
Oh my goodness, increasing to 5-1 in Game 7s this season. Do not let them see Champions Field. They don't lose.
Wow. Clutch Kings. They're playing for seeding. We're playing for seeding. You don't have to qualify for the major, guys. Chill. What are you doing? Yeah, you know,
there is no chill.
Calm's got a chip on his shoulder. You know, every time you hear Calm come on and talk, he's always like, yeah, you know, these teams are good, but we think we're the best. You know, yeah, some of these teams, yeah, you know, we didn't play our best before, but like, we think we're the best. And you know what? We qualified for the major, but that wasn't enough. We need to push this even farther. And to have this game go in 7, it looked like Space Station were going to take control at several points of the series, Tubi, but version 1 always came right back, always had an answer, and what a finish to head on into the tournament. Space Station aren't out of it. They fall down into the loser's bracket, and the road gets a lot more difficult for them.
It's interesting. It is very interesting because it really feels like Calm goes on Reddit, sorts by controversial for V1 statements, and just looks at the worst and just like, all right, I'm going to come out and prove you all wrong. You don't take us seriously? Well, I'm going to show you that not only the winter major wasn't a fluke, but spring major, keep your eyes open because we're looking to increase our lead, increase our standings, and look at getting to those grand finals. I mean, they are making a heck of a statement right now that they are one of the top performers in North America.
Well, as a final word, congratulations to Team Envy, who clinched a spot at the major thanks to that version 1 win. Plenty more Rocket League and more major spots to clinch after the break.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
But if I'm
Figured it out, never felt it rationally.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon carries on here on day 2 of the Nissan Classic. I'm Leaf. Gibbs is here. We have Subi and Jorby now joining along. We're getting close to the end of day 2. Championship Sunday will be tomorrow, but we do have a few more matches to get to first. So don't go anywhere quite yet. Let's take a look at those last ones here. We jumped up to the upper bracket here. These teams had their second life still intact, and we started off with G2 versus FaZe Clan Jorby. This was a matchup I think a lot of people were looking forward to because G2 had been dominating this region for so long, and FaZe was always looking for that win over them.
Oh, and it's got to feel so good for FaZe, right? And, you know, there were some games in here that didn't look pretty for both teams, but again and again and again, when FaZe need a guy to clutch it up, it's First Killer. This guy consistently produces. Even when FaZe are losing, First Killer is producing. This guy is one of the best players to ever touch the game of Rocket League. And FaZe only getting one regional grand final appearance the whole way back in fall. And they look this weekend like a team that could win this regional. Beating G2 was the biggest step. Like everyone else should be cake from here for FaZe.
And FaZe lost 5 times in a row to Energy and beat them, 5 times in a row versus G2 and now beat them. So when we talk about that London major conversation, FaZe is going to be up there. They're the only team to make it to the top 4 at both majors. They're going to be pretty close to favorites. I'd say BDS, then G2, then maybe FaZe right now.
And then we, of course, carried on to the next upper semifinal here. It was Space Station versus Version 1. And again, Space Station trying to hold off against Version 1, but they do pull through, which solidified some of our scenarios here, Subi.
Yeah, and I really thought, you know, game 1 was going to show us how the entire series was going to unfold. It was just an offensive battle, and Space Station Gaming was shooting out the lights, but then Version 1 downloaded them, figured out how to slow down that offense, and it really, in my opinion, rested on the shoulders of Torment. He stepped up so big in this game, specifically in game number 6, carrying them to victory to send them into game number 7, and then getting the all-important touch there over to Calm to take it in game 7 overtime. What more can you say about Version 1? Because so many doubters are out there, and they continue to prove everyone wrong.
Dude, how about air tackle Tommy, man? Going for the
physical,
bump.
man. Both these teams are so physical, and they're looking so good doing it.
I mean, there's probably a lot more, Subi, we could say about them, but we don't have time. We have more matches to get. Let's look at the bracket right now. Gibbs, because I mentioned, you know, some scenarios are solidifying here, but they're not all done yet.
Yes, we talked about Team Envy. They just clinched because V1 won, mostly because Space Station will play Complexity, and Envy is past both those teams. So they have clinched the London Major no matter what happens now. But for Complexity, this is very good for them. Now the fate is in their own hands because Space Station lost, now Complexity gets to play them and knock Space Station out. But if Complexity does that, they still have to make it to the grand finals to force a tiebreaker. We've seen this before in fall versus Space Station Gaming. But if they win the entire tournament, they don't have to worry about that, and they are in. So Complexity, very, very happy that V1 beat Space Station there.
That's just crazy.
They just have to win, right?
Just win.
Just win. Easier said than done. Easier said than done when you get dropped to the lower bracket in round 1. I mean, looking at this, if they do make it to the grand finals, it's not Cloud9 or, you know, Team Case or any of that, but like that would be one of the best runs that we've ever seen in Rocket League history.
And I would love to see another tiebreaker between the same 2 teams we saw in the fall. That was so spicy.
Okay, well, sorry, I want to start talking about this, Jorby, right now, because I've heard these players are getting ready to get into this match. They're antsy to get in. So let's start talking about G2 versus Team Envy, Jorby, because again, G2, one of the best in North America right now, finally find themselves down in the lower bracket and up against Team Envy, who again, looking like they're a little refreshed here, especially with Turbo in the reins.
Envy might get the clinch buff here. I mean, they sat watching that series the whole time, knowing that their major chances were on the line. I can't even imagine how they feel right now. Because can we talk about, like, sure, they're playing against G2, whatever. I don't really care. What I care about is the story of this Envy team. Like, they come out in the fall fall completely flat on their faces in the fall major. Then they have the whole debacle with their roster. And it didn't work out in winter, completely bombed out in winter. They come back in spring. They pick up Illusion. It's still kind of like, Envy, they're competing, but they're not still at that old Envy level. You know, back when Base was calling them the machine. But now, then the Turbo comes in as a sub today or this weekend, and you're thinking, okay, now their major chances are over. No, Turbo just had to go to the sub spot to recharge his sub meter, and now he's doing it again for this team. Are you kidding me? The Envy story is crazy, Leaf. I'm sorry. I'm done.
That's all right. I like the rant, but I need to get chat's thoughts on this. The Verizon fan vote going up right now. Is that turbo meter filled? Or sub meter? Turbo meter? How about all the meters? Maybe they're filled. Maybe they'll take down G2. Do you think so? Get it in chat. Analysts, let's get the R's out of the way here first. And then we'll see what they're saying real quick. I'm going to start off with the Jorby then, because you're so passionate. Who's taking it?
Envy.
Okay. If the meter is filled. The meter is filled. Subi shaking his head. Doesn't think it's the best reasoning, maybe?
Like, there's so many people in this scene that have the memory span of a goldfish. 7 seconds. Oh, wow, look, this team won. They've got to win next, right? Come on now. It's G2. Look at the history.
In and subbed for a team and then won. Remember that, Subi?
Oh, yeah. You mean back in season 3?
Remember when he subbed again? And
I remember
that. Remember when he went to NRG after they kicked him and they said he's done? And then he won another one?
I'm not going to do this.
What was
we'll
that?
go back in the green room. We're going to take off the gloves. We'll go to town, but I'm picking G2. Put it down there. It's happening.
Gibbs, where you stand?
I love you, Jorby, but there's one thing I disagree with. It does matter who they're playing. They're playing G2, and G2 is very, very good. I'm going G2.
Jorby, I also love you and your passion here, and I think you have enough of it to stand on your own and still be strong. So I'll have to go against you and pick G2 on this one, and maybe you'll get some backing from chat as well. But
I doubt it. But it's okay.
Doubtful.
No,
well, actually, that's pretty low for G2 fans, guys. Come on, what are you doing? 69%, 68 is dropping by the second. I don't know what's going on.
You're just trying to rationalize your choice. No, yeah. See, I mean, normally it's
I'm not rationalizing anything. Envy made the major. What am I rationalizing? Turbo literally got.
But you picked them to win this game. They're not winning this game. That's what you picked. That's what we're arguing
on. G2 aren't playing for anything. They're literally at the top already. They got nothing.
All right.
It's done.
Well, we're gonna take it to the green room. We're gonna let the players decide how this goes. Let's over to the Verizon Skybox. Wait, Punk and the Chiefs are ready. Complexity's major run is still alive, but they need to play the best Rocket League of their lives, as losing here ends their major hopes. Can they overcome Envy? Let's find out.
G2 versus Envy in a lower bracket match to survive. G2, they're saying like they've got nothing to play for here, but in the large regions here of Europe and North America, Achieves, no team has won all 3 events within a split.
It would be quite the run for them to do so, but I don't think Envy will be as easy a meal as some might initially think. They have been playing quite well today, and Turbo is a force to be reckoned with when he's got nothing to lose, that is for sure. So I'm looking forward to see how this one plays out. G2 going to be reeling from the long series they had against FaZe with the eventual loss, and Envy might as well just go back to the well and see what you can do. JNAP's denied by Drees at the start of the game.
G2 in the orange, Envy in the blue, a best of 7 to stay alive in this 3rd event of our spring split. Chicago demolished the midfield. Drees to try and pick it up and take it out. And a retaliatory demolition. Chicago on the outside here. Drees rocking the stock car.
Oh boy.
There's missed to put it down, sacked away by JNAPS. We'll stay scoreless.
That's an incredible defensive read from JNAPS. I mean, Mist got all the way around the outside of that ball, was looking to go all the way to the lower corner of the net, and JNAPS all over it. Huge defensive stop.
Mist keeps it lofted in front of G2's goal. JNAPS airborne, flip reset, extends it to Turbo. Now Chicago picking up control against Drees in the corner. Gets a bump on one, not going to find the second. Mist to put it away. Interesting note, because it doesn't happen that often. Envy playing without an Octane on the pitch between the stock car, Dominus, and Fennec. Often you see a team play without the Octane.
We'll count it though. Fennec is essentially Octane. Chicago going to drop one into the top left-hand corner of the net. Missed. I think got a little twisted up here in the goal line. That little backward touch. Hoping Drees was going to come out with it, and just trying to give himself a little space by rotating into the net to see where the shot was coming from, and Chicago didn't give him any time to react. Perfect shot into the top left.
G2 strikes first. The beautiful drop. Atomic now looking for the pass down.
Make it
James
two.
has got the whole net to shoot at. Make it 2 off a kickoff.
No chance for this one as well. The perfect kickoff. Atomic straight through everybody. Goes for the boost deal in the corner, which means he gets to win the race up the wall. And JNabs is like, cool. Atomic's just better. That's good enough for me.
God, it's really great when your teammates are just better.
It really helps a lot, that's for sure.
Give you the 3 shots here. Drees now going to take control after the kickoff. Turbo over 1. Closing on the ball, but Chicago wins the challenge. Demolish now. Drees on the far side. No boost to work with. Will turn around after punting it into enemy territory. JNabs chasing this down. Dunked by Mist. Falls to midfield, picks up the boost, and gets the follow-up challenge on Chicago. Connects with Turbo. Atomic's got a block on the goal line and makes the stop. Turbo will look for the demos, but not going to find anything. Drees to Miss now. Blocked the point of contact. G2 defending well.
Yeah, G2 definitely a capable defensive team, especially in JNabs. He knows exactly where the defense and offense needs to be aligned. Great at understanding the passing lanes. He's going to go in one-on-one here against Mist. Actually, he's going to stall it out in the box, and thankfully Turbo says, we'll just get it out on a dribble, give ourselves a little more time here, but time definitely becoming a factor. Envy not spent too much time on the orange half here. Finally, another shot on target, and that one taken away by Chicago.
The combo power in those 2 teammates. Looking for the pinch, but still blocked the point of contact. Now across halftime, G2 with all the goals in the series. Freeze down the field. Atomic will play to his own corner. Envy have had a few good looks, but the G2 defense really playing strong in front of the box and then perfectly on the goal line so far.
Definitely might become a little bit of a punt game for Envy here, as they just have to try and clear as much distance as possible and hope that they can get one of those real strong challenges on the attempted clears. Turbo with a few chain dashes on the wall. Unfortunately, not enough to get him up in time for a contest. As JNabs looking for the top of the box for Atomic, and that's right at Mist, and time continues to tick.
139. JNabs to the backboard. Chicago to try and drop it. For a moment, I thought Chicago, we were on his perspective. Thought there was a defender in the backboard, but no. In the cherry pick, and now JNabs with an open backboard. Misses the follow-up. Chicago not going to be able to reach it as Drees gets airborne quickly. Chicago now extends it to his own corner. Atomic looking for JNabs. A little bit low on boost and covered up by Turbo. He won't gain control just yet. Miz now looking to start the scoring off for Envy. He puts it wide of the goal, back into the box, and JNabs scoops it off to the corner. Drees now past 1. Not going to find the follow-up. Missed. Blocked as well. Turbo falling back on defense. G2 with an open net here. Chicago will shoot. Put it behind Turbo for goal number 3.
That's just not fair. Turbo sees that first pass out, knows he's the one on the hook to make this save, and he has to dive at that.
Yeah.
But if you're just going to hit him with the backflip and tap it into the corner behind him, I mean, goodbye game 1. I thought Turbo played that right. There's just no hope.
He blocked the most of the net he possibly could, but just a wealth of options for G2. Make it 4. Make it 4. Put away game number 1. Minute left to play. Doesn't matter.
Tough one to handle. A couple of really nice kickoffs here for G2 as well.
Yeah.
And Atomic just catching Turbo. Not really sleeping or anything, but he was definitely in the middle of the box, which makes that play a lot more difficult to make as it's smashed over your shoulder off the backboard. Got to make a perfect read on the way up, and that'll definitely put game 1 out of reach. I really did like G2's understanding of how Envy wanted to approach on offense in that final minute when they really got there. You definitely knew that they were going to be trying to get physical, send people in front of the ball, and Atomic in particular was making some excellent reads on where the play was headed and making sure that Envy didn't find a way back into the game here at the end of game 1.
Atomic in particular has really impressed me on all sides of the ball. He played nearly a perfect game here. 1 goal, 3 assists, 3 saves. Has been huge for G2's offense. Both the setups here and their kickoff goals. Atomic, real strong efficiency, particularly following kickoff.
Yeah, certainly reads the game incredibly well, understands how to support a lot of the pushes from Chicago and JNabs. He's always positioned very optimally in terms of being able to follow up anything, as here's a 3-man effort for Envy. Unfortunately, going to find its way off the post at 0 seconds. And the ball's is it going to hit it? Yes, it will. All the way to Chicago. You had to put it with an exclamation point, didn't you?
There's something special about It's 4-0 at 0 seconds. The game has been over for a while, and Drees is like, look, we're just going to try and put one on the board. And G2 says, oh, you wanted to keep going. Well, let us remind you what the score was. Let's make it 5-0 here. G2, a dominant first game.
Tough one as well, I think. This is normally a game where I watch and I think, well, definitely ball control is going to be the way forward. You can't really afford to get into the punting match against a team like G2, but only problem with that is the ball spends so much time high in the air with so much pace that you don't really have an option except to punt the ball back and forth, and that's just definitely going to favor G2 in that regard because, Turbo's been playing well this whole weekend, I should say, but if you're going to come out here and say that he's not 100% and he's not a little rusty, and I think your challenge game is just going to take a little bit of a hit if Turbo hasn't been like, I'm a top level RLCS competitor, and I think 3 people getting up there with the right timing and the perfect challenges all the time is definitely going to outmatch an Envy team that is a little bit shot in the foot here.
Yeah, I would love to be on the Jorby side. I've been a big fan of the Turbo story my whole life, and yes, him coming from a substitute situation, that rings some bells. We've seen him in that situation before get the most important wins, but Stacks, oh my goodness, Subi's point that was season 3 is a good one. And we do see a car change here from Drees, swapping off the Mustang, and it looks like, well, let's see here. Mist also going to go to the Octane. I haven't caught what Drees is driving. Drees also driving. They went double Octane. Let's double back up.
And I actually don't really mind Mist going for the Octane. I myself have been dabbling with the dark arts and being a trader to the long car. And it is an incredibly stable car. You really can throw yourself at just about anything and know that you're going to land pretty solidly and hit the ball with some fairly good consistency no matter which part you catch it in. And that is something that I perhaps haven't given it enough credit for.
I think the long car is definitely the dark arts in this analogy.
It's true. I am the black magic user. Yeah. It's true.
The Octane is 100% the Gryffindor of Rocket League. Bump to the outside. Atomic here. Control out to Chicago. He's got JNaps behind. Mist and Drees covering on defense. Ball goes to JNaps. Places it well, but Mist keeps his wheels about him. Flies to the corner and blocks. Now with a follow-up block as well. Mist will send it to the back third, and Chicago and JNab's going to have to play some cleanup duty.
Everybody on Envy kind of just stuck on their own half there with no boost. They just had to wait and have it spawn and let G2 have possession here. And I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Oh, it absolutely will. Oh, my goodness gracious me. They just had to wait on their own half. G2 has time to construct the counterattack. And how about you set up a great triangle play and Atomic, real nice finish into the net. Didn't have to be strong, just had to get it around the guy diving at the corner. What a shot, what a pass, what a setup.
Clean play. Envy only challenging on one of those 3 touches and not getting as much of a whisker of a touch on the ball. G2 is going to, you give them three touches like that, they're going to make it work every time. G2 leading early in game number 2. Currently 6-0. The score line across the series.
Oh, man.
My goodness.
Might have to add Atomic to the list if I don't want to see him behind the ball on any type of dribble, be it on the ground or in the air. So many different looks to handle.
Drees trying to connect with Mist upfield. Envy still looking for that first goal. Here's Drees off the back wall. And a miss from Atomic will open it up. Turbo Pulsa going to find the first goal here for Envy.
Looks to me like Atomic. I went to his camera real quick. I think he was playing the double tap from Drees. I think he was trying to get the block, and I think he may have just miscalculated that Drees couldn't actually reach it, and he probably could have just played that as off the bounce instead.
On the first touch.
One way or the other, ends up with the miss, and that will definitely cost you.
And Envy going to get on the board. 5 goals in game number 1. Doesn't really matter. It's still just a 1-game win. As long as you're able to keep things close moving forward, Envy fans will have plenty of hope. Drees off the wall. Turbo Pulsa in the middle with Chicago in control high in the sky. Wins the challenge against Turbo. And now Drees trying to stop it in the corner. Will get one touch and then chase it down himself. Turbo Pulsa picks up midfield boost and I feel like causes some confusion here on rotation, though, that stalls out Envy in the midfield.
Can't say you're too surprised about that. I mean, Drees certainly called that he had no boost. If you noticed, he kind of wave dashed at the wall as that one's going to get pinched around out of the corner for JNABs to collect. And Drees, I think, 78. Just a little late. And Mist was so committed to Drees coming out on top of that challenge. He was playing tight support in the corner, ready to move up the pitch and got to get punted back over your shoulder. No way to make the save.
Yeah, that traffic jam that Envy ran into by their own volition over on the side. Suddenly all three players are having to turn and burn across the field and figure out, all right, who's going where, who's going what. And you got so much momentum behind you if you kill it at all to try and calculate. G2 gets the shot for free, so Drees has to dive in. Mist has to just cover one side of the goal. And G2 so much more composed in their positioning leading into that goal. Easily take the lead back.
Definitely helps as well that they're playing an excellent map control game in terms of the boost. Multiple times Envy having to wait. That's a good pass to Turbo, but Atomic all over it. Can read Drees' car language. And Chicago is saying, JNAPS, I'm going to need help. And it will count. I thought Drees was going to make it. He was so close, but not enough.
I think he touched it here. Chicago off the backboard. Well played. And then Drees, he clangs around the corner, but still goes in. Rough one for him. The free backboard, though, you cannot give G2 that free real estate.
It was tough. Envy was pushing up the field there, trying to make something happen. They knew they needed to score 2. Time was dwindling. You're starting to play a little more aggressive. You go and try and chase down the big clear up the pitch, and unfortunately, they just hit you with that quick, strong clear right through a teammate, and all of a sudden, you're just out of position, and you're kind of diving a Chicago one-on-one with Mist towards the backboard. That's an excellent clear, but then again, there's that map control from G2. They go through and steal all the corner boosts, and so tough to go on effective counterattacks when you got nothing in the tank.
There's Turbo. Moving on the field. Speaking of nothing in the tank, a total of 30 boost between all of Envy right now. Finally, they'll find some big pads. And now Atomic dropping it into the box again. And Turbo not able to win the challenge. Drees off the wall. 6 boost in his tank as he connects with Mist. Right in midfield. Atomic will stop it. Fly after it. Force Drees into the sky after him. Man, you're hitting the nail on the head here. This boost situation for Envy.
It's tough.
Absolutely damning. There's nothing you can do.
It has been an issue for sure, and still not out of it. It is best of 7. They do have a little bit, but you do know that going into these next games, perhaps securing your own corner boost may be a bit higher of a priority than it initially would have been, as Turbo going to drop the flip reset 2-1 and nothing for anybody. Oh, wait. Let's see if he hits it.
For the fun of it, pad the stats a little more. Dangerous.
Okay, back the other way. Let's give him 2 for Envy.
Not going to happen there. G2, 2 games up, 2 games down. And at this point, I'm waiting for the timeout call. Envy 100% outgunned in both these games. And when you can barely keep any resource in your tank, it's going to just make it even more difficult here. I mean, what is even the solution here? How do you stop this domineering control that G2's been able to manufacture?
That is a brilliant question. I would say normally if you're getting boost starved, there is the level of risk that you kind of have to be willing to accept. Someone's got to try and go for a challenge. They're going to be stuck out towards that midfield line. Maybe take a chance, go out, steal some boost from the opposite end of the pitch, come back through. Maybe you find a demo on the way back, but that puts a lot of pressure on the 2 people behind you in the net. And if you've got a sub in Turbo Pulsa who's been out of it for at least a couple of months, it almost feels like you're playing, the 3 or 2 on 1.5 instead of the 3 on 2. And that's just a little too dicey, I think. And Envy may just be focused on trying to contain G2 as much as possible. But it's a very difficult log to balance on if you're Envy right now.
Cleaning up your rotations too. Cleaning up, I don't know, maybe the wrong word imagery there. I feel like I'm seeing them so
it's the
much
misunderstanding of it. I know what you mean. It's like, they haven't played with Turbo for a while, and like,
yeah. And when you're in the same place too, when we're seeing them like just occupying the same physical space, not exactly double committing, but just putting too much coverage in one area.
Yeah.
There's, boost is very evenly spread across the pitch. You need to be evenly spread across the pitch to have access to it for everyone, because only one person can collect it at a time in any given area. It's going to make it even. You're going to sort of be, hampering yourself. Here's JNaps to the sky, though. Clever play. Drees will take it away from him. Chase this down. Beaten by Chicago. Now JNaps out to Atomic. G2 now up on offense. They've got Chicago waiting outside the box. Keeps on the backboard. JNaps wants to come in, but not going to happen. Mist got him covered up.
That bounce was so good. I think they're glad that JNaps was playing that far back. Atomic wants to tomahawk one straight down into the net. Can't quite handle it. JNaps just pokes it into the corner for a little bit of ball control to slow down that Envy counterattack, and Chicago and Turbo will trade a little paint to slow it down.
Atomic falling on this one. Past one defender, now past two. Demolished, but space earned, and Turbo Pulse is the only player back. Has to wait. JNaps next with Chicago. Shot on target. Mist will get the block, and Turbo extends it into the corner slightly. Atomic now trying to create more pressure and control, but losing to Mist. Turbo now on the challenge. Through one. Chicago off the backboard. Leaves it alone. Doesn't touch it, and Turbo gets a goal. Envy enjoying their first lead.
Now that's kind of the unforced error. JNaps there gets the pressure put on him by Mist, has to jump, and Chicago, I think he definitely want to just pop that off the wall. Either way, even if he didn't and he was resetting himself on the wall, well, that just opens him up to the exact situation that ended up playing out, this quick shot into the net before you can really get across the goal. So kind of an unforced error in my head is JNaps one-on-one with Mist, and he's going to go behind him. Now that's just not fair. I mean, Mist has to see this catch from JNaps as he worked through his two teammates, and he knows that JNaps has that far side, so he's committed to driving across, and JNaps lets the car go a little further, tips it behind him. Ugh, gross.
JNaps' shot to lose so many opportunities in front of him. How does he want to play it? Just waits for what Mist commits to and then goes to the other side. He had such a wild development too. JNaps got heavily smoke screened on the demo on the wall, and then still manages to beat Drees, Turbo, and Mist 1-2-3 to tie the game.
Huge recovery after an error, really, from Chicago, to be honest. Big pass across, and that's a little too hot to handle. So G2 got to be quite chuffed to find themselves in this situation.
Atomic reaching for it, not going to make it happen. Approaching halftime, tie game. Envy yet to get a win in the series.
Now that I don't like. I don't like the punt there from Turbo. G2 really just gave you the ball for free, to be honest. And possession has been something that's been pretty tough for them to come by in general. And the punt game, when you have a free trap, to at least make sure that everyone's like, okay, are we going upfield? Do we have enough to make it work or anything like that? I feel like the dribble is just far more valuable.
It did seem like Envy was ready for the punt, though. They moved upfield pretty quickly. Turbo actually got the next touch on the ball after the punt. And the only problem with dribbles, I see your point. The thing with the dribble is like it does take just an extra touch to gain control. And the split seconds that G2's given you there to move upfield, I don't know, maybe the single touch blast down the field is the best way to develop your position. Didn't work out for them either way. Neither team really giving too much, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the punt does seem a little bit too ill thought through.
That is the eternal struggle of every Rocket League player is how fast can your brain calculate what you need to do? And the exact split second that you have to make it, to make the right choice every single time is never an easy thing. As JNaps to Chicago, one-on-one with Drees off the post, and Turbo is there to pull him out of the fire. Still going to stay tied up here.
What a play for Turbo. G2 was prowling. Now Drees with an opportunity over the top of JNaps. It's off the crossbar. Gonna need some help from Turbo, but he doesn't come in on the coverage from JNaps. Got in his way, recognized JNaps was gonna be a wall he couldn't get through. Final minute of game 3. Envy still looking for that first win. Tie game, best situation they've had going into the final minute yet.
Oh, with the demo and the pass missed. What? Oh, man. I thought this one was dead in the water with Turbo ripping that up the ceiling. I was like, oh, that has to be on net. But Drees went and got that ball. Way to go. And Turbo with the follow through. Going to demo the defense and give themselves a lead here in game 3. Way to piece that one together.
The front line of G2 double committing high in the sky and a difficult spot to recover from. Left that one defender down. Great recognition from NB to go for the block, get the demo, and open it up. They got 2 free shots on an open net. And now the lead in game 3, 35 seconds left. Can G2 come back? Chicago through one to the empty backboard. Not empty at all. Drees is there. Now Turbo. Nope. JNaps got past him. Now Chicago around the corner.
Jeez.
Turbo back to Atomic. Such
Oh,
pressure
they
here
might
from
score.
G2.
Ooh.
Covered up. 13 seconds left.
Another
Chicago
one?
back to Atomic. Placed well again.
Another one?
JNAP's trying out. No, the demolition. JNAP's and Atomic. Oh, dear. This is an awkward situation with 5 seconds left. Can they tie it and send it to overtime? Chicago.
Oh, nice.
To the midfield. Atomic to the sky. Chicago's up. Keeping it high. JNAP's is there onto the backboard. Turbo clears it away. And now Chicago leaving it for Atomic here. This one should die. No, JNAP somehow keeps it up. Chicago back around. Drees into the ground. Atomic to the wall once more. And finally, momentum will die. And Envy take game 3.
Now, that was quite well done from Envy. That last defensive sequence with G2 pressing, they were trying to get themselves out in front of the ball. They were like, we need to go demo that guy in the net, give ourselves a chance if it comes out into the middle, and missed. He's the one who made the big stop. He was consistently getting pushed into the back corner of his net just to avoid that G2 team, and he was able to dive all the way across and make a big stop on that shot. And even still after that, Turbo to take away the backboard clear, or the backboard double tap, I should say, out of the midfield. That was also a key touch at the end of the game. So really nice job on Envy closing that one down. There was no guarantees you weren't going to overtime there.
Turbo in chat said, we figured it out now. And then immediately missed says downloaded. So Envy declaring they've got this one on lock. Excited to see how that holds up here, but a much more even game from both sides here. I'm excited to see if they're able to keep that going here in game 4.
Anyone who says they've downloaded G2, give the rest of North America the playbook. I guess except FaZe, they figured it out today.
How do I get that USB stick? Here's Chicago. Back to JNAP's. Midfield transition, turning back around. And not going to work out as Mystic sends it to the backboard. Atomic is just enough of a touch to send it to the corner and then dunk Turbo. Here they come. JNAP's and Atomic on top of each other, but just careening down the field. Drees off the back wall, just dribbling over the top of Chicago. Takes to the sky, straight rocket play. Makes the stop. Now G2 advancing into the corner, pressuring back in front of the box. No one there for the shot, though. Atomic and Chicago deep in their own third.
It's like, I think not even JNAPS was expecting to be uncontested as he pushed into the corner, so he just didn't have anything else to do. Pass to Atomic, a little too high off the wall. JNAPS gets bumped out by Turbo, and Envy definitely trying to open a few holes in the midfield of G2.
Turbo dropping to miss, covered up Atomic. We'll get the clear. JNAPS is there, but pinches with Turbo. Caddy corner to Atomic, spawn in the corner. They'll blast it to the other side of the field. The ball doing laps very quickly here. Atomic will get another block on the goal line. Dropped back in. Turbo doesn't make a touch. It was over his head. Very difficult reaction to make. We'll stay scoreless.
He did the perfect hit. And unfortunately, like you said, a little too hot to handle. And Envy going to remain scoreless. But this has definitely been, I think, the best opening of a game for Envy so far. Already a minute and a half deep, and they're definitely the ones pushing. Maybe downloaded. They are.
Envy understands. There's Mist over Chicago. Behind him. We'll kind of get the side challenge there that gives Mist a free win. Now Turbo winning another one in the corner. JNAP's loft. Turbo looks for the bump, doesn't find it. JNAP's the second touch, countered by Drees on the wall. And G2 struggling to get out of their own half. Finally, they'll break through. But for how long? Drees and Mist the tag team. This one, Atomic takes a little bit of time here. Trying to connect with JNAPS, just gets tangled up with Drees in the sky. Chicago down to the backboard. Missed in goal. Doesn't get the need to block it. It goes off the crossbar instead. Not quite able to double tap that.
And Atomic was taking a very conservative approach to the defense. He knew that Chicago was going to go and push up, hit that one towards the wall, and instead of playing support, in case it got cleared out, he decided to run all the way away, even though the ball made it through the Envy defense. Couldn't count on it for sure and didn't want to allow a guaranteed counterattack. That's just G2 understanding that there is a little bit of give and take in Rocket League. If you're going to make the big play and outplay the defense, sometimes you got to leave it in the hands of one guy, as Mist misses the chance right there.
Drees, upfield Chicago, immediate counter. A Turbo pinches on the wall, just keeping pace on the ball, making it more difficult for everybody to read. Mist versus Atomic. Flips to midfield. Drees will try to close the gap and maintain control, but JNAPS and Chicago have other ideas. Towards the goal, Turbo with a block. JNAPS looking at it, but stays on the ground until it's in the corner. Now needs to find a pass. Chicago trying to find a bump on Turbo. Turbo not easily moved. There's JNaps onto the backboard. Free space here.
And G2 really just waiting. They're like, yeah, clear the ball.
Just lurking in front, waiting for a mistake, it feels like here. With 1:27 left to go, no goals here. First time we've gone this deep before getting the scoring started.
I think that's okay if G2 wants to kind of just camp out and wait for Envy to hit it clear, because they're going to be approaching it from a much better position than if they just threw themselves at every challenge in that Envy corner. I think that patience may pay some dividends for G2 if they keep that up.
I mean, maintaining complete control of the midfield can only be so bad of an idea. Sure, let the other team run around in their own half all they want. Eventually, they're going to make a mistake. There's Atomic back in the box, missed. Taken into the sky, Chicago thinking about challenging here, and will actually get the block on 2, but Turbo's there. He got stuck. JNaps got caught on the wall, and Turbo takes the lead.
Oh, that's tragic. Hang on. Did he get bumped or anything? I got to go to this camera. Oh, he got bumped by Atomic. Oh, and he tried to recover. The fact he's even that close is amazing. Oh, man. That's so unfortunate if you're G2. That's a tough one to give up.
40 seconds left. Similar situation to the end of game 3. A final minute drill here just to tie. Chicago up for it. He drops it back down. 29 seconds. JNaps out of his corner. Extends to the mid. Drees is the only one in the air. All of G2. Full tanks. Atomic blasted down the pitch. JNaps will win a challenge. 15 seconds left. Cheers Chicago.
Some boost.
Back across the boost. Atomic to the outside. JNaps. 10 seconds left. Looking right down. Oh, the post decides it to shine favorably on G2. We got a tie game.
Wow, what a challenge from JNaps. I mean, that's not even really Turbo's fault. JNaps is just trying to control that ball, maybe go for the wall and a quick double tap that maybe catches the defense off, but Turbo's landing skims off his wheels, changes the angle of the ball into JNaps' car, and it goes posting in? Ugh.
Gotta love physics-based esports. We take those. G2 fans say loudly.
They might score.
That was close. They haven't been able to keep that one on the hoods. Could have stolen the game, but no. Overtime for the first time this series.
What do you do, Envy? You know, G2's definitely more focused around controlling the clear game, and what's your answer to that?
Chicago on the outside. Envy successfully thwarting another kickoff attempt. The Atomic was drawing up. Outside Chicago on the back. Wall descended to the goal. Blocked by Drees on the goal line. With a monster clear. JNaps out of the backfield now having to start over.
G2 is really trying to piece things together with not a lot of boost on the first man forward, but that's why those double boost deals come into effect here in the corner. They're through. Everybody missed. He's going out to the corner. He's going to turn around. Great understanding of where the play is headed. He knew he needed to make a play. Stopped on a dime, made the save, floaters towards the net. G2 continues to steal boost in the corners. And what is Envy going to do about it?
JNaps in the midfield, Atomic. Lots of space, blasted to the backboard. Drees will try to close on this, pick it up after the rebound.
Whoa.
And a miss from Turbo here. JNaps open, drops it in, cleared by miss in the inside out. They'll keep playing a minute into overtime.
G2 understood perfectly what all the boost deals means. They're not going to be on the backboard. They can't play backboard defense. There's a pass to Atomic. Again, missed, is able to cut it out. G2 and JNaps rightfully here taking his time, and he's going to sneak through everybody. They're trying to figure out what he wants to do with this ball in the corner. And JNaps is like, yeah, the easy 1-2 touch. What else is it going to be?
No, there was a bit of a double commit situation. Missed Drees flying to the other side, and the ball pinches out to the other end of the field to JNaps. Suddenly, it's JNaps versus Turbo in a dribble battle. And I'm sorry, I love Turbo Pulse, but I'm putting my money on JNaps every time. Uses the wall so well. And G2 now got Envy on match point.
That closing goal, 100% the boost control game. I mean, if Envy's not sitting there getting corner boost stolen over and over and over right there, there's probably a lot more structure to their defense. There's not that awkward double commit that puts Turbo in the one-on-one. I mean, that was just death by Python grip for G2 at the end of overtime. That was tough to handle.
Suffocating drive. And Turbo, you see in there, Turbo's just like, how?
Yeah.
I think his
How do you
only
attack
option
it?
is just a tackle. Is just to drive straight at him, take away all of his opportunities, hope he makes a mistake. But no, the moment you get the stutter step, JNAPS can put the ball anywhere, receive it himself, and put it into the goal there. G2, one away from knocking Envy out of the third regional here and advancing to the lower semis.
Huge for G2, especially on the regain after losing the previous match. And you're thinking, man, Envy certainly figured something out, because we're definitely not putting the same pressure on. And even the start of that game 4 was actually really, really good for Envy. You know, I felt like a minute and a half or so. It was like, yeah, they're pressing. They do know what G2's up to. And then G2 said, great, bring us the ball. And Envy was just like, what?
If you say so. JNAPS to Atomic here. Oh, blocked by Mist, but the follow from JNAPS is good. G2 drew it up well and executed with perfection.
I really like this pass to Atomic. It isolates Mist and forces him to make a play. And honestly, Turbo was pretty close to getting away with a touch out there into the safety of the corner. Unfortunately, just went right over his nose. And at that point, I mean, JNAPS knows he's got the whole net to work with. So really solid press. And again, understanding that positioning is key. Isolate the defender, make them show their hand, and after that point, you see what they give you.
Especially you're able to isolate him there, like on the edge of the box. Like, that pass is what opens up JNAPS to the entire goal. Now Atomic on the outside, looking to put away the series here in Game 5.
What if Envy just sent Turbo on the demo everybody movement? Let us 2v3, just go hit people. I would love to see them try that for whatever reason.
I feel like it would work for one game.
It might work for one game.
And then they quickly adjust and just stay on the ceiling the whole time.
Oh, they might score 2 here.
Oh, and JNAPS looking for it. Mist and Turbo tangled up on the wall. All 3 Envy players throw a blanket over them. Put it in front of the box for JNAPS. Soft touch, though. Turbo and Drees clear this one away. Now Chicago looking for a tap with more power this time. Mist and Turbo again on top of each other. And Drees getting bumped in the corner. Envy in shambles right now. They do find a clear, but that's all they've found so far. Everything else, G2.
Ooh, man, great first touch. And JNAPS at least stalls out the counter push. Really nice handling from him. Chicago 1-on-2, and he says, forget all that. I'm going to try and get a boost steal. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite up yet, so Envy well in control on their own half for now, despite being down.
Chicago and Turbo send the ball high. Atomic down the corner. Out of boost. JNAPS down to the sky. Mist will block. Envy starting to control more of the midfield. Off the wall, Drees with space, trying to look for Turbo, but broken up. JNAPS on the passing lane. Mist on the outside here now, in his own corner. Got 2 players in front of him. Chicago will take the ball off his hood, but Drees on the follow-up now, trying to put the ball back to Mist, gives it to Turbo behind instead. They'll get it to the backboard. No goal yet.
Envy was pushing there too. They had 2 people in front of the ball. They were putting the pressure on the net and having, I think it was Chicago coming through and just take that one away on the rotation back. That was big for G2. I think it was very possible they concede there with how much physicality Envy was putting on the goal line. Envy definitely aware that that's a good option at this time. Chicago, little backflip to take it over Mist. 1-on-1 back the other way and a dead chopstick ball in the middle. And out to the side wall for neutrality's sake.
Mist here. Looking for the musty? Nah, doesn't go for it. Just threatening it for a second. Now Turbo gets a touch before being demolished. Atomic now. Down the middle of the field, Drees will break it up. Chicago out of the third man now to the sky. Mist gets it past him instead, and Drees to the corner. JNAPS in front of him here. Stalls him out, flicks to the outside, holds on to ball control. Look at this dribble from Drees. Flip reset as well. Over the top of Chicago. Missed to try and be Atomic, but no, and Turbo's in to follow up. All of G2 dismantled on this dribble.
The old reliable Drees, great job breaking down multiple defenders. Missed, way to make sure the clear doesn't come through. Turbo, wait your turn. You've done your job. Put it in the middle with everybody out of the net. Great play from Envy. Huge opening from Drees. Well done.
Classic Turbo goal. The king of positioning here is Atomic off the back wall, set up to JNAPS, and they immediately take the lead back. Nice play you guys had there. You forgot about the kickoffs, though.
Man, Atomic. You can't blame either Drees or Mist for freezing in the net there, because it is entirely possible that Atomic puts that one in between the goalposts. And it's just all respect to JNAPS for being able to get up there in time and snapshot that one right into the net off the bounce. No time to react for the defense.
G2 are incredible, and Atomic keeps opening up opportunities. Give him a goal as well, trying to put this game away.
And Turbo, not a bad play, taking that out into the corner. Unfortunately, it does count as a double commit because Drees was going 2. And that's just a little bit of what you were talking about previously in the series wave. There's definitely a little bit of a hiccup there in the communication or in the understanding of what people want to do. And that's a little bit of that rust that Envy just hasn't quite had enough time to really shake off.
JNAB's now here in front. As G2 had another great look following kickoff. Chicago runs into Turbo. Now missed. Looking for control here. Drees takes it away from him on the ground on the dribble. He's got missed in the midfield. Can he get through Chicago? Goes for the slow play. Sets up, missed, and does. Connects for the first one. They need 2 to tie the game.
Chicago got absolutely tongue-tied here looking at Drees. Jumped so early. Talk about showing your hand. That was it. Don't know what he was quite worried about. Maybe Drees getting behind the ball in the corner and popping it out to a teammate. And he just went a little too early, but one way or the other, that one was always destined for the back.
Drees' small ball control here has been
great,
improving, it seems, as the series goes on, to where normal positions for other players would seem ill-threatened. When Drees is there with the ball, the options are just endless for him. Here's Turbo, looking for bumps instead of play. Out to the corner, can he find the pass? Off the backboard, looking to chase it down himself. JNAP's had to read Turbo. Drees not there on the follow-up either. 40 seconds left, though. G2, hold on to this lead. The series will end. Envy's tournament going to end. Only outside JNAP's. Over the top of Mist. Turbo rolls this around. 25 seconds left.
Time waster. Atomic might be the biggest problem for Envy, apart from JNAP's on the goal line in this final 15.
Atomic has been the problem for most teams, I feel like. 10 seconds left. As JNAP's punts it to the sky. Drees to Turbo, possibly? No. Chicago extends it to the backboard. Follow up, though. Turbo back out to Drees. To the corner. It's off the crossbar and down. Great effort from Envy at the end, but G2 will win it in 5.
Really solid effort from Envy. I think they definitely made G2 work for it, but if you're G2, you definitely knew that this one was your match to come in and win, and they definitely controlled it throughout most of it. There were a couple of flashes of brilliance from Envy. Drees had a couple of great setups, really good opportunities, and breaking down some of the toughest defenders in North America at the moment. So good showing from him. Turbo, you had a fantastic show this weekend. It was good to see you back on the pitch. Performed admirably. Missed, as always, an almost unbreakable wall in the net, but even the great machine needs a little tune-up every now and again, and G2 absolutely wrenching the gears. Destruction.
It has been that story for G2 versus any team this entire split. Oftentimes, a team wins a large LAN event, a major, and we see a fall off after that. Not the case with G2. They have only gotten stronger here in spring. We'll see them play in the lower semifinals. Who are they going to play against, though? We're going to find that out next. Take a quick break. When we come back, Space Station taking on Complexity.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
But if I'm cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure out a way out of trap.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, where we just watched G2 take down Team Envy in what was a more and more even game as it went on, Achieves, but still a pretty decisive win there for G2.
Yes, pretty comfortable win overall. I think the biggest thing for G2 in that whole series was the map control. Held a lot of boost, put Envy in a lot of tight spots defensively, and it helps as well that their challenge game was absolutely stunning. So well done to them.
Well, we will be moving on to the other lower quarterfinal here. Another elimination match. Space Station taking on Complexity here. A very storied match here in RLCS 21-22. Both these teams have run into each other in important moments and Achieves for Space Station. This is a major clinching match where they were to win this match against Complexity. They would qualify for London. However, Space Station has a fantastically fascinating situation when it comes to major clinching series.
It is devastating. 0-5 in major clinching series in this entire season. They've lost in Fall Regional, a major tiebreaker to Complexity, then the Winter Regional to Complexity again, and then Oxygen in version 1. Now, you can say that some of those losses came to teams at their absolute peak, like Envy and Fall in version 1 in spring, but 2 losses to Complexity, and you got to go beat them one more time here to make the major.
Yeah,
it starts to get a little bit of the boogeyman shake, you know?
We've been here before. Let's see what chat thinks as well. Getting the Verizon fan vote going. Use hashtag COL, hashtag SSG, depending on how you feel on this one. And I mean, just going off of statistics and going off of, I've been waiting to see this Complexity show up, and I feel like we maybe finally are getting them there with this third regional here. I feel like Complexity is the favorite.
Complexity, well, I definitely agree. They have definitely found their form again after a little bit of a lackluster spring split and recovering from fall, I would say. I think they're definitely looking the best they have in a long time. If they're the favorite, now that's up for debate. I do like how Space Station has been looking in general. Tough loss earlier to version 1, of course, going all 7. Definitely not the most enviable of positions. And I think the biggest problem Space Station is going to run into here is that speed from Complexity. They do like to get up in your face and challenge the ball a lot. That doesn't give Space Station a lot of time to really get their bread and butter together with the dribbles and the demos getting out in front of the ball, out of the corners and stuff. So probably going to be the biggest hurdle for Space Station going forward in this series. And we'll see if they've got what it takes. I think this one should probably go at least 6. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, are you predicting Space Station or Complexity?
I think I will take your side of things. I want to say Space Station, but 0-5 scares me.
Yeah, that is scary, especially with 2 of them beating the Complexity here. Chat is on the side of Space Station, though. Chat, we'll see. The fan favorites can upset the stats here as we get into game number 1. The teams are on the field ready to go. Complexity here. Fascinating other stories. If Complexity does get the victory here, if they're able to make it to the grand finals, they force and don't win there. I think they force another tiebreaker with Space Station. So,
man,
crazy situations for them here. But for Space Station, everything to gain here with a win over Complexity.
So I guess it's not that bad if you're Space Station, you know? Let's say Complexity beats you here. If they run the table, you get one more shot at it, right? Unless I guess they won the regional, then I guess they would be out if Complexity won. But
I believe so, yes.
You would be, putting a lot on Complexity to run the lower bracket, especially with a G2 waiting somewhere in the wings at one point or another. So who knows what's to say. You would like to take it down here if you're Reddles, Arsenal, and Daniel, that's for sure.
This is probably the least amount of pressure that they've had in a major clinching match, other than the one they just had against version 1. So the good situation for them, but again, twice they've already been in the situation against Complexity, and Complexity's managed to get the win.
And I will say, I mean, AJG, Shad, and Raise Bull, over the past couple of days, especially some of the games on Friday, hitting some amazing redirects and some crazy passing plays. AJG, another big stop there. I mean, Complexity's defense, if there's one thing that they can take away from 2021-2022 season, they've learned how to stick it to some of these top offenses in North America. They can hang tough on defense now.
Oh my! AJG just did his best, like golf tee impression. It's like standing like on his nose with the ball on the rear of his car. That was fascinating and a wonderful situation. Complexity there, super low on boost, completely drained in all tanks on their own half, and yet able to get out. There was finally AJG, I believe, found it in his own corner, yeeted the ball to the other side while the rest of the team spreads out to find boost. A sticky situation for Complexity early here in game number 1, easily dealt with. But now, back on defense. AJG to the corner, raise bull through Reddles, and Arsenal and Daniel on top of each other as they retreat backwards. No one in the midfield here for anybody. And Shad will take it to his own corner, getting hounded by Reddles there, but able to dodge the demolition. Arsenal going to get taken out by Raise Bull in enemy territory. He's going to spawn behind his team on the rotation.
And Complexity do have to be careful. It does feel like they're happy to play the punt game and give the ball over to Space Station, and I don't know if that's necessarily the approach you should be taking. That being said, they're the ones who are 2-0 against them in major qualifiers, so what do I know?
Reddles past one, trying to connect with Arsenal on the free backboard, but pinches to the corner instead of down in front of the goal. The challenge was Shad going up to Raise Bull. Back to AJG with so much power. A rocket of a shot for goal number 1.
Absolutely a rocket. You are not kidding about that. 100 miles an hour. It's not even a pinch. Talk about squaring it up. Ooh, that's a tough save, even if it does come from midfield. That fast? Woohoo!
There's no saving that. By the time you read it, the ball has scored and the goal explosion is halfway over. Arsenal to the outside says that was pretty. Now we got a kickoff and no one cares.
It is an excellent catch from Arsenal. This is definitely where he gets his money. Such a tough player to read and what he's going to do. And even that one, he doesn't really do too much. He just jumps up and holds air roll. And he's just spinning into the ball. And they're just trying to figure out if he's going to lean the car backward, maybe go for a flip reset. Does he get 2 on the kickoff?
No,
AJG
close.
is there for it. Reddles does not press.
Giving a new definition to the term spin to win. As it goes back away, off the backboard here, Reddles to the corner. Just past halftime, 1 goal apiece. It's Complexity down to the side. Daniel out of this edge, past Shad. Raise Bull, quick on the collect. Now AJG to the backboard. Raise Bull picking up corner boost. He wants to turn on this, but getting called off by Shad. We'll get a neutral challenge and a demolition on Arsenal. Raise Bull to the outside. AJG doesn't move up. Leaves it for Raise Bull instead. Arsenal through this guy. Oh, just goes for it himself. Blocked by AJG. Daniel on the follow-up here. Well placed, and he's going to get goal number 2 in the lead for Space Station.
Arsenal just the very direct line. He knew he couldn't really catch it because he sees Shad coming to challenge him there, and that's just Arsenal making the best of what you can. You hit it so strong, and you know that Complexity likes to come up, try and take the ball away, force you to beat them, and Arsenal says, fine, I'll just put it on target and see if you guys can make the recovery effort. Not that time.
As long as he got it past Shad there, he was in a really good spot. AJG was going to be in dire straits, and he was. Even though he made the first stop, the follow-up from Daniel. Well placed. So much time to work with. Daniel not going to miss a net that wide. Daniel passed another one here, looking to extend the lead. But drops it to Raise Bull.
Oh,
just plants the ball all the way back down the field, giving it to Arsenal on the backboard.
And, you know, maybe Complexity needs boost or something, and it works out either way. They get the ball back, but for how long is the question. Boost is so critical to a team like Complexity when you like to play so fast and so aggressive. Reddles with the air dribble bump. Pull that one out of the back pocket every now and again. It's certainly going to be good here. I mean, you can't really fault AJG. He's got to make that jump at it. Had no other line. He was in front of the ball, so he just has to dive, commits to a trajectory. And Reddles, being the discerning and observant player that he is, says that's the wrong line. You can't win that way.
As long as the cruise missile locks on, it's basically a perfect play. There's nothing a defender can do once the player who shot gets in front of the ball and successfully bumps you. And now looking for maybe a 3-goal lead here. Arsenal will run into AJG. But so well drawn up. I'm so sad Reynolds doesn't have a camera turned on. I wanted to see the pop-off after getting that hit.
Can't pop off yet. It's too early, Reynolds would say.
Is it? I feel like
game one is too early. It's when you're in game 3 and you're up 2-0 and then you hit the stick double tap to squeeze it under the crossbar. Then you pop off on.
Okay, I need to read the new chapter in the pop-off meta book. There's a pass out to AJG here. 13 seconds left. They need this goal, but not going to get it there, and that one should basically secure the game. Daniel through the sky. looking for some last-minute heroics. Shad will take it back down, but there's just no time left on the clock. And after that clings off the backboard, AJG will get one for the road, but the game going to go to Space Station.
Looks closer than it is. Garbage time here, almost under the 1 second mark. Double commit there from Space Station, but you can be pretty happy with how this one played out. I think they executed on what they wanted to. Space Station doing a really good job trying to put as much pressure on those complexity corner boosts as they could. Because when you play like complexity does, fast, 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 go, 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 get in your face, boost is the critical determining factor of whether or not you can play that style of gameplay. And Space Station committing to trying and put as much pressure on that and blunt that counterattack as much as possible is a brilliant idea. I think that's the right way to approach complexity.
That is still such a fast shot, but the follow-up here, Daniel, well done, and then Reddles all by himself to put the game away. Nothing. It almost didn't look like he got AJG there. It was the camera I was watching from was very, very far away, but the fact that there wasn't a demo or a very clear change in trajectory made it kind of hided it from me at first there.
Very gentle love tap.
Just enough. It doesn't have to be flashy. It doesn't have to cause a boom. It just has to get him out of the way.
Everyone is happy with however it goes in the net. Generally, most of the time. I've never seen a team be disappointed to score a goal.
Oh dear, the goal went in.
How tragic. I think Space Station is very happy to take anything they can get, especially against a team like Complexity, who's been an absolute thorn in their sides so many times in just this season.
Well, Complexity now looking to bounce back. A strong start to game number 1, but ultimately in the long run, the marathon, Space Station able to hold on. Raise ball on the outside here. Shad now out of the corner. Nothing for him there. Raise ball now back down. Out of that corner, Daniel will find Arsenal in enemy territory. Leaves it off the wall and opens up for Reddles. So confused here. Space Station going to take the first goal.
And this is just straight misdirection. AJG, to be honest, goes for a pretty bad challenge. You can see Shad, he bit on that Daniel attempt, and he was so ready to try and make a save on something, and it's like, oh, I guess they missed, and now you're just hanging in the air, helpless, as Reddles comes through and powers one into the back of your net. No chance for him, and that's the problem when you're always expecting the first thing to be what happens.
I love it. It's the double fake. You don't see that very often there, where he sends it up to Arsenal. They think it's going to be Arsenal. Then when it's not Arsenal, oh, it must be Daniel. Nope. Chuck Testa, Reddles is the one who comes in.
And that really does go back to that midfield attack from AJG. I mean, he just kind of let him through a little too easy. I think he was just thinking pressure, and even if I'm late, I'll at least get a touch. But he was that late, and AJG gets stuck on the backboard here. He had plenty of boost, was definitely making sure he couldn't get demoed from Arsenal. And this one, I think he thought Daniel was maybe going to try for a double tap or something off the backboard, so he starts driving up the wall. Daniel just throws one to the floor, and he can't reach it.
I lost track of Raise Ball in that play, though. Shad upfield trying to harass the shooter. Didn't really work. And then AJG very stranded on defense. They'll go to goal number 2 here for a well-played shot from Daniel. 3:32 on the clock. Reddles down the line. Raise Ball over to AJG. Extended well. Nice 2-touch play, forcing a save out of Daniel. And Shad now on the follow-up. Blast another one at him. Daniel, a rock on the ground. Stands and dribbles. Now through 2, Reddles in the corner. AGG out to Raise Ball. Nice connections, but Shad bumped here. He'll get his wheels back under him, but demolished 2 demos. Nice. Now a counter. Look at that. AGG, the only player still on the board. They get them both, so by Raise Ball going to put the first one in.
Demo. It's Complexity who ends up respawning in time, and that's the perfect laydown from AJG. Don't get greedy. Don't go for the perfect redirect in the top of the net. Give the guy with the right line who can see everything in front of him the chance to shoot. Nice push out into the middle. Strong shot into the corner. Complexity right back in it.
1-goal game. AJG off the top. And Arsenal will push it into Complexity territory. Daniel now chasing one down behind 2. Raise Ball.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Able to kind of get back over his shoulder and pick up control. Demolition on the Shad. Might tangle up the defense here. No one going to be on the backboard because of it either. Actually, 2 players on the backboard that immediately follow and respawn. Shad and AJG both flying on their back surface. Raise ball now to the outside. Arsenal to try and chase this down.
Oh, he's through. Shad, can you reach
AJG, what a clear Shad to chase it. Reynolds picks it up in the corner.
That's the perfect catch as well from Reynolds on that sidewall there to take it into a dribble. Stop this bit of ping pong going on. That is a game that Complexity is very adept at. And any bit of ball control you come up with is definitely going to help. Arsenal forced to just dump one down the middle of the pitch to buy some time.
Space Station's got the lead in this game. They have the lead in the series, but they are far from playing perfect Rocket League right now. There are definitely openings for Complexity if they can formulate the proper positioning and they're advanced through the midfield, be easily punished.
The exact inverse is true on the other side of the coin, though. I mean, it's very much you blink first type of chicken style game where we're just going to keep going and going, and whoever makes the wrong approach on something like right here, AJG needs a little help. Razebull is there to bail him out. Not quite enough for Space Station just then. And Complexity, I don't know how they pulled that one off the goal line.
Razebull coming in from off screen, full afterburners across the crossbar. Razebull here needed to block Daniel. Oh, Daniel gives him some space. Razebull didn't have any boost either. Final minute though, Space Station holding on to the lead.
Ooh, and he wants to go towards the net. Shad couldn't go for the demo on Daniel. And that's, again, the right control from Daniel. Don't go for the boomer. You need to let your teammates grab some boost. Even if you end up getting demoed for it, you've stalled a little bit. Everybody's reset. You're in a decent position defensively to try and hold on for the last 30 seconds.
Wow.
And that's a dunk from Daniel, but goes wide.
Man, the fact that he got that close. He got the dunk out of it. Reynolds looking for a cherry pick off the backboard. Space Station commanding the final minute of this game. Shad not able to get through Arsenal. Razebull now out on control. 60% of boost to work with. Only needs one goal. Final 15. Past one. Reynolds touch not the best. Shad with an opportunity, but Arsenal redirects to the outside. Shad's going to fall after this one with no boost to work with. Past two. No, Daniel shuts him down in the midfield. 5 seconds left. No one's there. Reynolds will put the nail in the coffin. They'll take game 2 as well.
I think Razebull was considering going for the ball here in the midfield. I think he got bumped. Yep, there he is, just punted away by Daniel. No other choice but to collect the corner boost and hope Reynolds misses. SSG been going for that cheeky demo on the back man on Complexity all game. Finally comes through to make sure game 2 gets put on ice, and Space Station looking good here in the best of 7.
We've seen them. I want confirmation from the people in the back, but I do believe that major tiebreaker from Series 1, from the fall split major tiebreaker that they played against Complexity was a reverse sweep. The game, the winner regional match that they lost, major clinching series they lost to Complexity, was they lost in game 4, so that one was not as close. But
wait, fall regional 1,
winter regional 3.
Okay,
Complexity beat Space Station in a major clinching match, the best of 5. It was in game 4. That one didn't go to the final game here. All I'm trying to say is I'm not counting Complexity out until they get their 4th win.
I don't blame you for that, because Space Station so far, I think that they've controlled the game quite nicely, and that's always been the question of Complexity going forward. You know, okay, you've always had a strong offense from the day we've seen you play at the top level. Then your defense had to kind of step up, and now the next big hurdle for Complexity is adaptability. Space Station's got a rock solid game plan. Dribble everything out of your own half if you've got the space. Control the ball as much as possible. And if you can get that demo of where on the other side, you're going to be in good shape. Put the pressure on the boost pads, make Complexity stretch themselves a little thin, and try and play their style where they don't have a lot of boost to work with. And right now, it's tough for Complexity to really hang on to the ball in any significant way for any significant amount of time. Sure, they're getting a few goals here and there, and they're making them look good, but that amount of offense is simply not enough. So Space Station is just too in command of the pace of play.
As we go into game 3, we were talking about Atomic in the G2 series. And for me, the series has been about Daniel. What does Complexity do with Daniel? Every time he's behind the ball, I get scared for him. AJG with a wonderful save to pull goal 1 back out of the net. And now looking for the counterattack here. AJG could possibly do it all himself. Reynolds Senses the outside. Raise Bull now. Back to AJG possibly. Not going to connect with him just yet. Arsenal advancing down the pitch. And AJG will deflect to the corner.
What do you do with Daniel? I'm going to park myself on this corner and see how he's playing to see if I can come up to an answer with that question.
It's his ground game is so strong right now. Obviously, the thing about Daniel, the thing that makes him so good is there is not a weak link in his play style. There's no point that I would point and be like, this is the thing he struggles with. He's a very complete player. And when he's playing, when every touch is as good as these touches have been, it's going to be a very difficult thing for Complexity to come up with a response to, especially now trailing 2 games.
Time buying is an invaluable skill. You see it from some of the best players in the game. Justin does it for NRG. JNaps every now and again. Atomic now, especially on that back line for G2. Everybody who can buy your time for your teammates to make sure you're never caught out into a bad spot is invaluable. Wow. Reynolds and Arsenal going to piece something together here in the Complexity box. How's this one work out?
Yeah, how does Arsenal end up in this situation? Gets kind of a double bump, and then it's just like, oh, look, a ball. Cool, free goal. Let's go.
Good pass, Reynolds.
Just how we drew it up.
That's exactly it. That actually might be. Go get the demo, and the ball will appear in front of you for a goal.
That's what it says in the book. And look to the east on the 5th day.
After the demo.
After the demo. Here's Reynolds. Nope, Raise Bull's there.
Look, he's just camped into the net. Like, don't mess up, Daniel. You just can't get away with anything with him. You're not wrong about that.
It's a brilliant pressure to create here, even with a not the best first touch here. Moving back on a defense still.
It was actually the right play, believe it or not.
Well, he holds on to possession so well.
Yeah, he went in front of the ball to make it look like he was out of position, and then he backed up into it and chipped it back the other way to take it away from the Complexity player, and that just bought all the time in the world for his teammates to get set in the corner.
Yeah.
He's been on there. 0 to 20 boost here for the last 30 seconds or so.
Not a lot of full tanks across the pitch right now. Ashad drops this for AJG. Onto the backboard again. Going to drop it dangerous, but Daniel up on the backboard. Builds a plateau. The ball cannot fall through. Now Shad. Off the backboard, here's Daniel up to Arsenal and into an empty net. They should be able to know, but Raise Bull, what a flight. Excellent read. I love him just committing, saying, I don't think Arsenal's going to touch this. I'm just going to go for the trajectory I currently see.
It's a really risky approach, but it is what was needed, and that is why you enjoy watching Complexity. Their ability to just understand exactly what needs to happen. Another big save from AJG. Shad should get partial credit. He was right there with him.
Well, and I think that in that situation for Raise Bull, like he can try to read Arsenal, or he can read that Arsenal is just going to leave it. And he doesn't. If you take time deciding which one of those things to do, you just lose. So he picked one, went for it, worked out. Gotta love it.
Okay, so it's been about 3.5 minutes of watching Daniel, and I think you're absolutely on the money. What do you do about him? I have no idea. He just doesn't let anything through. And even if it does get by him, it's not in a way that's super detrimental. Finally, the demo will come through, and maybe that's enough. Unfortunately, not this time.
So they did make the sweep after the demo through both the respawn zones, hoping to get him a second time. It came up empty. The Raise Bull now in the corner. 102. Space Station, a 2-game lead and a 1-goal lead here in game 3, looking for match point. And so far, Complexity's been able to get on the board every game. Nothing to show for it here in game number 3. Only 4 shots. AJG's been trying his best.
They're all just set up. I mean, Space Station's just parked on their own half. Like, yeah, break us down. It's like they know Complexity doesn't have enough in the tank to actually do it. It's insane.
Daniel trying, runs out of boost, will fall. 30 seconds left. Reynolds up. There's a miss. Reynolds and Daniel, I don't know, I'm surprised it took me this long to notice it, running the exact same car loadout. The Stormwatch, and oh my goodness, the double demo from Arsenal going to open up space. And look, he's just burning time. Like, he doesn't even care.
Definitely the right move when you're up 1, but Do they have one last push? That's a forced punt from Razebull into the corner. Daniel delay, and that's a big miss, but a chance for Razebull.
Good trap. Back up top. Arsenal over the top of him here, and he should be able to kill this. Puts it out. Shad going to try and keep it alive here. Daniel to the outside, and that one will do it. Space Station, 3 games up, 3 down, 1 away for advancing here and clinching their spot in London.
Is this it? Is this where you see the big shakeup from Complexity? Because you asked, what do you do about Daniel? I've got no idea. That guy in the midfield, huge problem. I mean, doesn't let the counterattacks through, controls the ball nicely. Yeah, I think, as you described, complete player is definitely the right way to define what he's been doing in this series. That's for sure.
You see, again, only 1 goal here from the side of Space Station, and a creative goal it was at that. But it was enough to get the win here, and it's surprising for me. We're not seeing Complexity take a timeout. It's actually been now 2 series we haven't seen any team call the hold on, let's not play button. And Complexity, there's just confident that they have what it takes, I guess, in this situation. That I feel like they keep that momentum going. This in that NRG mentality of, if we're only going to stop if we need to get up away from the computers. We're not taking the timeouts to talk about things.
That is their decision to make, I suppose. I think there could be a little bit of merit in taking some time, but if you don't want to take time, then don't take time. And that's what they elect to do here, down 3-0 on the verge of elimination of major contention. And Space Station, their first W to actually clinch a major. A lot to consider here for your Complexity, and the biggest one, how do you get through the Space Station midfield? And once you do that, how do you do it with enough pace of play before Space Station gets back?
Game 4, possibly the final game. Space Station looking for the sweep. For Space Station, what matters more than winning this, oh my goodness, an opening there on the backboard, and Razebull will just blast it to the sky, take away the follow-up from Arsenal. Space Station winning this event, winning the series, getting to the grand finals of regional event number 3. Wonderful. But more importantly, clinching a spot in London, not leaving that up to chance. Arsenal falling behind this one, got Razebull in front of him, waiting for him to fall. Take over control, got a little bit bumped up, but Razebull still manages to get the ball into the corner. Now Daniel pass 1, hunting for goalies. Gets hunted himself instead. Razebull getting the demolition. Razebull off the ceiling aggressively here. AJG, all 3 players from Complexity up on offense. Now having to fall back quickly. Shad, small touch in the midfield, but demolished again, and physical play continues to be the name of the game.
No free touches for Complexity. Hard bounce off the corner. And there's Reynolds, dumped to Arsenal. They actually get that out to a teammate? Not this time.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you weren't kidding. The physicality of Space Station, we're so accustomed to seeing it out in front of the goal of the opposing team. And in this game, it's just been pick any of them, and it's probably going to work out anywhere in the field.
Oh my goodness, Arsenal looking for a moon ball. Doesn't find anything. Reynolds demolished this time by AJG, and Daniel. Quick turn on this, flip reset to keep it going. I think he got a second one reset there. That's incredible. As Razebull, midfield, has to deal with Reynolds and AJG with a clear. A very slow kind of wrap around the field style of game right now. Both teams are looking for opportunities, but neither willing to be too aggressive. And when they are, the other team has not had the follow-up touches to exploit that.
I can feel Complexity's mojo just being sapped away by this type of game. This is the dry, we're just going to punt the ball back and forth that they just can't abide. It's not in the in the ethos of what Complexity is.
If it's not full speed all the time, what are we even doing?
What are we even doing?
You're not playing Rocket League. There's Razebull. Wonderful tornado type flick. It's Arsenal. Keeping it low. Now looking for demos. Finds one. This could be the opening they need. Daniel with control in the corner. Only 12 boost to work with, but still manages to get it over the front line defender. Raise Bull, not the best of control. Rebels got it through him. It's open and rolling all the way in. The damage was done the moment Raise Bull came down. Reynolds will score the first one.
That might be the biggest problem for Complexity. Not necessarily Reynolds. This is a great dunk and definitely exemplifies the problem that Complexity's had. It's that lack of support. Offense, defense, yes, they win the ball in the midfield one time. They get it off the backboard of Space Station, but where is Complexity? I mean, they're too far back having to grab some boost because someone, just like here, got demoed, and now Shad has to go at this almost completely alone. Razebull is just trying to jam it in the corner, but like, what can actually come of it? Because of all that physicality, Reynolds is going to take AJG off the ball, and now Shad one more time all the way by himself because you don't have the ability to even structure your offense to have any support. Arsenal will collect a second goal. Space Station got this one on lockdown.
Arsenal in the midfield. And then Daniel, just the cross up. Daniel had control, said, hey, I'm going to go for the ball. I'm going to go for the goalies. You go for the ball. And Space Station just have had everything in the tank. We've seen pretty much everything except for, I think, an infield pass from Space Station to score in this series. Kickoff plays have been strong as well. 1 minute left to go. And what usually in these sorts of series can be a turning point, the final game, once they get on match point, it always feels like Space Station a little bit struggles here. Not been the case here. 53 seconds left. They're looking exactly the same as we saw them in 1 through 3.
Icy from Space Station throughout this series. I mean, nothing for free. Unless, of course, I guess Arsenal's going to miss that ball right there, but it doesn't matter.
Almost.
Nobody on Complexity thought that he was going to miss.
Almost for free. Here's Arsenal to block. 2 goals needed to stay alive. Reynolds into the corner. Raise Bull now. Putting pressure on, but Daniel takes it away from him. Wins the challenge against AJG, and just like that, completely dismantles the setup. Leaving one upfield, Reynolds intercepts on the passing lane. Arsenal's up for it as well. They've got like 5 players in the air there. 8 seconds left. AJG's got to score right here, right now. Up against one. Runs into Daniel, and that is a microcosm of how the entire series has gone. Wonderful play there, but Space Station with a sweet advance to the lower semis to face off against G2, and more importantly, they clinch their place in London.
What a show. I mean, you want to see a team absolutely download another? This is the series to watch. This Space Station had Complexity downloaded. Absolutely nothing to get started in favor of Complexity. I mean, you think about it, even the goals they scored in this series, they had to be incredible. I mean, it's a 100-mile-per-hour shot to finally break a defense earlier on. It was tough to get this one in favor of Complexity. This was a huge beatdown from Space Station Gaming.
They only gave them 3 shots here. I was hoping that replay would be a little bit longer there, but my goodness, just the way that they won the challenges in the midfield in this game. The challenges here in Game 4 really was everything. This Complexity could not buy a 50-50 to save their life here that would give them more opportunities. 3 shots in 5 minutes of Rocket League. Absolutely trapped. What a play, though. They had a good regional in general so far. I'm excited to see this team play some more as the season moves forward. Obviously, they're done here for regional play, but a good chance we'll see them again at Worlds. Complexity. Lots to focus on. A very clear roadmap for them as their build up to Dallas begins.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, Space Station at a major.
Let's go.
I didn't know if it was possible.
And they earned it themselves. They earned it themselves. Got through on their own power, cleaned out the series. Gotta love it. So, all right. Well, we got 4 teams left now. We have FaZe, Version 1, G2, and Space Station, all looking to get that win in the 3rd regional here. The big one for me achieves G2, still with the chance of getting the perfect 3.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I think G2, probably the best team to throw your hat behind over in the lower bracket. Everyone wondering if maybe this will be FaZe Clan's first win finally. At least it's not 3rd place. They are guaranteed top 2, but that's all to be settled for tomorrow with.
I'm excited to get us over there. So to close out today and get you guys set up for tomorrow, let's head back to the desk.
Yeah, come on back here. You know, we decided to kick Jorby off the show because he just makes bad decisions. Why would you pick against G2?
Sometimes passion is just too much, you know? Sometimes the gas, you just got to let off a bit. We saw G2 comfortably taking down Envy. We just saw Space Station comfortably take down Complexity. That's got to feel great for Space Station after fall. So congrats to them. But yeah, Jorby was wrong, and then he ran away scared. So
yeah,
I don't like
bad. Passion can lead you down the wrong. Use your brain sometimes. Passion is great. We can lead you down the wrong path.
He came in so heated and had so much gasoline. He ran out of fuel. Couldn't finish the day out.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that series then. G2 versus Envy. Because again, G2 drops down there. There was maybe thought maybe Envy can pull through, but G2 Subi is just they're so good still.
Hey, I told you. You're all a bunch of goldfish. You forget too easily. G2 Esports, our winter major champions. They've taken down the first 2 regionals, and they were so quick to be counted out against Team Envy. And yeah, games 1 and 2, they came out and made a statement, but I was impressed. Later on, the series went how good Envy looked, especially matching up against G2. It just felt like they figured them out, but it was just a little too late.
And G2 is just so powerful. We expect them to make another run through this lower bracket and try and get that 3. So, look, it's a more attractive Jorby. Hey, Chief.
I'm going to put that one in my Twitter profile bio. More attractive Jorby. I'll take that. That's good. I had to join the desk, though. I saw Jorby ran away. I had 2 absolute beatdowns from both teams. I was like, hang on, I'm not done talking about it. So I had to sit down.
Well, that's good because I want to ask you about this second beatdown here, Space Station and Complexity. This was huge for Complexity. They needed to make that run, and unfortunately for them, they couldn't. Space Station said, "You guys had a long day. We had a lot of long matches. Let's get this over with."
And really, they were absolutely perfect. I said it with Wave. They had Complexity 100% downloaded. Some beautiful shots from Complexity through the course of the series, but in general, Space Station had this one on lock. It took plays like that to get Complexity through that Space Station defense. Daniel, time by extraordinaire. Even when Complexity is pushing upfield, they're getting demoed in the midfield. They don't have the support as they go on to offense. And even if they do, they're running into 3 people on Space Station camped out in the backfield. It's just like, no, you're not getting through them.
It was so comfortable. Like, it looked like a first round matchup of like a 2 seed versus a 15 seed or something like that. But Complexity's right there on the bubble. And now they will not make it to the London Major. And they are on the bubble. Like, at this point for North America, they have to hope that North America does well at the London Major to make it to the World Championship. Not a spot people want to be in because now it's out of their hands. And they got to root for the North American region.
We'll talk about some more of those points in a second. Let's look at the bracket. Let's see where this ended up with us. Subi, we get to our top 4 now: FaZe Clan, version 1, G2 Esports, and Space Station Gaming. Again, some faces we thought we might see up here, not here, but hey, it's a turning of the tide, and it's big news for FaZe Clan because this could be huge for them.
Yeah, and they're ramping up right at the perfect timing. These were all of the teams that did well at the Winter Major in Los Angeles, and now they are getting prepped and ready for London. Honestly, tomorrow is going to be a shootout between all of these teams. You have to favor FaZe Clan, I think, but we'll talk more about that tomorrow morning. But it has been a really fun weekend. Bunch of upsets all over the place, but it is so good to see SSG get the job done when they needed to most.
That's true. And again, back to those points then. Let's break down what happened here, Gibbs, because one of the big stories was Complexity making that run here, but with them out, this is where we end up.
Yeah, we are locked in. Our top 5 to go to the London Major is G2 version 1 FaZe, Space Station, and Envy. So one new team joining us, Team Envy, who is back at the Fall Major as well. So congrats to those teams. Now they're playing for seed. And again, like in a big bracket like this, you want a high seed in North America because you don't want to go into round 1 playing like Moist or something like that. That is not what you want. So a lot on the line here between Envy, Space Station, and FaZe. They're very, very tight. Even version 1, we'll see how it all plays out. All we know is G2 clinched number 1 seed, so they don't have to worry. They're just playing for prize money. They just want another 30K like in their bank, so that's what they're playing for.
I just imagine being the team of Chiefs. You're like so excited to go to LAN, and then you're like, oh wait, we have BDS.
Yeah, like round 1, right? It's like that's not what you want.
I think there's a couple teams who want to crack at BDS that are going still.
Sure.
So I would say just about everybody heading over there, with the exception of Envy. They might be like, I don't know. But I think the other three definitely will be like, yes, let's go. And already Reynolds is like, yeah, we want to go play BDS again.
That's for sure. I guess that is a big proving point. Like if we take them down, then no one can say anything. Well, let's get.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's go. Okay, nothing from you, Gibbs. You can stay here because we're doing our final thought. We're doing our final thoughts here. We'll start with Stu. We go down the line here. We're coming to the end of a Nissan Classic, which is the last North American regional. Tomorrow's Championship Sunday, and then North American regional play is done for the entire season, Subi.
It is absolutely crazy. It's been a year that has honestly flown by, and a year when we needed it most. Great entertainment. It was great to finally get back with fans in the building. I'm looking forward to London also. That's going to be awesome to get to hang out with all the fans again, watching some Rocket League. But with all of that said, North America finally winding down. It is crazy how the depth of North America just seems like it continues to grow, and you never know who's going to take down the top team any given day.
I think for me, at the end of the show yesterday, I said I was excited to see FaZe story the most. My brain must not be working. I said they made top 2 already. I forgot. I thought since they beat G2, that must have been the upper final, but they've got V1 one more time.
You just saw into the future,
2.
right?
I don't know. I don't want to say yes, because if I do, version 1, it's just going to come out tomorrow, and FaZe is going to collapse, and it'll be like, oh, never mind. Lower bracket final loss, 3rd, 4th place. But I'm excited to see that one conclude tomorrow as well. Still looking forward to see if FaZe picks up their first win.
And these 4 teams, we'll see them also at the World Championship, very, very, very likely. And tickets will be on sale June 3rd, and every single day of action, including the wild card weekend, the main event group stage, there'll be tickets for. You can buy.
cool.
Only 1,000 people will be tuning in for the wild card and group stage in terms of fans there. So exclusive tickets. Make sure you're ready, like if you want to go to those. But then the arena, every team in the main event is going to play in front of, 13,000 fans. It's going to be.
I thought it was like 140,000.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why not? Let's just round down to 13,000 for now. But it's going to be so much fun. These last 2 months of Rocket League are going to be amazing. Going to the Copper Box and then going to Fort Worth as well. It's going to be so much fun. You won't want to miss any of it.
Now, reminder, that's June 3rd for those tickets. Get in line, get your computers ready, whatever you have, just get prepared because they're going to go quick. I think that's so cool, being able to see the week-long experience that is Rocket League, the culmination and celebration of this season of Rocket League. Always fun stuff. But that's it for today. Again, we have day 3 of the Nissan Classic continuing tomorrow, where we will crown a champion and a final champion for North America in that last regional. So keep the tab open, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.